where the past 2 days of Western Championships have been absolutely memorable. Now, on a Sunday today, these world-class cubers will clash once again with the end goal of one thing: Western Champion. Hi again, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Michael Rosenkrantz. He's the 43-time gold medalist, Chris Yen. Chris, great to have you again on board today. Day 3 of Western Championships on tap today, starting with one-handed. We got to talk about last night really quickly. Lots of finals getting out of the way yesterday. Saw the likes of Brendan Dunnigan claiming lots of finals podiums to get his Western titles on his resume. Max Park getting another 6x6 title to his name in what was a very relieving final solve for him.
Yeah, we saw Max Park able to capture an unbelievable 7th Western Championship title in 6x6 and in 5x5, with Brendan Dunnigan claiming the Western Championship title for Square One, Clock, and for Pyraminx, although in Pyraminx he was 3rd place in the event behind Lucas and Dylan Miller. Looking to see more from what they have to do today. In terms of one-handed solving, Max Park once again is the clear favorite to win this competition and claim another Western Championship title. He is the only sub-10 solver in the field. However, there are 3 other people in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th seed who are looking to get their first sub-10 average. They have currently low 10 averages. Those names to look out for are, once again, Brendan Dunnigan, Jeremy Bollenbach, who's still looking for his first podium this weekend, and Kyle Santucci from Canada. Apart from that, there are 5 more solvers who will be looking to podium at this competition for one-handed. They all have 11-second averages. One-handed is a pretty variable event, so we'll see how they're able to do in the first rounds.
Chris, you mentioned Jeremy Bollenbach. Let's go back 2 years ago to 2023. Vegas Cubing Cup. Max Park barely edged out Jeremy Bollenbach in 3x3 finals. Jeremy got a +2 on his final solve, which was what it came down to for Max Park to get the win. I ought to think Jeremy's solving today with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, and Jeremy is a bit of a newer competitor. He started competing in 2022, but he's already climbed his way up to a 6.02 average, which is just inside of the top 100 in the world. And like I said, he's still looking for his first podium at this event, in this competition. So you're absolutely right that he probably has a chip on his shoulder. Feels like he has something to prove as an up-and-coming cuber.
He absolutely does. Jeremy going to be part of one-handed Group 1 alongside Dylan Miller and Caleb Chen. Those are your 3 to look out for here in this first group. And as we continue on through Groups 2 and 3, Brendan Dunnigan, Kyle Santucci, even the likes of Dylan Govic and Ji-Hoo Moon coming in as well. And then Group 3, the final group of one-handed, that's going to be your likes of Max Park, Micah Yao, and Jason Osteek. Should be a very exciting competition. We're just about to get started very soon with 3x3 one-handed. Looks like they're still in the process of calling up the competitors right now. Chris, final day of Western Championships, always such an exciting time. What are you most looking forward to throughout the day today?
Well, the final day of a major competition is always extremely nerve-wracking, but it's also super relieving. These people have been competing pretty much all day, every day for the past 2 days, especially for guys like Brendan Dunnigan, who are competing in pretty much every single event and are looking to win as many events as possible. But, it's the big day. 3x3 finals are happening at the end. Head-to-head finals, always the most exciting, and it's extremely exhilarating for some of these first-time competitors who will definitely be performing in their first head-to-head finals at a major competition today.
And you make a really good point, Chris, about Brendan Dunnigan being in almost all events. You got to think, after being solving for 2 days straight for hours upon hours on end, your fingers have got to be sore. So what do these cubers have to do to fight through that fatigue physically and mentally?
Well, I myself never tried to compete in that many events when I was competing still, because even if you're only competing in a couple events, you're still practicing all day, and that's not something you're used to doing, especially when you get older. You're not used to practicing or just cubing for 8 hours a day, let alone when you're competing for anything. So the fact that he's able to do this and perform so well is just unbelievable on Brendan's part, and is certainly one of the reasons why he's the top cuber in the world.
It sure is, and we'll see how all of these top competitors fare today. We're just getting started in 3x3 one-handed right now, and here we're getting our first look at Jeremy Bullenbot, the native of Arizona, going up for his first solve of OH. Decently fluid through the first solve, couple pauses here and there. 1177 to start things off for Jeremy.
Yeah, and there are a couple of lockups. That's kind of par for the course for one-handed. Sometimes you got to use the table. Sometimes people choose not to use the table. We'll see a lot of table abuse from Max Park, which has kind of become a staple for his turning style. But we're going to be seeing a lot of CFOP. We're not going to be seeing much Ru among the top solvers in one-handed here, as we're looking into Caleb Chen's first solve.
Caleb Chen, notable for getting that 484 back in NA All-Stars 2024 of last year. And that was with both hands of the 3x3. So let's see how he fares with one hand. Puts it down with a 1468. A little bit of a longer solve for Caleb.
Yeah, and Caleb is one of those 5 competitors with an 11-second personal record average. So he's definitely going to be looking to improve on that, because if he's able to do so, he puts himself in a good position to podium at this competition, which, as far as I'm aware, I don't believe he has one yet either. And I'm sure he's looking to do that this weekend.
Absolutely. Lots of different cubers looking for their podiums. And now you're getting your first look at Dylan Miller, who just recently moved out west to Simi Valley, California. Very fluid here from Dylan. Puts it down 973, the first sub 10-second single that we've seen.
And he got bailed out a little bit there by a very easy TZBLL. Very nice for one-handed and for two-handed. It really only uses 2 F moves followed by a bunch of R and U moves. That's really good for Dylan, who is boasting an 1104 personal record average.
It's Dylan off to a really, really good start here for his first solve. And this is a solve here that he's going to want back here, 1992.
And we're looking in at Sebastian Stone here, which I don't believe he does one-handed very often, and so that's probably a solve that he kind of expects. He has a 1640 average, which puts him all the way down in the 40th seed coming into this competition.
Now we're taking a look back at Caleb Chen, 1468 on your left-hand side. That was his first solve. And there you can see his personal records, 903 PR single, 1156 PR average. Top 5 in U.S. in 3x3. See how he can fare on solve number 2 here. Lots of table action here from Caleb. Tries to get it below a 14-second solve. Is he able to do so? He is with an 1185.
And there you see the classic EO into ZB. He probably knew that he was going to get a 2GLO case there, and that benefited him very well. A lot of people will do that for one-handed because 2GLO cases are so much more favorable compared to other last-letter algorithms. Good job by Caleb to bounce back. Here we are back with Jeremy. Looking like he's going to finish up this solve here just in a few moments. He does. Slams the table in a little bit of frustration. Can't quite see the time on the timer. We'll get it here in just a moment. There's quite a bit of fumbling on the last layer for him. His all-out took a little bit longer than I'm sure he wanted to. And yeah, as you said, the last couple moves, he had to slam pretty quickly and rush the stop because he was fumbling so much.
That was a 1657 there from Jeremy as we switch back over to Dylan Miller. A little slower here on this second solve. This is one that he's going to want back here, 1562.
And yeah, once again, just one-handed. Sometimes things just don't go your way in the scramble, and that's really what can make or break your solve, even at the very start. So 9-second solves, 15-second solves, hopefully they average out for Dylan to get into a low 11 average again. It's really interesting because you take a look at 3x3, 2 hands and 1 hand. It's so much of a different mindset in one-handed because it's on a case-by-case basis. With 3x3 just solving it normally, I feel like a lot of these top cubers can just recognize
most of the scrambles a little bit easier than they do with one-handed, where you got to keep in mind all the different cases that you need to remember for all these different scrambles that you're going to see in one-handed.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right that they need to look at some different things when they're solving one-handed, just because the moves that you're able to pull off when you're using two hands is a little bit easier. You have a little bit more flexibility, whereas in one-handed, sometimes you need to be a little bit more creative. Even when starts are very simple, you might have to change it up a little bit just to take advantage of it by turning with one hand.
Caleb Chen here working on solve number 3. Trying to get through that last layer relatively quickly and puts it down with, stand by on the time until we can get you that, 13:26.
It was a favorable last layer there. He had a double fat soon from the back, and finished it off with a U-perm, probably the last layer that everybody is hoping for, but not able to do well for the F2L, and that's why he's putting down 13s.
Here once again we have Dylan Miller. As mentioned before, moved to Simi Valley, California. Try and serve some of his clients more on the West Coast for his coaching career. There he puts it down with a 14.91 for Miller, so he's through 3.
And unfortunately, that 14 is going to be counting for him. So probably not looking at a PR average here. It's going to be very difficult for him to get that back down to 11 if he has a chance at that.
Now we're getting a look again at Jeremy Bollenbot here, going for his third solve. 11.77 and a 16.57 are his first two. Puts it down here with a 12.87. So a respectable solve for Jeremy.
Yeah, and he took a little while on the last pair there, but he's able to make up for it by executing the last layer, which wasn't the best, but he executed extremely cleanly. And that's always what you want in one-handed turning, because sometimes you just get hit with cases that are more moves, and then you just have to turn through it. And he was able to execute it cleanly there.
Job well done by Jeremy. Now we go back over to Caleb Chen. He's on his 4th solve, so he'll be able to lock in his BPA and WPA here, which we'll get for you right after this solve. Here he goes. Little locky there going through the first 2 layers, working on last layer relatively a little more fluid, a little bit of a pause there. Soft tap of the timer, 14.85 for Caleb. We'll get you his BPA, 13.26, 14.26. BPA and WPA, 12.59 for Dylan Miller, as he's working on trying to calculate his averages in his head. We'll get those for you in just a moment.
So it looks like no personal records for any of the top competitors in this first group, but that's to be expected, especially one-handed being the first event that a lot of these guys are competing in of the day. Their hands may not be totally warm and stretched out to be turning one-handed. And we saw with Caleb on that solve that it looked like he had a free pair, but he didn't exactly know what to do with it. He was figuring out what slot it was going in, and that kind of hesitation is always tough, especially when you're turning with one hand and you can't turn as fast and make up for that mistake as quickly.
Exactly. Tough situation there for Caleb. And we're getting more. Looks like we have Jeremy coming up here for his fourth solve. Yes, 4th solve. Manu Singhal working in the back, making sure this competition runs smoothly. One of the organizers for this competition here in Las Vegas, organized by West Coast Cubing. Such an incredible job they've done all weekend long.
This is a really good solve right here. Oh my gosh.
It sure is.
872.
872. What a job by Jeremy.
He flew through that last layer. And it was a great start. Just an overall amazing solve there. Great start, great finish. Incredible turning as well.
Here we have Caleb for his 5th and final solve. There you see his BPA and WBA separated exactly by 1 second. Puts it down here with a 12.12. It should be at least in the 13 range. Yes, 13.35 for Caleb.
A respectable average for him, although 2 seconds below his personal record, so definitely looking to improve that in the next round. Something I noticed is that Caleb was using full ZB for his two-handed 3x3 solving. It looks like he's abandoned that for his one-handed, which makes sense because for ZBLO algorithms, they're a little bit tougher and you have to relearn them basically if you want to use them for one-handed.
Good to have different cases for each different event that you can rely on here.
I'm liking the Giants hat here.
There you go. Whatever works. You a Giants fan?
Absolutely, man. It was a tough loss last night after a really exhilarating win the night before. So I feel for my parents who went to the game last night, and unfortunately they had to witness an absolute beatdown. But
hopefully the Giants can turn the tides here in the MLB. My Tigers took a tough loss to the Royals last night, 3-1. So, Chris, I know your pain.
Except the Tigers are doing a little bit better on the season than my Giants are, unfortunately.
Yes, I will say that, as Sebastian Stone puts down a 15-21 there on that solve.
Very good for Sebastian, well below his PR average, so he's got to be happy with that, although I don't know what the rest of the average looks like for him.
Try and get you his times in just a moment, should we have them loaded up on the stream here.
So a lot of table abuse going on here, and that tends to happen when you're first starting out on one-handed. It's easier to rotate and to regrip the cube, but I do strongly recommend for people who are trying to improve on one-handed to limit the amount of table abuse that they use.
It's good to get that muscle memory in your fingers. Try and recognize those cases. Here we have Jeremy for his fifth and final solve. 1112 BPA, 1374 WPA. What can he produce here?
That was an extremely fast F1, and he knows the ZB.
894, another back-to-back 8-second solve for Jeremy. This is going to lock in a very respectable average, 1119.
And after we were saying that nobody's going to get a personal record average, he's not going to get it here, but he's able to put down an 1119 average, which is extremely respectable, especially with a counting 8.
That's a really good way to end things off for Jeremy. Now we have Sebastian here. Could be on his fifth and final solve of one-handed group 1. Puts it down with a 16-18 there.
He got a little cursed with the Y permutation at the end. It takes a lot of moves for one-handed and for the two-handed algorithm that he opted to go for. I think there are 4 F moves in there, which can kind of slow you down.
Looks like we're just about at the end of 3x3 one-handed group 1. So as they transition to group 2, we'll take a time out here. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Cuber's live coverage of Western Championship 2025.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Welcome back to Cuber's live coverage of Western Championships 2025. Michael Rosencrantz alongside Chris Yen. We're happy to have you along for the final day of Western Championship 2025. For those just joining us, 3x3 one-handed round one, group one has concluded. Jeremy, starting off round one with very respectable back-to-back 8-second solves, and now we're getting our first look at group two of 3x3 one-handed, starting out with Ji-Hoo Mun, who puts down an 11.04.
And there's the rule that I was talking about that we're not seeing from the people with personal records of 11-second average, but Ji-Hoo is right there with a 12.03 and a beautiful, beautiful root solve. And it looks like we might have another one right here as well.
Absolutely. Looks to be the case right here. This is Dylan Govic. Puts it down with an 11-second solve of his own, 11.69 to be exact.
Well, I'd stand corrected. Dylan Govic has an 11.62 personal record average, and it very clearly is that he uses Ru. So we're still getting a good representation of Ru in this competition, even if we're not seeing it in two-handed 3x3.
That was a big thing in Worlds just a month ago. Ru versus CFOP. It's always been the thing with one-handed. Neil Juarez ended up claiming the 3x3 one-handed world championship. And Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, also a Ru user himself is Neo.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, one-handed has always been kind of like the younger brother to CFOB, where people think that it's much more viable for one-handed. And you don't see it as often in two-handed, and yet somehow in the past 3 world championships, there's always been somebody in the finals, maybe even 2 competitors that use Ru. And so it's just good to see that these methods are still viable, and even with the emergence of ZB, which is pretty similar to CFOP, it's just good that people get to choose their own methods and kind of their own styles.
You're getting your first look at Kyle Santucci here, and now you can say hello to Brendan Dunnigan. Second place in clock and square one at Worlds 2025. A very, very commendable performance. Defending North American in a clock right now, and he's going to try his hand at his first one-handed solve of the morning.
And already with 3 Western Championship titles on the weekend, he's going to be looking to claim that and challenge Max Park, who is the heavy favorite for one-handed.
Brendan puts it down with a 12.60 to start out his round of one-handed, I should say. Kyle Santucci just off stream, a 9.83. Good start for him.
Great start for Kyle. Not as great for Brendan. He's looking to get a sub-10 average. He's looking very, very closely at it with a 10.01 personal record average. But Kyle just as likely to get a sub-10 average if he wants.
This is a DNF because the timer didn't start.
And here we have a DNF here. Looked to be a relatively quick solve, but we just got word that the timer did not start. So that results in a DNF.
Yeah, and people always have to decide between when they take their hands off the timer, if they want to take off both hands. We see some of the top solvers, I believe Max Park and Patrick Ponce, they both keep their other hand on the timer, and they're able to manage not hitting their hand back on the timer during the solve. But some people, it's just a little bit harder. Maybe if you drop the cube or if you fumble in the very beginning, it's a little hard to not get your second hand back on the timer and DNF.
Here's Ji-Hoo again. Started things off with an 11-second solve in his first solve of one-handed. What can he do here as he tries to orient those first 2 layers here? Ji-Hoo puts it down with a 13.30. Finishes off the M slices there.
And a couple AUFs and pre-AUFs before he was finishing the last step there. And that's always a little bit of a killer for the root solves that pride themselves in being more efficient. And here we have another root solve, and this one looks a little bit cleaner.
12.16 there for Dylan. Got through those first 2 blocks relatively quickly. Able to finish off with relatively smooth M slices. Here's Kyle Santucci once again. Started things off with a 9.83 in his first solve. What can he do on solve number 2 to keep that pace going?
It looks like there's X-cross potential on this scramble, and I know that Kyle can see it because 3x3 he is very good at.
Trying to finish up here, 1194. Little slower of a time, but not too bad from Kyle.
It was a good start, but then the last layer definitely got to him. He knew the ZB, which is good, but it was, ZB algorithms tend to be a little bit longer.
Mentioned it, Chris. Kyle being very good at 3x3s. Average is ranked 21st in the world in a 3x3 as it stands right now.
Yeah, and he's one of the premier turners in the world as well. Boasts incredibly high TPS and very good fundamentals in the solutions. And so if you're able to do that, just like Max Park, you're able to put down extremely good averages.
Such good qualities to have. Turn speed and being fundamentally sound. Here's Jihu once again for his third solve, trying to work through those first two blocks. Now he comes in with the M slices here, puts it down with a 1261, so 11, 13, and 12 for Jihu.
There are a lot of moves on the final steps there, but he's able to execute extremely cleanly. And luckily, we haven't seen any mishaps on the M slices yet for these Ru users.
Let's hope that keeps it going that way. Here we have Brendan going for his second solve, I believe.
And he knows the ZB here, but it's really long.
He sure does. 1241.
He's not exactly the happiest with it, and it's a little bit tough with that ZB. That was extremely long. That is one of the longer cases, and it looked like he used a different algorithm than he would use for two-handed.
And that's the thing, too. With all of these ZBLL algorithms that are in a particular, the longer cases, too, it could be taxing to a cuber mentally because it's, these cases, but sometimes you know how long they are and just putting together times that you need to get in order to give yourself a solid performance. It can be a tough task at hand.
Yeah, you're right. That's
going to be a DNF there for Dylan. Not close on that one. Not what you want there for Dylan.
Yeah, a bit of a commentator's curse on my end. I just mentioned that we didn't have anybody with a DNF yet of the Ru users, and right on cue, Dylan gets a DNF.
And they say the broadcaster's jinx is a myth or isn't real. It absolutely is, folks. Kyle puts it down with a 1308, so a 911 to 13 for Kyle.
I've seen a couple people use just the regular two-handed algorithm for that particular case. Not something that I would recommend for people learning one-handed, but again, you don't really want to relearn all of these algorithms that you already know just for one-handed, so it's understandable.
Jihu for his fourth solve puts it down there, 1196. So just below a 12-second single will get you his BPA, WPA in just a moment here.
That was a really clean start on his EO there. I believe it was only 3 moves.
1187, 1262 BPA and WPA for Jihu. Now here's Brendan going for his third solve here in one-handed. 1216 and 1241. Consistent so far. Maybe not the times he wanted. Let's see what he can do for solve number 3. Flying through those first 2 layers, trying to work into last layer as quick as he can. Drop the cube, 1071, so faster time. Still doesn't look to be too pleased with it.
But he did a great job to not +2 there. He had one final move to go, and he nearly dropped the cube and stopped the timer, but he caught it just in time.
Dylan with the 1472, frustrated after that one, particularly after the DNF. That'll be his WPA. And with that 1472, he's got a BPA of 1286.
And we're going to be paying attention to Jihu because his best possible average, being 1187, would be a personal record for him. His current personal record is 12.0, and definitely looking to beat that here. And I think it's very doable for him.
Absolutely. There you heard it from Chris, folks. Jihu on PR watch. We'll get you to him in just a moment. Here's Kyle for his fourth solve in one-handed. Really, really good turn speed here. Bit of a pause going into last layer. Puts it down with a 1061. Shake of the head. Still a respectable time, though, from Kyle. 1079, 1188. Here goes Jihu. He's on PR watch. Looking to lock in that BPA. That would be his personal record average.
Taking a little bit long on the CMLO there.
Puts it down with a 1427. I don't think that's going to do it for Jihu here. He locks in WPA with a 1262.
Yeah, his worst possible average, 1262, still only 0.6 seconds slower than his PR average. So depending on how much he's been practicing leading up to this competition, I actually expect him to beat that PR sometime later in the later rounds.
It'll happen soon. Jihu with a very respectable average. Here we have Dylan for his 5th and final solve. 1286 BPA, worst possible average of DNF, with that 3rd solve being his DNF.
And Dylan is a blue and green Rue user. He gets a 1414 there, so that means he's counting both of his 14s. Definitely not what he wants, but a 1367 average. Still very respectable, and he has at least 2 other rounds to get through it.
And it's good when you have a couple more rounds to get through, get those little slower solves out of the way quickly so you can focus on the next round. And that's sometimes all you can do. Just try and put the first round behind you. If it's not the times that you're looking for, it's like a quarterback throwing interception. Just trying to forget about it. It is easier said than done, though, folks. 954 here for Brendan. Very solid solve. But again, shaking his head at that. But still has a BPA 1089.
He's doing some funky stuff on the last layer there. I couldn't exactly tell because he wasn't solving on white or yellow. But here we go with white and yellow for Kyle, and a bit of a cube drop there.
12:15 to wrap things up for Kyle. That cube drop costing him there a little bit. So his average is going to be locked in here at 1157.
Yeah, 1157, I believe, is the 3rd best we've seen so far, or anticipated to be at least 3rd in the round. A little bit unfortunate after he started really strong with a 983.
Jeremy currently sits in 1st place right now with that 1119 average. Caleb Chen right behind him as it stands right now with 1335. Those results certainly going to be updated here in just a few seconds' time. And we're going to get Brendan Dunnigan coming up here for another solve. Here we take a look at some of the results that are coming in right now. Jeremy and Caleb just mentioned. Kian Klein with a 1476. Lucas Kuchai just on the bubble of that podium there with a 1480. So very close between 4th and 3rd place.
Yeah, it's something that we expected because there's so many people bunched up at the 2nd and the 3rd best averages in the competition with 10 and 11 seconds.
If Brendan could lock in a BPA here, he'd overtake 1st place in the 1st round right now ahead of Jeremy. Let's see what he can do. Beautiful turn speed here, trying to work into last layer. Bit of a pause going into that there. 1187 is the final solve for Brendan. Locks in 1166. So just behind Jeremy by about half a second or so.
Yeah, not the greatest last layer there, and he had, once again, the J-perm that he also decides to use just the regular 2-handed algorithm. He starts it, and then he realizes that he's doing it from the wrong angle, and he has to undo what he just did, do a U2, and try again.
Very respectable time nonetheless for Brendan Dunnigan. He locks in 11-second average. He slots into 2nd just behind Jeremy as of right now. Caleb, as of right now, still in that 3rd place spot. Results being updated, so we'll get you those updated results in just a moment. But that looks like it'll conclude 3x3 one-handed group round 1 to group 2. So when we return, we'll see 3x3 one-handed group 3. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Cubers live coverage of Western Championship 2025.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Matty Inaba, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back to Flamingo Las Vegas inside the Sunset Ballroom for Western Championship 2025. Michael Rosencrantz, Chris Yan alongside you. And we're just about getting set for 3x3 one-handed round 1, group 3 coming up. And some of the results from round 2, for those just joining us, have been updated. As it stands right now, Jeremy Bollenbot sits in first place, 11.19 average. Kyle Santucci, 11.57. Brendan Dunnigan, 11.66. That's your top 3 right now. As it stands right now, Jihu sitting in 4th place at 12.62. Caleb in 5th. Dylan in 6th. The pair of Dylans in 6th and 7th. Govik and Miller, to be specific. And Alessandro Diamampo in 8th place with a 14.74. But now we transition into Group 3. And Chris, you already mentioned it, but this group, we're going to see Max Park.
Yep, and Max Park's still top 10 in the world for 3x3 one-handed average, 846, and a 620 single that's 5th in the world, a former world record single. Max, probably some of the best one-handed turning for a C-flop solver in the world, and he's also color neutral. He also has very, very good fundamentals. We've mentioned before that what sets Max apart is his consistency. Even a bad average for him is still usually sub 10. And with what everybody's results are so far, that's easily going to be first in this round.
And another point that you mentioned yesterday, Chris, is what's so crazy about these top cubers, and especially Max in general, your ability to solve on all 6 colors, to be color neutral. That's what's even more impressive when you know pretty much so many cases you can solve on any color, and you can take it the distance that way. Here's Micah Yao getting your first look at him. 795 single, 1125 average, and he's getting his first crack at 3x3 one-handed for final day Sunday today.
And Micah is one of those solvers with a personal record average in the low 11 seconds, so he definitely has a chance to podium here today, especially if he's able to pull off some good solving and maybe even a personal record.
That would be such a joy to see here today. Let's see if he can make that happen. A little bit of a slower solve here to start. That is going to be
It's a DNF.
DNF, yes. Took me a second to look where the blocks were, but yes, that is a DNF. So rocky start for Micah.
Yeah, and he definitely got screwed on that OLO case. He could have canceled into the PLO. It was a Y permutation, and he already had the first F move done. But it's kind of hard to see when you're turning fast for one-handed.
Here's your first look at Max Park for today. 3x3 one-handed, his first solve coming up. 7th 6x6 World Western Championship title that he claimed yesterday, getting 103 single, and it was just very, very relieving for him. Probably, again, the biggest and loudest reaction that I have ever seen of Max, and he's looking to continue that success here today.
Absolutely, and like I said, it could have been a bit of a relief for him, and hopefully he carries that momentum into today.
Such fluid turning here from Max. A little bit of a pause there as he tries to go in to last layer here. Puts it down with a 1057. A little bit of a shake of the head, but good solve nonetheless.
And a 1057 easily going to get it done if that ends up being his average. But there you just saw the turning he was solving on green cross that time. And just an incredible turning. You see a bit of the table abuse there, but you know, Max is one of the few exceptions to the rule where he can use as much table abuse as he wants.
Absolutely. Lots of freedom there for Max to use a lot of table abuse. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks to be Jason Osteek solving his first solve at 1x1. Little Locky here going into last layer. This is a solve that he's not going to want to count here for this one. Still trying to orient into last layer here. This could get close to 30, and it is. Puts down with a 35-second solve.
Here's Jason.
And my apologies, folks. This is Jason Osteek. So this is Jason's first solve of 3x3 one-handed group 3.
And Jason is using Ru, which he doesn't use Ru for two-handed solving, so he's able to switch methods between events. And the 1450 there, he's definitely not the happiest with that because he's one of the solvers with an 11-second PR average. But extremely impressive for him to be able to use Ru for one-handed and then CFOP for two-handed.
Again, just being versatile, being able to switch between those two methods here for one-handed and two-handed solving a 3x3, so imperative in such high-level competition. Here's Micah getting solve number 2 underway. Bit of a pause there going into last layer. Oh, man, that's going to be a DNF, looks like, for Micah again.
Is that his second DNF of the average?
That is his second DNF in a row. So that is a DNF average to begin with. So to begin and end for Micah. Oh, my goodness.
And yeah, that means his average is over after 2 solves. That's a huge blow for him because he was looking to podium this competition, and now he's eliminated in the first round.
Wow. Unfortunate turn of events there for Micah. And now we have Max going up for his second solve in one-handed.
He does not know the ZB algorithm, but he's still able to get a 1031 off of that.
That's just insane. And again, you talk about consistency. 1057, now a 1031.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't even benefit from knowing the ZB algorithm. I mean, he still absolutely flew through that last layer, so the ZB may not even help him.
Here we have Jason for his second solve. 14-second single, his first solve, looking to try and bring that time down a little bit here. Trying to finish off the M slices here. 1661. Might have had to go back and do them again. Wonder if he got the wrong case there.
Yeah, and since he's probably not a Ru first solver, he may not know the best ways to solve these last 6 edges. And that's one of the things that people usually that deters them from learning a second method, because you tend to specialize for one method and be better at your primary one. So I'm not sure if he's able to solve the last 6 edges as efficiently as some Ru first users.
See all the delegates back in the Sunset Ballroom here in Las Vegas, working diligently and working tirelessly to make sure this competition goes flawlessly, and it will continue to be flawless going throughout this weekend. Western Championship always been a staple here in the WCA. Here we have Emily here, and she was notably Western champion for her rolling big cubes here. Gonna knock out her solve of one-handed right here. Puts it down, soft tap of the timer, 22.98. Good to see her with a smile after that solve.
And I'm not exactly sure what Emily averages in one-handed, but she's extremely proficient in big cubes. Like Michael said earlier, capturing the Women's Western Championship title in big cubes yesterday. She's looking to expand on that today with more events.
We have Michael Young here Puts that one down. Get you his time in just a second. 1853, Michael Young, one of the many delegates here at Western Championship 2025.
Michael, one of the OG cubers, he was a pioneer of the Square One event back in the day, and now he's giving back to the community by being a delegate for many, many years.
Always so great to see these cubers who may have given up competitive cubing still love to represent and give back to the community. Always such a joy to see, and really sets the WCA in a great position to move forward with these major cubing competitions. Max for his third solve. Look at that turn speed to the end. 1176, a little slower there on the third solve.
It was just the F2L. It was still very fluid, just a lot of moves. He got hit with some bad cases, but able to use the 2GLL to his advantage. He did know that one, and he flew through the execution.
Jason finishing up his third solve for one-handed, puts it down with a 1917.
Definitely not what Jason is looking for. Now he's counting the 16-second solve, so no chance really for him to get a personal record this round. But like we said, getting a personal record in the first event of the day, especially for an event like one-handed, where you need a lot of warm-up, it's going to be difficult.
And that's the big thing, too. You've been competing days upon days on end in these competitions. When that time comes and we're able to end the competition off, end the day, get some rest back in the hotel room, it really does a lot. And you have to really be able to try and keep your composure and be able to warm up before the next competition starts. And sometimes you're able to get a lot of warm-up in, but sometimes not many at all. So that's another big piece of the mental component, at least I would think.
Absolutely.
And here we have Lucas Aubin sporting the red for Western Championships. Those people you see in the red are the volunteer staff here for Western Championships 2025. Lucas, very notable presence at World Championships 2025. And in my opinion, the creator of the Aura Walk. And if those are you listening, you would, if you know, you know, right?
I wasn't at World Championships to know, so I have no idea.
All you need to know if you're trying to figure out what the heck the Aura Walk is, go back to World Championships, go and watch some of the live streams, especially during finals, and you'll see the Aura Walk that is displayed by Lucas. He was the man behind the camera during that and certainly did a phenomenal job at it. Jason coming up for his fourth solve for one-handed, as Lucas there got a 22-34 to kick off his solving. See how Jason can rebound here. That 19-second single, not what he wanted here. See if he can try and slow that down a little bit.
Much better execution there. Yeah.
Much better case here. 12.97 here for Jason.
And a big smile on his face. He's also donning the green shirt, so he's another delegate of this competition, which can take away from some of your warm-up or practice when you might be on call many times.
Here we have Max going for his fourth solve, so we'll get to see his BPA and WPA in just a moment here when he puts this solve down. Very quick turn speed through F2L here, going into last layer. 8.23. What a job by Max.
Even with the really long last layer case there, he still is able to do it without pausing at all, and he amped up the turning at the end there. Great solve for him, his best of the average so far.
970 BPA, 1088 WPA for Max Park, just looking easily to coast into first place. That's going to guarantee him first place, actually, even if he hits WPA. So as your podium stands right now, again, Jeremy currently in first, but Max looking to overtake that first place position. Then it goes Kyle and Brendan are your top three as of right now. 22.30 here on this solve. Jason going for his fifth and final solve here in his average. 1469 BPA, 1676 WPA for Jason here. Finishes off the M slices 12.03, back-to-back 12-second solves for Jason. and he's going to round out his average with a 1469, so achieves BPA.
Yeah, and a great way to recover for him after he started with a 14-16, then 19. He's able to pull off 2 12s, and hopefully he can carry that momentum into the next round, where he's still looking to podium since he is one of the competitors in this competition with an 11-second personal record average.
Top 16 move on to round 2 for 3x3 one-handed round 1. We'll get you those top 16 results in just a moment.
There's another Rusol that we saw there.
Yeah. Look to be just on trying to get about to the M slices there. Going to finish up his solve close to a minute there, but here we have Max. 5th and final solve coming up. There you see BPA, WPA on your screen right now. Max is guaranteed to get first place regardless of what time he gets.
And he'll be the only solver with an average below 11 seconds as well.
Yes, he will be. Here he goes. Bit of table abuse there to start out for Max. So quick on the turn speed. Looks to get down with last layer. Puts it down with a 10.56. Consistent and just repeating as always is Max Park. 10.48 to round it out.
And his counting times are 10.56, 10.57, and 10.31. So extremely consistent on that front. Once again, he doesn't know the ZB, but it doesn't really matter for him. He's turning so quickly, and he's just able to execute last layer so cleanly.
So Max guaranteed first place. He advances through to the next round of one-handed. If it was 1x1, that'd be much quicker times than what we're seeing now.
Certainly would be an entertaining round to see.
That would be fun, though. Just imagine a 1x1 sanctioned event in WCA competitions. We'd see times that we've never seen before. Sub-3 barrier would easily be broken, and it'd just be a fun time all around. But that should just about conclude 3x3 one-handed Group 3 and the end of 3x3 one-handed round 1. When we come back, we'll get you those results of one-handed in just a moment. We'll be transitioning it to 2x2 coming up on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Cuber's live coverage of Western Championship 2025.
Cubers Live has recently opened memberships. Becoming a member gives you a fun badge next to your name on live stream chats, and you get access to some exclusive members-only videos. Joining the membership costs just $1 a month, and we'll use those funds to upgrade stream equipment and hardware, make more exclusive cubing content, and just generally push the envelope of cubing media. Joining the membership is not a requirement by any means. You can still enjoy our content right here on YouTube for free. But if you do want to support us, you can hit the join button next to subscribe on the Cubers Live YouTube channel. Thanks everyone, we appreciate your support in making events like this happen.
Hey, we're SpeedCube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
We're back inside Flamingo Las Vegas, inside the Sunset Ballroom for Western Championship 2025. Michael Rosencrantz, Chris Yen alongside you for day 3, the final day of Western Championship 2025. For those just joining us, we're set to begin 2x2 round 2 of 2x2 coming up here, group 1. And you're going to get a look to see Dominic Shoji, Kyle Santucci, and Sebastian Stone, just among some of the names that you're going to see in 2x2. One-handed just concluded a few minutes ago. Max Park taking first place, and he's guaranteed to move on to the next round, as is the top 16.
Yeah, and pretty much an expected result there with Max coming in first. And Jeremy, like we said, is looking for his first podium of the weekend, able to put down a very respectable 11:19 average. We had 2 other people get 11-second averages. The 3rd place and 4th place, Kyle and Brendan, were only 0.09 seconds apart from each other. So it's going to be extremely interesting to see who's going to be fighting for 3rd place in the final round.
Absolutely. There you saw just Sebastian Stone getting a 156 to lead off 2x2. Kyle coming up for his solve.
And we had 4 solvers who were sub 2 seconds on average in the first round. And it is the 4 people that we're anticipating are going to be fighting for the podium spot. They are Caleb Chen, who easily won the round with a 131 average. And then we had Alan with a 173, Remy a 185, and the former North American record holder and U.S. national champion Will Callan was able to get a 193 average.
There you see Alan there getting a 150 to kick off his campaign for 2x2 round 2. Seen very solid times overall here to start out 2x2.
Yeah, and 2x2, one of those events where you basically just have to learn the algorithms and execute your solution as cleanly as possible. And if you're able to do that, you're able to put down pretty consistent times.
We'll see if they can keep that going here in this one. Here's Dominic Shoji. There you see his personal times. 0.86 second single, 124 average. Sebastian going up for his second solve. Big lock up there. Wants to put this one behind him. 441.
And definitely not what Sebastian is looking for.
Transition back to Dominic here, 143. But yeah, going back to that 441 and Sebastian there, just a big lockup. And again, as quick an event as 2x2 is, a huge lockup like that can cost you just precious seconds.
And he may have just misrecognized the case or messed up his inspection. And you're right, if you mess that up, then the solve is pretty much over for such a short event like 2x2.
Here we have Alan again for his second solve in 2x2 round 2. Started out with a 150 second single for his first solve, looking to continue that pace here again. You'll be seeing 3 groups for 2x2 round 2. Some of the notable names in the next group: Will Callan, Alex Bohawk, Jeremy Bolambot. Then group 3, Caleb Chen, Ezra Severson, and Remy True. Puts that one down there, 173. Consistent so far from Alan.
Yeah, Alan on good pace here, a 150 and then a 173. His personal record average is 157, so he's still definitely in the running for that.
Always such a joy to see competitors break their PR, single, average, whatever it may be, give them that confidence boost that they need and make them feel good about their solving. Because even if solving could go different how you wanted to, you always have the potential to improve. You always have the potential to get better. Sebastian puts it down with a 314. So again, 2 tough solves there. He's going to be counting that 314 so far.
Yeah, and after starting with a 156, it's going to be really difficult for him to vie for his PR average, which is 190.
Here we go back to Dominic. 151, 143 times on your screen for the first 2 solves. Here he goes for solve number 3. A little bit locky there, 246 that time for Dominic.
He still has a pretty strong average going here. He definitely did not perform as well as he would have liked to in the first round. He finished 8th with a 247 average, but he's actually 3rd coming into this competition with a 124 PR.
Kyle puts that one down with a 305 shake of the head. Not too thrilled with that one.
Yeah, and Kyle, a premier 3x3 turner, so that will definitely help him for 2x2, but I'm not exactly sure how much he practices 2x2.
And that's the thing. You can have the turn speed for 3x3, but it's all about, do you actually practice on that puzzle itself? And sometimes when you don't and rely on the turn speed, it can work out to your advantage, but sometimes I would think anyways, you ought to practice on that cube to get yourself as fluid as you can.
Absolutely. And that was a great solve there by Sebastian.
That's a really good way to rebound for Sebastian. And Alan with a +2 here. So that's going to be a 330 for Alan. Not what he wanted there.
Yeah, definitely not what he was looking for his third solve. That definitely would have put him more in contention for his PR average, but he's still there if he's able to recover from that +2.
Tough break there for Alan. Dominic off, we just saw a few minutes ago, getting that 131. Excuse me. 131 came from somebody different. Dominic here for his fourth solve. 151, 143, 246 after that one. After that 2-second single, see how he can try and move past that here. Very quick inspection time from Dominic. Puts it down to 0.76. Wow!
And it looks like the 4 scramble is extremely short, so we're going to have to see how other competitors do with it. That's the first sub 1 of the competition for him.
Fantastic there from Dominic.
And that is also his PR single. His previous PR single is 0.86, so he beats it by an entire 1/10 of a second, which in 2x2 is an eternity.
What a job by Dominic, taking a picture above that new time as well he should. New PR single for Dominic, 0.76 seconds. That's the thing that's so crazy about 2x2, Chris. You blink and something fast like that, you're going to miss it.
Yeah, and these competitors can't blink on what seems to be an extremely short solution on the 4th scramble, although we haven't seen anybody yet get a sub 1 on that scramble. I wonder if Dominic saw something that nobody else did.
Be interesting to see what he possibly came up with. 190 to close things out for Sebastian in his AO5 of 2x2. 220 is average through 5. Alan here, 0.75.
And there we go with that 4th scramble. He just barely beats out Dominic for the fastest single of the round. 0.75. He beats it by 0.01. And for Alan, that is his first sub 1 single ever. His previous PR single was a 104, and now he's at a 0.75.
So look at that. On the 4th solve again, you see Alan getting his new PR in 2x2, 0.75. What a job. Now we go back to Dominic. He just broke his PR single with that 0.76 on solve number 4. There you see the BPA, WPA on your screen right now. 123 and 180 respectively.
And if he does get BPA here, he would give himself his PR by 0.01.
Puts it down with a 148. We'll get that average in just a second. 147, not a PR average, but still a very respectable average for Dominic.
Yeah, the sub 1.5 is easily a fantastic performance for him, and he's definitely going to be in first place after this first group. Fantastic solving there by Dominic.
Kyle with a 234 for his 5th and final solve. He wraps his up with a 225 for this first group of 2x2. Well, we saw some very fast solving in this first group of 2x2. 2 PR singles broken. And Chris, I mean, former competitor yourself, it's always such a great feeling when those PRs are broken.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that people were able to do well under the pressure. Sometimes if you see a really, really short scramble, the nerves can kind of get to you. And we were lucky enough to see 2 people get 0.7 singles, which is something that you don't see in every round of 2x2.
Absolutely not. And always such a great thing to see from these top level solvers. Here we have Alan going for his fifth and final solve for 2x2, round 2, group 1. Big inhale and exhales. He tries to calm those nerves. Quick into inspection here. 133 BPA, 218 WPA. Let's see what he can do here on solve number 5. Puts it down with a 177 there for Allen. So he's going to finish off his AO5 with a 167. Very respectable.
Yep, and that's second in the round so far. And for him, just 0.1 seconds away from his PR. He has to be happy with that, especially with a PR single.
Absolutely. Great job all around by Allen. Able to shake off that +2 earlier in his AO5 with a 330. Break his PR single on the 4th and finish off with a 167 average for his AO5 in 2x2 round 2 group 1. Well, that should just about conclude the first group of 2x2. We'll return with group 2 of 2x2. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with Cuber Live's coverage of Western Championships 2025 continues.
Hey, we're SpeedCube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live has recently opened memberships. Becoming a member gives you a fun badge next to your name on live stream chats, and you get access to some exclusive members-only videos. Joining the membership costs just $1 a month, and we'll use those funds to upgrade stream equipment and hardware, make more exclusive cubing content, and just generally push the envelope of cubing media. Joining the membership is not a requirement by any means. You can still enjoy our content right here on YouTube for free. But if you do want to support us, you can hit the join button next to subscribe on the Cubers Live YouTube channel. Thanks everyone, we appreciate your support in making events like this happen.
And we're back inside the Flamingo Las Vegas, inside the Sunset Ballroom. Western Championship 2025 continuing right now. 2x2, round 2, group 2 taking place right now. You're getting your first look in 2x2 for Jeremy Bollenbot.
And right before that, it looked like Will Callan started off with a 225 +2. So already starting off the average with a forgettable solve. Another +2
here for Jeremy. So back-to-back +2s to start out this second group of 2x2. So a 394 to kick things off for Jeremy.
And it was a little hard to see how that +2 happened. Sometimes people mispredict the AUF, and it's kind of their own fault. And sometimes the cube can kind of just turn on its own when you slam down the timer. It was a little hard to see what happened there.
Here we have Alex Pock here going for his first solve of 2x2. 0.96 PR single, 167 PR average. Starting his off, no +2 here, but a 305 to kick things off for Alex.
No +2, but almost worse. He had a corner twist that he had to fix after his solution was over. So a ton of shenanigans happening in the first solve on this scramble.
355 here. Yeah, relatively Interesting solve here in the first one.
Yeah, and it looks like that this scramble definitely doesn't have anything to offer. And so for 2x2 solvers, when they see that it's a bad scramble, you just have to hope for the best and just hope that the rest of the scramble set isn't terrible.
Here we have Will Callan, started competing in 2012, attended 131 total competitions. Delegate in his own right. Here he puts this one down with a 170.
And a former North American record holder as well as U.S. national champion in 2019. It was an incredible performance to see. He was on an absolute tear in 2019 when it came to 2x2.
Jeremy puts it down with a 365. Another tough solve for Jeremy. But you talk about Will Callan. He had national champion in 2x2. Best single being that 124, concluding with a solid 148 average back in 2019 to give him that national championship podium.
Yeah, and coming at a time when sub 1.5 averages were extremely rare, he was able to pull it off in the finals of a national championship, which is always the best accomplishment that a cuber can have when they pull off averages like that on the biggest stage.
It is everything you work for up to the biggest stage, and being able to prove yourself there and be able to take home the title of national champion, regional champion for Western, Southern, world champion even. It's just such a great feeling for all these top competitors. Here's Alex going for his next solve of 2x2. See what the second scramble can offer him. 209 there for this one.
And it looks like the CLL case that people are getting for this scramble is not the best. And for Alex, he wants to improve on his average that he got in the last round. He only got a 274 because his DNF made him count 3.33. So he's definitely going to look to improve on that here.
108 here for Will Callan. Much better here on the third solve.
That was fantastic turning there. A really good solution that he found. Will knows a ton of different 2x2 algorithms, so he's able to see solutions that not everybody's going to see.
Here's Jeremy for his third solve. Puts it down. 0.88. Sub 1 second single.
And it looks like that third, he's showing off the jaw. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Gives a little tip of the fedora as well. Why not, right?
Yeah, and it seems like that this scramble set, the third scramble this time, is extremely good. And so we'll see if anybody else is able to get a sub 1 off of that.
See a 252 there for that solve right there.
I haven't seen Jeremy react like that to a solve yet this competition, so I hope to see more of that later on.
Absolutely. Always good when these competitors are having fun, letting loose here on the final day, where lots of more stakes are on the line, but good to see them try and have fun while they're at it, try and calm those nerves.
They know they're on stream. I'm glad that they're enjoying the spotlight.
Absolutely. That spotlight shining bright on all these solvers here today. Alex, next solve, 0.77, Alex.
So we have a 0.75, a 0.76, and now 0.77, as this is Will's next solve on the fourth scramble, I believe, a 152 for him. He's actually going to get a very good average here.
He is at that 0.77. That's a new PR single for Alex. Beats that PR by 0.19 seconds. So very well done for Alex. The third PR broken that we've seen today already.
Yeah, and another 0.7 single. I mean, sometimes there's good scrambles and people are able to get sub 1s, but 0.7 is securely in the sub 1 realm. And we've seen 3 of them. We've been treated to 2 sets of scrambles with a very easy scramble in the set.
213 that time for, looked to be, didn't want to think there was Alex there, but it could have been. Looked like him, but I don't think it was. Jeremy going up here for his fourth solve. What can he find here? 211 there for Jeremy.
Looked like that there might have been a couple moves there at the end that he was missing before he was able to put it down. But a 211 still pretty solid.
Solid nonetheless, and that would have been on the, that might have been his fourth solve there, so unable to produce the sub 1 second single that Alex was able to produce himself. Now here we have Alex coming up for his fourth solve.
It'll be interesting to see how he responds to getting a sub-1 single, his PR as well.
Just broke his PR a few moments ago with that 0.77 single. Broke his PR by 0.19 seconds. Looking to continue that momentum here. A little longer solve. 211 there for Alex. Not too thrilled with that one. But BPA 166, WPA 242.
A bit of a polarized worst and best possible average there, only almost a whole second apart. So hopefully he can pull through and get somewhere in the sub-2 category.
That would be a good feeling for Alex to try and get in at that sub-2 range after a couple tough solves. Now we have Will going up for his fifth and final solve of round 2, group 2. There you see his BPA, WPA on your right-hand side. Been very consistent the last 3 solves. Let's see if he can continue that consistency. 209 there for Will. So the first 2-second solve of his average of 5, but still going to close things out with a relatively smooth average for Will. 177.
Extremely respectable for Will, and he's easily going to make it into the next round of 2x2.
Here's Jeremy. His final solve looks to be in his AO5. 2 flat here for Jeremy. So a 2 flat to round out his average. Back-to-back 2-second solves. And he's going to close his out his average of 5 with a 259.
Fantastic there for Jeremy to get a 0.88 in the 259 average. He's got to be happy with a PR single.
He sure does. Alex with his final solve. 215 there. So relatively very similar solves there on the back. Similar times, I should say. 212 average to close things out for Alex.
And it looks like the 5th scramble isn't the best, with multiple people getting above 2 seconds on that scramble.
Be interesting to see what the next group will make of this when their time comes to see their scrambles in their next round of 2x2. That next group of 2x2 coming up ever so closely. They'll be featuring Caleb Chen, Ezra Severson, and Remy True. 238 here. We're just concluding the final solvers of 2x2, round 2, group 2. And we'll be getting you to 2x2, group 3 in just a moment. We've seen a lot of PRs being broken as of right now. 0.75, 0.76, 0.77. Very, very quick times on a 2x2. Puts it down with a 486. Let's bring you some results of 2x2 round 2 as of right now. Dominic Shoji in first place with that 147 average. Allen in second with 167. Will with 177. Those are your top 3 right now. Alex Bohawk with a 212. Sebastian 220. Kyle with a 225. Jeremy slotting in 7th place with a 259, highlighted by that 0.88 second PR single. And Shiloh Despine with a 268 to round out your top 8 in this second round of 2x2. So we'll take a break. Come on right back for 2x2 round 2 group 3. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Cuber's live coverage of Western Championship 2025.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Welcome on back to Cuber's live coverage of the Western Championship 2025. Michael Rosencrantz, Chris Yen with you on the final day of Western Championship in the Sin City. For those just joining us, Group 3 of 2x2 Round 2 set to be called up in just a few moments' time. That group being highlighted here by Caleb Chen, Ezra Severson, and Remy True. Chris, we saw lots of PR singles being broke in the last round. Hoping some of these other competitors can hopefully keep that momentum going.
Yeah, we were blessed to see 2 sets of scrambles with an extremely easy scramble in the set. And we were able to see 4 sub-1 singles already and 4 PRs.
And Ezra starting off with a +2 here. So that's going to be a 339 to kick things off for Ezra. So again, that first scramble has been a challenge for some of these solvers today.
Yeah, and again, similarly to one-handed, 2x2 is something that you definitely need to warm up your turning for, especially when you can't really miss a single turn if you want your solve to be under 2 seconds. And so missing the AUF is just something that happens sometimes, especially when you're starting out your average.
Here we have Remy sporting San Francisco 49ers t-shirt. Very cool looking. He's got a lot to look forward to with his 49ers getting set for week 1 of the NFL season.
I'm a fan already.
49ers, such a dynamic threat on the field as always. And I won't mention what happened to my football team when they played against the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC Championship a couple seasons ago. We'll just move on from that. But Remy starting out for solve number 1 in 2x2.
Remy looking to build on his third placing in the first round, but not going to do it there with a 244.
Tough start for Remy. Here's Caleb starting out with a 182.
Seems like the first clean execution we've seen on the first scramble, and Caleb in a good spot already.
Caleb, 117 PR average for 2x2, 0.59 PR single for Caleb. So able to put up really, really fast times. And here we go back to Ezra. Started out with a +2. Trying to not let that happen here again. Ezra able to finish cleanly this time. 211. Still not too thrilled with that solve, though.
Yeah, and it looked a little bit locky there at the very end. It again, once you lock up on 2x2, your time is basically in the gutter. We were mentioning Caleb Chen. He's the first seed coming into this competition with the 117 PR average that you mentioned, and he very easily won the first round of this competition with a 131 average. Nobody else even got below 1.7.
Very wide margin there for Caleb. Able to easily make it through the first round of 449. And am I reading that correctly? Is that a Baja Blast hat?
I believe you're correct. I don't know where he got that from. I want to ask him where we can get one of those.
That is absolutely phenomenal. Go back over to Remy here for his next solve. Might have had a pair on blue already set up for him. Let's see what he does with it. Puts it down to 20. Pretty close.
And I believe it's good. He doesn't seem like he's reacting to like it's a +2. So 220, it looks like it is. Not what he's looking for. Once again, he got a 185 average in the first round to get him third. And now he's counting at 220.
So a little bit of a tough start for Remy to start out. Has a 131 PR single and 174 PR average. Now we have Caleb again and going up for his next solve of 2x2, as is Ezra. We'll go back and forth on them here momentarily. Ezra starting out solve number 3, 339 to 211. What can he produce on solve number 3? 123. Much better there from Ezra.
That was much better turning as well. A shorter solution, that is what's going to do it for a 123.
Caleb taking some extra time to warm up. Big exhale, trying to calm those nerves. What can he produce on solve number 3? $126 for Caleb. Well done there.
It looked like he did a different solution from Ezra that we just saw, but he's able to get basically the same time at 126 versus a 123.
Very similar times from both Caleb and Ezra. Good to see. Solid time finally come through on both of those. And here we have Remy. He started out with two 2-second solves in a row. And Chris, you mentioned he's already counting at 220 as it stands right now.
Yeah, but if he could take advantage of this third scramble, it seems like the third scramble is the best one in the set that we've seen so far. So if he's able to take advantage of that and get 2 more good solves after that, then he could still very easily get a sub-2 average here.
Little Locky there start out 199, so sub-2 second single.
And now he's going to need to get a little bit of better solves on the 4th and 5th, but still very much possible.
Absolutely. Here's Ezra going for his 4th solve in 2x2. Puts it down with a 179. Doesn't seem to be too thrilled with that, but should be able to lock in a pretty respectable average.
Yeah, and it looked like he had a pretty easy layer to build there, but then maybe just a little bit lockier. He wasn't turning his fastest there.
Good to see him with a smile afterwards. Here's Caleb. Take an extra beat to warm up using those hand warmers. And Caleb's on his 3rd solve, so he's only been through 2, 182, 126. So looks like another group on the other side of the stage. Couple solves ahead. See what Caleb can produce here on his 3rd solve here in 2x2.
Caleb using a lot of time to prepare and a lot of inspection time before each of his solves.
Puts it down 115. Pretty consistent from Caleb. Nice job.
And from Ezra and Remy, he also does a different solution to this 3rd scramble. And he gets the best time so far out of the 3, a 115. And now he's counting that 126. He's in line to beat his 1st round average that pretty easily won him the round.
Good solve there from Caleb. Now we go back to Remy. 244, 220, 199. His first 3. He'll be able to lock in an average after this solve right here. 202 there. So another 2-second solve for Remy. And his averages should be in the 2 range. Yes, 207, 222.
Yeah, so extremely consistent here. His best possible average is low 2, and his worst possible average is low 2. So not the sub-1 or not the sub-2 that he was looking for, like in the 1st round, but still a very respectable average, and he's definitely going to make finals.
No doubt about it. Here's Ezra going for his 5th and final solve. There you see his BPA, WPA on your screen right now. What can he produce on solve 5? 129. Good way to end solve number 5 for Ezra, and he's going to lock in a 173.
And he basically secures his best possible average. That's going to place him, I believe, 3rd in the round so far, barring everybody else's times being entered at the same time.
We'll continue to get those results for you in just a few moments' time. But a really, really solid way to end things for Ezra as he started out with a +2 in solve number 1.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Way to stay under pressure, stay poised after +2.
Now here's Caleb. He's got his 4th solve coming up right now. And again, Chris, as you mentioned, Caleb taking a little extra beat to warm up, using those hand warmers and taking an extra beat to warm up. Always so important to keep those hands warm, keep those fingers loose, and ensure good turn speed.
Yeah, we're not in the venue, so we don't know what the temperature could be like. If it's cold, it is still the morning time there, so maybe it is just a little bit extra cold, even though they're in Las Vegas.
I was going to say, imagine in this time in Las Vegas, it should be pretty hot outside right now. About 95 degrees outside as we speak right now, so hopefully that air condition is flowing inside the venue. 186 there for Caleb. So again, really consistent here from Chen, and he's going to lock in a 141 BPA, 165 WPA.
So that 165 is firmly going to put him in second for the round, and if he's able to pull off his best possible average, he will overtake Dominic, who earlier posted a 147 average for the best in the round.
Big opportunity there for Caleb, coming up on his 5th solve to try and overtake first. And now we have Remy for his 5th and final solve. Again, there you see the BPA, WPA numbers on your screen. And Remy's just trying to make it through this round, almost pretty much in a good spot to advance to the next round, I would think, of 2x2. But he's got to put down a good solve here.
Yeah, and the last couple of people who are above the 2-second mark, it's really closely bunched up. So we'll see if he's able to take advantage of that group.
Puts it down with a 186. That's a good way to round things out for Remy. So a 1-second solve on his 3rd and 5th. Locks in BPA at 207.
Yep, and he's the fastest of the people who are just above 2 seconds. He beats out Alex, who finished with a 212 average. So way to go for Remy there.
Sigh of relief for Remy. And now we have Caleb for his 5th and final solve in this group of 2x2. Looking to overtake first here. He needs to lock in BPA to do so. Let's see what he can find on this 5th solve here. Really locky there. 213 for Caleb. So that is going to lock in a WPA of 165, but still phenomenal average all around.
Yep, and he's still second place going into the final round of 2x2. It was a very, very good average for him. He was able to get 2 low 1-second solves. He has to be a little bit happy with that, and he's looking to podium in the finals.
Yes, he absolutely is. So that will just about conclude 2x2 round 2 group 3. And coming up next is 3x3 semifinals. Oh boy, that is going to be a lot of fun. Chris, 3x3 semifinals, just to give people a little preview. Dylan Miller, Kyle Santucci, Jeremy Bollenbach, Paul Mavi in group 1. And then group 2, Max Park, Caleb Chen, Brendan Dunnigan, Zerui Cheng. What are you looking forward to in 3x3?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing Caleb again. He kind of surprised us in the second round when we were watching him that he's pulling out full ZB all of a sudden. He made a sub-6 average look pretty effortless, getting a 597, and he was shaking his head almost after every solve. So I'm excited to see if he's looking to get an even better average in the second round. Of course, Max Park is always going to be at the top. He had a 521 average in the second round, which is very, very good for him. Dylan Miller right behind him, a 521 average is actually his PR. So if he's able to pull that off, then he's definitely going to have a chance to win the competition later today.
Should all be a really, really exciting time for 3x3. Max highlighted that 521 with a 466 single on that 3rd solve. Just absolutely phenomenal all around. Jeremy slotting in 5th, the 682 Zerui in 4th, and rounding out in 6th and 7th place were Brendan, Kyle, and Micah Yao. So coming up next, we'll have 3x3 round 3 semifinals here in Vegas. Should be a fun time all around. Brendan looking to possibly advance to 3x3 finals, get on another podium potentially today. We shall see where it goes. Folks, don't go anywhere. You're watching Cuber's live coverage of the Western Championship 2025.
Hey, we're Speed Cube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live has recently opened memberships. Becoming a member gives you a fun badge next to your name on Livestream chats, and you get access to some exclusive members-only videos. Joining the membership costs just $1 a month, and we'll use those funds to upgrade stream equipment and hardware, make more exclusive cubing content, and just generally push the envelope of cubing media. Joining the membership is not a requirement by any means. You can still enjoy our content right here on YouTube for free. But if you do want to support us, you can hit the join button next to subscribe on the Cubers Live YouTube channel. Thanks everyone, we appreciate your support in making events like this happen.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Welcome back to the Flamingo Las Vegas, where Cubers Live coverage of Western Championship 2025 continues. Michael Rosenkrantz, Chris Yen with you. We're just about to get you set for 3x3 semifinals coming up. And Chris and I already gave you a preview just before we went off in the last segment. You're going to see a lot of notable names in 3x3 semifinals coming up. Again, Dylan Miller, Kyle Santucci, Jeremy Bolenbot, Paul Mavi, Max Park, Caleb Chen, Brendan Dunnigan, and Zarui Chang. Should be a fun time ahead, Chris.
Yep, we have Max, who's still looking to break his North American record average of 486. It's a record that stood for quite a while at this point. We also have Dylan Miller, who's looking to beat his 521 PR average, which, funnily enough, is the average that Max Park got in the second round to win that round. We're looking for all of these guys to make it to the finals today. And for the people who are looking to get into their first head-to-head finals in a major competition, I look forward to seeing how they respond to the nerves of that, because they know that this is the performance that they're looking for in order to make it to the head-to-head finals.
So important. That's the eyes on the prize here today. 3x3 finals, always such an anticipated event. That's going to be set to go just around 4 o'clock p.m. Pacific time later today in the live stream, just about 3 hours or so from now. Head-to-head finals should be interesting. We already touched on it beforehand. Max Park and Jeremy Bollenbot know what it's like to face each other in Vegas Cubing Cup 2023. Jeremy was so close to upsetting Max Park. He ended up getting a +2 on his final solve, which gave Max the win. So he knows what it's like to face pressure in the head-to-head finals. And here you're getting your look at the cubing Fedora himself.
I like that nickname for him. He is the cubing Fedora at the moment right now.
And just in case you need extra reinforcements, just take a look at the third bullet point on his fact sheet right there. Finishes off with a 692. Good start here from Jeremy.
Yep, a sub-7 start is good. Maybe not the absolute best that he's hoping for, but it's his first solve, and the fact that he's able to get a sub-7, great start for him.
Absolutely. Now we're going to be looking at Paul Mavi here for 3x3, 482 PR single, 672 PR average. He's going for green here, puts it down with a 698, another sub 7-second single.
Yeah, and Paul is a green and blue cross solver, so he's going to be doing some different stuff than most of the other people who are white and yellow. He's also looking to beat that PR average of 672, which he set a number of years ago.
Here we have Kyle Santucci going up for his first solve of 3x3. Repeated earlier today and one-handed. Now he has a chance to bring back that extra hand for this 3x3 semifinals. Let's see what he can look for here. Goes for white. Big pause there as he tries to recognize last layer case. Puts it down with a 772.
And definitely not the start that he's looking for, but Kyle also has a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He was the 17th seed going in semifinals of the World Championship, so he was one spot away from being in the biggest stage in the cubing world. So I'm imagining that he's using that as extra motivation to compete against some of the best in the finals today.
No doubt whatsoever. Such a tough feeling when you make it that far in World Championships. Unfortunate position for Kyle, first man out at 17th place. He's coming back trying to prove himself. Here's Dylan Miller looking to get things started for semifinals on a really, really good pace here. Let's see what he can do with his first solve of 3x3 semifinals. He's going to go for white. Quick turning right out of the gate. Going to last layer right now. Puts it down with a 674.
He's frowning a little bit, and there is the 6-7. Oh my goodness gracious!
I was waiting on it.
I thought we were going to go the whole competition without seeing it, and there it is.
You ought to think sooner rather than later. A 6-7 was going to come up eventually, and oh my goodness, another one. 667 for Jeremy.
Luckily, Jeremy is not he's not going to flaunt that. He'll flaunt the fedora before the 6-7 and everything.
Absolutely, he will. The fedora, such a signature look for Jeremy, and it's been such a signature look for him, and I've always respected it. I love the fedora. He's rocking it, and he's rocking it with pride here today.
He does have a bit of competition when it comes to the hat game because of Theodore, who also made Worlds Finals a few months ago, but I don't think Theodore wears a fedora, so Jeremy safely holds that crown.
He sure does. Paul going again for green here. Little Lockie going in the last layer. Gets through it with a 618. Way to recover.
Yeah, he got to last layer extremely quickly, but he fumbled on the R2 F2G perm, something that we constantly see people messing up.
Here's Kyle putting it down with a 657. Much better there from Kyle.
Much cleaner turning for him on that solve. Also not the best last layer case, but he executed it cleanly. 657. You can't be upset with that kind of last layer.
Absolutely not. There you're getting another look at Jeremy, the cubing fedora himself. Tador Zeider, of course, wearing a bucket hat at the World Championships 2025. And Chris, I'd argue he was easily one of the fan favorites in Seattle.
Oh, absolutely. I think even if he didn't make the finals, people were going to be rooting for him. Everybody loves Theodore, and everybody's going to start loving Jeremy here. I say we ditch the cubing moniker in his nickname. He is just the Fedora at this point.
Might have to talk that up with him. I think I wouldn't be opposed to just the fedora. It's just a signature look. Everybody knows he does cubing. Shorten it down to the fedora. Maybe you could see that working.
Absolutely. I would love to see him adopt that, especially if he's able to pull off a podium in today's competition.
Again, big storyline coming into today. Jeremy is still looking for his first podium this entire competition. Has an opportunity to do so here in the semifinals of 3x3, but everybody knows you want to make it to 3x3 finals. You want to get to head-to-head so you can make yourself proud that you made it this far and hopefully be able to put a podium to your name.
Jeremy also, on a personal level, is searching for his first sub-6 3x3 average. He's currently sitting at 6.02, so he's nearly there.
That would be a joy to see him get that here. Looks like he's going for white here, trying to get through last layer. 641 there for Jeremy.
Very consistent for him on this average of 667 and now 641.
Here we have Dylan going up for his next solve in 3x3 semifinals. Started things out with a 6-second solve of his own. Goes for white again. Very quick turning here. Fluid last layer. 555.
Just extremely clean. He may not know the ZB, but he executes that OLO and PLO extremely cleanly with the GB perm there.
Dylan with a smile. Might have been at the fact that couldn't recognize the ZB, but still puts down a very respectable time of 555. Here we go back to Paul for his next solve. Again, Chris mentioned green and blue cross solver only. So those are the colors that he's going to be looking for. Let's see what he can find on either of them. He's going to go for green here. Relatively quick turning, trying to go into PLO there. Oh, but he stops the timer with a +2. So an 11:17 for Paul. And this one for Kyle, 9:79 soft tap of the timer. So two tough solves from both Paul and Kyle.
Yeah, two solves that they're definitely going to want to put behind them. Paul, in the very beginning of his solve, it looked like he had planned a little bit, but he couldn't see anything after his start. And that long pause where he has to look at the back of the cube is never something that you want to see. And that pretty much killed the solve for him.
Yeah, two solves again. You want to try and put behind you here if you're Paul and Kyle going into 3x3 semifinals. Pressure continues to ramp up when you get into the later rounds. I can't blame these competitors for the nerves. It's just something that as you gain more experience, you could be able to control a little better, but nerves are palpable for everybody. It's totally normal to have those nerves. And here Jeremy taking an extra beat to calm those nerves as he goes up for his fourth solve. Very consistent so far from Jeremy. What can he produce on solve number 4? It's going to go for yellow here. Very quick turning through the F2L. Going into last layer. 613 from Jeremy. Repeat. And he's going to be looking at a very solid average.
Yeah, he shows off the EOZB there. And now he pretty much is guaranteed to make it to the semifinals with a 6.5 at least average.
Here goes Dylan for his next solve. We'll get you Jeremy's BPA and WPA in just a moment. Puts that one down with a 599. So back-to-back 5-second solves for Dylan.
Yep, and Dylan's always looking to get the sub-6 average. He didn't have the best OLO case, but he executed the OLO and the PLO, a short A-perm very quickly.
There you see Jeremy's BPA and WPA at the top of your screen, 640, 667. Dylan will be locking in his BPA and WPA coming up on his next solve. Here we have Paul again. He just got a +2 with that 11:17, and we also have Kyle here. They're looking to put those tough solves behind him and look forward to this next solve here. Kyle goes for white cross. Fluid into last layer, 697 that time for Kyle. And off stream, 720 for Paul.
It's a great recovery from both of them.
That's the kind of recovery that you want to see, being able to put that solve behind you. And again, just remind yourself, you've been here before, solved countless of times. Just try and give yourself that confidence booster. You can do this. You know, you've been in these cases before. You've seen them before. Focus on the here and now, and that's exactly what they did. Great recovery from both of them. Now we have Jeremy, 640 BPA, 667 WPA. Looking to lock in a very solid average and looking to move on to finals here. Let's see what he can find here in this one. A little bit of extra inspection time goes for White Cross here. Velocki going in the last layer, 645 for Jeremy. That should lock in a pretty respectable average for the cubing Fedora, and it does with a 651.
Extremely consistent for him. Pure sub 7. He gets every single solve under 7 seconds. 651. I'm excited to see what he has in store for the finals.
Here we go back to Dylan Miller. Native of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Just made the move to Simi Valley, California. To better serve some of his clients in his coaching career out west here. He'll be locking in his BPA and WPA right after this solve. He goes for White. Very quick turning as he goes through the F2L. Going in the last layer, 576. 3 5-second solves in a row for Dylan. And he's looking at a 577 BPA, 616 WPA.
And he's pretty securely already in the second place position behind what we anticipate Max Park to get better than a 577. But you never know. He actually is putting on a strong performance here. A little bit of a lockup there on the solve, and he frowns because of that. But 577 best possible average is extremely respectable. And after a 574 in the first round and a 575 in the second round, if he gets a 577, then maybe he'll have a 576 in store in the finals.
Maybe so. Those times dancing around each other, but nothing to scoff at either way for Dilly Millie. Now here comes Kyle for his next solve. He goes for White Cross. Big pause there going into the last layer. Tries to recognize the case. 763 for Kyle. Tough one there.
Yeah, and he tried recognizing the ZB, but he didn't quite have it fully implemented. But still 763, not terrible. He's still going to make it into finals.
Absolutely. Good feeling there for Kyle. Even though he's not happy with the time, he'll still probably slot into finals. Here's Paul going for Green Cross again. Puts that down, 650. Wonder if that was the last layer skip there, Chris.
Yeah, it was a PLL skip there with a very easy F double sexy F prime OLL. One of the easier cases to execute and recognize. The best single for, or actually the second best single in the average for Paul. He's counting that 650.
Well done there for Paul. Got to feel good to get that case of a last layer skip. Now here comes Dylan Miller. 577 BPA, 616 WPA. Looking to lock in, as Chris mentioned, that sub-6 average is always what Dylan tries to shoot for. His only 6-second solve came back in solve number 1, and he's been very consistent throughout. Dylan just taking an extra beat to warm up, try and calm those nerves, and he is ready to go. See what he can find here in this one. Here he goes. Yellow Cross is the choice here. Going in the last layer now. 662. Not too thrilled with that one is Dylan Miller, and he's going to lock in a 612, pretty close to his WPA.
Yeah, and it's the first sub 6-second average for him of the competition. He's definitely not happy with that just because he wants to be performing better and better than the 5.7 in every single round. But he still has one more round to make up for it.
He does. One more round to make up for it indeed. We're just finishing up the last few solvers of 3x3 round 1 group 1. Most of them should be done by now. Yes, Dylan through Paul have all concluded. And they're going to see one more group of 2x2. And as Chris and I have already teased, Max Park, Caleb Chen, Brendan Dunnigan, and Zarui Cheng. And thinking about it, Chris, with Dylan Miller getting that 6-second average, 612 to be specific, the door is wide open for Max.
Yeah, and for Max, since this is far from the biggest stage that he's competed on, he's still looking to beat his North American record average, and knowing that a low 6-second average is what he needs to be in order to be the first seed, I can't imagine that there's much pressure on him to make it to the finals, and so he could be just gunning to get that 486 North American record average, which still remains unbeaten. Off stream, we had Alessandro come in with a 785 average in the semifinals and Sebastian Stone with an 8 flat average. Those will probably make it into the finals if we're looking at the first 2 rounds. It looked like in order to make it into the finals, you needed about a mid-8 average. People are going to be nervous to make their first head-to-head major championship, so we'll see how the nerves affect them, but an 8 flat average should be enough to make into the finals for Sebastian.
No doubt. So we'll take a look at those results in just a moment. But good point that you mentioned there, Chris. That North American record average from Max has stood since 2022. It was all the way back the second round of Marshall Cubing, September 2022. So just around this time 3 years ago. And Max looking to channel that performance and hopefully break that North American record average. Such an anticipated average that we continue to see trying to be broken here.
Yeah, and now with people, back when Max got that, it was the first sub-5 average in North America, but ever since then, Luke Garrett has come onto the scene with multiple sub-5 averages. He's been knocking on the door of that North American record average, so I imagine that Max is feeling a little bit extra amped in order to reclaim or improve on that North American record average.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you mentioned Luke Garrett. I've been watching some of his solves the last few competitions. He's just been solving on a tear right now. So North American record average certainly within reach of Luke Garrett. And it's all going to be a big question. Who's going to be the first to break it, Luke or Max?
Yeah, and we even have other people who are still vying for their first sub-5 average, but being that the North American record average is 486, the first sub-5 average that you get may actually be enough in order to beat it. And so we have Matty Inaba, who's still looking for his first sub-5 average. He's had multiple 5.0 averages.
Yes, he has. Matty just moving to New York not too long ago. I believe he is going to school there, if I'm not mistaken, as well as moving a little closer to New York to be a little more close for his coaching career that he's been doing. Now we're beginning the next group of 3x3 semifinals, final group of semifinals, and we're going to lead things off with Caleb Chen. This is back-to-back events for Caleb, so let's see what he can produce here. White Cross is the choice here for Caleb. Starting off relatively fluid, 568. Great start from Caleb.
And he skips the OLO there with his ZBLS algorithm that we're surprised to see Caleb using. He knows full ZB, but that time skipping the OLL into a PLL that he executed very cleanly.
Here's Brendan Dunnigan starting his first solve of 3x3 semifinals. Going to go for green here, looks to be. Little locky through OLL there, goes into last layer. Soft tap of the timer, 763.
Yeah, and definitely not what Brendan is looking for. He does already have, I believe, a sub-6 average. Yes, his PR average is 563, so 2 seconds slower than his PR is definitely not what he's looking for.
And there you saw Brendan there shaking out the hands really, really forcibly there, trying to calm those nerves. Now you're getting your first look at Zirui Cheng, 488 PR single, 609 PR average.
He's also looking for his first sub-6 average, and it would be an incredible feat for him to do that in the semifinals to make it to finals.
Let's see what he can produce here. Looks like green cross is once again the choice. Very fluid through OLL here, going into last layer now. 690 to start for Zirui.
Looked like an EO ZB there, but he didn't totally know the ZB algorithm, but he's able to still turn fluidly for a 690.
Emily Wynn with a 10-11 there to kick off her first solve in this group of 3x3. Now you're getting your first look at Max Park in semifinals. There you see that 486 North American record average looming over him. The question still remains, will that average be broken? It's either been Max or Luke who's come very close to it. And Max here looking to punch his ticket once again to 3x3 finals today. Max going to go for green. Very fluid turning through OLL here. Going into last layer, puts it down with a 6:45. A little slower from Max, but still respectable time.
Yeah, and it just looked like he got hit with some longer cases there. And since Max doesn't have the fastest turning or the most optimal finger tricks, it's a little bit hard for him to make up for that.
Here goes Caleb for his second solve of 3x3 semifinals. 469!
That was unbelievable on the ZBLS. He had S moves and then an easy anti-soon ZBLL. Executes it totally flawlessly. What an F2L for him as well. 469 is probably his best single of the competition.
What a job from Caleb! Getting a 5-second single, now a 4-second single. He's looking in great shape right now. Now we go to Brendan. Started out with not the best time. What can he do here on solve number 2? He's going to go for blue this time. Very fluid turning this time. 5:35. Way to recover for Bendy.
Yeah, and he got a 2-flip Ola algorithm, so he was able to predict the PLL, and he did very well to execute it as well. 5:35 is a great recovery from Brendan.
Couple just amazing solves that we've seen so far in a 3x3 semifinals. All these competitors looking to keep that pace going here. 1063 here. That Baja Blast hat still just cracks me up. 690 there. No, that's actually going to be a DNF there on that one.
Yeah, I couldn't see exactly what happened there, but 690 is a huge blow because that's a very good time, especially when the nerves are hitting, when you're trying to make it to head-to-head finals.
Tough spot there, and again, it's especially important in these later rounds here. You try and keep those nerves in check. Your solving has got to be pretty consistent going forward, and sometimes when you get those penalties, it can be a little bit of a burden on your shoulders there.
Especially earlier in the average too, because now you know that penalty can come back to cost you if you just have a normal bad solve.
Exactly. Well put. Now here's Max going for his second solve. 6:45 to kick things off for Max in his average of 5, looking to produce a better time here on his second solve. Going for blue this time as Max. Very quick turning, going into last layer right now. Puts it down with a 586. Better there from Max.
Yeah, once again, he doesn't know the ZB there, and this time it kind of curses him because he has an F permutation to finish. And here we're watching Zerui's next solve. A T-perm to finish it off, and a 597 of smack in the face, but I'm not exactly sure why, because 597 is very respectable for him.
Yeah, very respectable time there from Zerui. Might have recognized a case that he thought it could have got done a little quicker, but still, 597. Chris, you mentioned nothing to scoff at.
Definitely not something to scoff at, so I'm curious to see what actually happened during the solve. I really only saw the finish, and it was a T-perm, which nothing really bad there.
Now you go back to Brendan Dunnigan here for his third solve in 3x3 semifinals. 763, 535. Much better second solve. Let's see if he can keep up that momentum here. Already with 3 Western Championship podiums to his name this competition. Goes for yellow here. Much quicker turning here. Locky last layer, 698 for Bendy.
There's some pseudo slotting in there, and it looked like it made him hesitate a little bit because it's harder to recognize. 6-move Olo, but then GA perm, not going to do it. 698 is not what Brendan's looking for after the 535.
Now we go to Caleb. 568 and a 469. That 469 just a few moments ago. Absolutely incredible solve. Let's see if he can keep up this pace right now. He's going to go for White Cross here. Recognize ZB there. 548 for Caleb. Really consistent.
And no ZB that time, but he has a 6-move OLL, and so that saves him a little bit. Extremely, extremely fast in this round from Caleb. He's counting the 548 now.
He sure is counting at 548. Great feeling there for Caleb. And he is well on a pace right now. Here we'll get another look at Zarui. At least I thought we did. There we go. Getting another look at Zarui here. Coming off of that 597 on his second solve a few solves ago. See what he can produce in solve number 3 here. Such a cool angle there from that camera. Big shout out to the production team for Cubers Live. Setting up all the great angles, making sure you get the best coverage possible for Western Championships 2025. Here we have Max on the other stage. So Zarui and Max solving at the same time. Max going for White Cross, puts it down with a 583. Good stuff from Max there.
Yeah, turned very quickly through an abysmal last layer there. Not the best solve for Zarui here, the 979. So his counting solve is 690, which is still definitely going to make it to finals, but he's looking to get a sub-6 average for the first time.
Absolutely. Max with back-to-back 5-second solves there. Looking to solidify himself in a solid position to get back to the finals. Now here we have Brendan Dunnigan again. Going up for his 4th solve, so we'll be able to get you his BPA and WPA in just a moment here. Bendy is ready. Here comes the inspection.
Looking at Red Cross, it looks like.
He is, and that's what he goes for. Little lucky of a solve there for Bendy. 730 for Dunnigan.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to need to fight a little bit to get that sub-7 average. His worst possible average, 730. Best possible average is 654 because of that 535 single. But he gets the same OLO case as Max there, which is just really unfortunate because probably one of the worst OLO cases in my opinion.
Yeah, it didn't look to be too solid of a case there overall. Now here we have Caleb Chen, 568, 469, 548. It's been consistent all around. Yellow cross is the move. Putting it down last layer, 487!
And that's counting for him a 487. He might be on pace to get his best possible average is 501. So not sub 5, but that's definitely going to be his PR if he's able to get it through. His worst possible average is still 534, which I think is beating Max.
That is currently on pace right now to beat Max as of right now. What a job by Caleb Chen, putting down consistent solve after solve, 2 5-second solves, and now 2 4-second solves. PR average being a 526 in 3x3.
And if he can get his best possible average of 501, I'm pretty sure is going to be 3rd in North America for him.
What a statement from Caleb Chen in semifinals here. Here's Max going for his 4th solve in semifinal. We'll be able to get you his BPA and WPA after this solve here. Going to go for yellow here. Such great turn speed. Last layer, 568. Mr. Consistency just does it again.
And he's constantly improving on every solve. Each solve has been better than the last. 579 best possible average, which I believe is that would be 2nd, right? Just ahead of Dylan.
That would be just ahead of Dylan, I believe. We'll get you those numbers in just a moment here. Yeah, Dylan has a 609 average as we speak right now. Zarui gets a 717. So his average, 668 BPA, 795 WPA. Brendan Dunnigan going up for his 5th and final solve of 3x3 semifinals. Coming up after this, folks, we'll have Pyraminx semifinals. Looks to be 2 groups of that. and we'll get you those names in just a moment. Brendan Dunnigan looking to lock in at that sub 7-second average. What
There's
can
a
he
lot
produce?
of blocks here on this scramble.
He's going to go for yellow here. Saw a lot of blocks when yellow, so that's usually you can try and go with. In the last layer now, little bit of hesitation, 7-18 for Brendan.
Yeah, definitely not his best performance in this round. He still has another round in finals to make up for it, but now we zone in on Caleb Chen. He has a chance to tie Matty Inaba with a 501 average. That would be third in North America.
And what a statement this would be for Caleb Chen. Not only would it be third in North America, it'd also be his PR average in 3x3. His PR average, 526. Once again, that big block there on yellow. Let's see what Caleb can produce here. Look at that turn speed from Caleb. Bit of a pause there. Puts it down, 688. That won't lock in a BPA for Caleb, but nonetheless, a very respectable average there.
Yeah, still 534, his worst possible average. That is locking him in for the first seed heading into head-to-head finals. Sometimes the scramble, there's just too many blocks, and it's hard to figure out what the best start is.
Max on his final solve right now, 479. Way to round out for the native of Cerritos.
And Max does know how to take advantage of those two free pairs on white. Finishes it off with a T-perm, and that is his best solve of the average. That locks in, I believe, a 577.
We'll get you that number in just a moment here, but yes, should lock in BPA for Max Park. Good way to round out for Max, but Caleb Chen, how about it? Getting into the first seed right now in semifinals. He's going on to the finals here as the first seed above Max Park. It'll be so interesting to see in the finals what Max and how Max can respond after Caleb slotted into the first seed in semifinals.
Yeah, and it seemed like it's going to be a three-headed race between Max, Dylan, and Caleb, who are all just around the sub-6 mark for every single round of this competition.
There we have Zerui going to finish up his average of 5 here in just a moment. Here he is ready. So, yes, looks like to be this 5th and final scramble. So he is on his final solve. Quick inspection here as he goes for White Cross. Couple of big rotations in there for Zerui. A little bit of Locky going in to OLL. He's going to want to put this one behind him here. 1064 for Zerui.
Yeah, he messed up the cross there, so that pretty much ruined the solve. And I believe that means he has a 9-second solve counting. It still shouldn't affect him. It's a 795 average for Zerui, which still should lock him into the semifinals, but clearly not the average that he's looking for.
Yeah, tough last solve there for Zerui, but he should be slotting himself into finals here for 3x3. So, really exciting round of 3x3 that just took place. Caleb Chen, for those just joining us, Caleb Chen is your first seed as of right now going into 3x3 finals. Max Park going to be the second seed for 3x3, and we'll continue to get those results for you in just a moment as they come in. Coming up next, Pyraminx semifinals, Group 1 and Group 2. Coming up next in Western Championships 2025. Don't go anywhere. Cuber's live coverage of Western Championships 2025 continues right after this.
Hey, we're Speedcube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Welcome back to Cuber's live coverage of the Western Championship 2025. Michael Rosencrans alongside the 43-time gold medalist Chris Yang with you. Happy to have you along on this Sunday, August 31st of 2025 for Western Championships. We're just beginning Pyraminx round 2 right now, starting things off with a 257 right there. Looks to be Dominic Shoji.
Here we're
Now we
going
have
to look at Sebastian Stone of 159 in his first solve.
Great job there by Sebastian, starting things off with a bang in Pyraminx. Those names to watch out for in this first group of Pyraminx: Trip Peters, Sebastian Stone, Dominic Shoji, and Preston Schwartz.
And we have two of the top 20 world-ranked Pyraminx solvers in the world in this competition with Alex and Trip Peters. Trip was able to get the best of Alex in the first round with the only sub-2 average of that round. And in third place, it's pretty bunched up between Brendan and other people with 2.5 averages.
It's that one down with a 272. That's the first solve for Preston Schwartz.
Now, I personally don't have a lot of experience in Pyraminx, so it's a little hard for me to understand what these guys are doing as we're getting a look at Trip Peters, who is ranked 20th in the world.
I think one of the things you want to try and look out for in Pyraminx, from what I've seen, is sometimes they'll try and focus on however many of a tip scramble it is. So sometimes you'll see a 2-tip or 3-tip scramble here to see if those are oriented. And if those are oriented, only just a couple moves for you to get those solves done. Here we're seeing the first solve of Trip Peters, 175. Good start for Trip.
Yeah, and like you said, that was just a 2-tip solve. Trip smiling at the camera here. A 175 is a great start for him. That beats his previous round average as well.
Dominic, 259, so pretty consistent so far from Dominic. Those are two solves that I wouldn't think that he would want to count.
Yeah, he doesn't seem very happy with 2-second solves, but This is only the second round, so there's a final coming up after this, and a 2.5 is definitely going to allow him to make it to that final. If it's top 16, it seems like even 4-second averages are able to make it into the finals. It's just very, very top heavy within the first through fifth ranked Pyraminx solvers.
Here we have Sebastian again going for his second solve. Puts it down with a 244. A little longer of a solve there from Sebastian. Here we go back to Preston. Looking to improve on his first time. 342, not the one he's looking for right there.
And Sebastian getting a 637 average in the previous round. That's very uncharacteristic for him, as he's the 4th seed coming into this competition with a 245 second personal record. So I'm not exactly sure what happened in the first round of Pyraminx.
Yeah, that's something I'd have to go back on and take a look at to see what happened there. But yeah, definitely a round that Sebastian wanted to put behind him. But now he finds himself in semifinals, so always a good feeling and looking like he's starting off on a much better foot than what he was in that first round. $836 off stream. That looked to be Jihu off stream. And now we go back to Dominic for his third solve. Tough third scramble here. 328, not what he's looking for.
Yeah, now he's looking to count the 2.5s, which isn't really what he's looking for once again. But if he's able to pull off some sub-2s, then he could still get a low 2 average here.
Trip there getting a 203 just off stream. Finished his solve just as he was wrapping up here. Sebastian once again back up on our stream stage, one of our 2 stream stages inside the Sunset Ballroom. 439, ouch, tough solve for Sebastian.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to keep up the trend of going from a 1 and 2 second solve to 4 seconds. He wants to keep building on that 1 second solve he started with.
Preston locking things in with a 370 there. So another 3-second solve there for Preston.
Preston was 4th in the previous round with, it looks like a 284 average. So yeah, you're right. A 3-second solve is probably not what he's looking for.
Here you have Dominic Shoji back up for his 4th solve. So you'll be able to see his averages in just a moment. For those just joining us, 3x3 semifinal results are now in. Your top 3 as of now, Caleb Chen, Max Park, and Dylan Miller. We'll get you the rest of those results in just a moment. Dominic going for his 4th solve, puts it down with a 363. Man, just tough scrambles here for all these competitors so far.
Yeah, and I think Dominic might be a little bit extra frustrated because the Pyraminx solving for him this competition hasn't been the greatest for him. He ended off his previous round average with a DNF and was able to get a 476 average. So he's doing better in this round, but it seems like he's still disappointed with the times he's putting down.
260 there for Trip Peters. So that 203 is going to be counting now for Trip. And now we go back to Sebastian. Going for his 4th solve. Got a 439 a few moments ago, trying to replicate his 1st and 2nd solves. Big pause there as he tries to recognize 337.
So a 1, 2, 3, and a 4 for Sebastian. We're hoping that he gets the sub 1 instead of the 5-second solve for his final solve.
Looking at just above a 2-second BPA for Sebastian. We go back to Preston here. Going for his next solve. 345 for Preston. Seen a couple of 3-second solves here from Schwartz.
Yeah, but he still has a chance to get that sub-3 average that he got in the first round. But 3-second solving is exactly what we expect from him.
Continue to bring the results to you of 3x3, going down a little bit more of the list here. Jeremy in fourth with a 651. Paul Mavi with a 689 slots in fifth. Kenji Gibson-Naman in sixth place with a 712 average. That's a PR average for him, as a matter of fact, and we'll get you more of those names in just a moment for your top 16. Trip Peters coming back up, counting that 203 so far in his first three solves of Pyraminx, looking to put down a good time here.
He's in position to get another sub-2 average if he doesn't count this 2.6.
Dominic Shoji on the other side of things. Going to get started with his next solve. Should be his last one in his average of 5, if I'm not mistaken. And that looks to be a +2 there, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a little hard to tell. We couldn't get any confirmation from the judge or the competitor there.
266 there for Trip Peters. So he'll lock in that time at 266. So both of those 203 and 266. Excuse me, 203, 260 he'll be counting right now. So just about a 2-second average, separated by 0.3. Sebastian up for his next solve in Pyraminx Group 1. Puts that one down with a 435. Man, tough way to end it for Sebastian.
Yeah, and he fumbled a little bit on the last tip there. He was trying to just turn the tip, and it turned the entire layer. But he's still probably going to slot himself into finals with that average.
Just below WPA with a 339 there for Sebastian. But as Chris mentioned, should be good enough time to slot himself into finals for Pyraminx. Turn back to Preston. Let's see what he can produce here on his, what would be, I believe, fifth solve. Puts that one down with a 374. Frustrated after that one.
And off stream here, we have Eileen Vo getting a 411 average. That's also probably going to slot them into the finals, able to pull off a 2.20 PR single.
Here's Trip Peters, 213 BPA, WPA of 243. Been very, very consistent through his first 4 solves. Looking to keep that consistency going as he goes for his 5th and final solve. Using a bit of inspection time. Here he goes. Puts it down with a 250. A little bit of a pause there to start out. Not too thrilled with it, but still puts down a 238 average.
Yeah, and he made do with what looked to be a pretty gnarly scramble. There weren't that many blocks, and I couldn't tell how many tips there were. He may not be happy with the time, but it's probably the best he could have done with a scramble like that.
Yeah, those cases for Pyraminx and the number of tips you get scrambled, oriented in your favor, always tough to determine. A couple of tough solves that we've seen so far in semifinals here for Pyraminx, but again, those times should be well respectable enough to slot into Pyraminx finals. Just about to finish up Group 1 of Pyraminx Round 2 as we speak right now. 9:14 there. On that
so far,
right there. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, so far that 2.4 average by Trip Peters is still going to be in first place ahead of Dominic Shoji, who is the only other person in this group to get a sub-3 average with 289. Right behind him is Sebastian Stone with a 339, and Preston, as we saw, was getting pretty consistent 3-second solves. He finishes with a 352, and those are all of the 3-second solvers or below in this round so far.
All right, so that'll conclude Pyraminx Round 2, Group 1. Group 2 of Pyraminx coming up next. Folks, you won't want to miss it. We'll be right back when Cubers Live coverage of Western Championship 2025 continues.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Matty Inaba, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
And we're back inside at the Flamingo Las Vegas for round 2, group 2 of Pyraminx here at Western Championships 2025. Alex Bohawk starting things off for his first solve of his average of 5. We'll get you his time in just a moment here. The names to look out for in this next group of Pyraminx are going to be Alex Bohawk, Brendan Dunnigan, Kian Klein, and Shiloh Despine. And there's Shiloh right there. Shiloh going to start things off with a 408. That's very, very close. Could also be a +2. That looks close to a +2. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris.
Yeah, that definitely looks like a +2. So that's going to be a 608. And for Alex that we just saw start off, he's looking, I mean, Alex is the #1 seed coming into this competition. He got second in the first round, so he definitely is trying to get first in this round, but it looked like that first solve wasn't going to do it for him.
Continue to see all the delegates and volunteer staff working diligently, making sure this competition runs flawlessly here. 11:14 on stream right now. And now you're going to get your first look at Kian Klein. Kian, 155 PR single, 250 PR average for Pyraminx. See what he can produce here in his first solve of his average of 5. Couple pauses throughout, 429 to start out.
And similarly to Sebastian Stone in the first round, he also got a 637 average, so I'm not exactly sure what happened there. He's definitely looking to improve on that and make it into finals because 637 is not going to do it for him.
Absolutely. Brendan Dunnigan just off camera, 561. We'll take a look at the overhead, make sure it's good. Looks to be good from my vantage point.
Yeah, it definitely is good, but still a 5.6-second solve is probably not going to make finals for Brendan, who coming into this competition is actually the third seed at 142nd in the world. He's 75th for single as well.
Dunnigan with a 111 PR single, 208 PR average in Pyraminx. Shiloh coming back up right now for his second solve on his average of 5. Started out with that +2, so let's see what he can produce here. Bit of a pause there, tries to recognize. Clean that time, 390.
Yeah, fortunate to not +2 there. It looked like he wasn't very happy with the scramble, as we see Alex get a 195 that he also doesn't seem to be very happy with.
Much better time, though, to start out on the second solve for Alex.
100%.
But yeah, those first times that you mentioned, Chris, those are, I wouldn't be surprised if some of those first times might be getting in the head of some of these competitors a little bit.
Yeah, especially for these events that people might, if this is their main event and they still have another round that they need to make it to, it's very volatile of an event because it's so short. So we'll have to see how these people respond to not the best first times.
Here goes Brendan, already shaking his head at the scramble that he's seeing. Let's see what he can make out of it. Big pause there as he puts it down with a 444. So 2, not the best times for Brendan.
And I'm starting to wonder if the scramble set is just not very impressive for a lot of these guys. 444, it didn't seem like it was the worst solve for him, so it must have been a atrocious scramble.
That's the tough thing with Pyraminx, too, is a completely different mindset, completely different puzzle. Scrambles are completely different, so it can be tough to decipher them sometimes. They're keen at putting it down there. Clean solve will get you his time in just a moment. 3:03 is the time.
Much better improvement. And here we see Shiloh.
3:22 there from Shiloh. So back-to-back 3-second solves.
And that's good for him. He's looking to secure that finals position. We'll see what seed he goes in as, but he's looking pretty comfortable right now.
Yes, he is. Shiloh also getting geared up for Premier Speed Cubing League, Las Vegas, set to take place tomorrow on Labor Day. Should be an absolutely fun event on Labor Day. Looking forward to it.
Other competitors from this competition that's also going to be there?
Yeah, other competitors from this competition are going to be there indeed. Dylan Miller, Lucas Kuchai, Kyle Santucci, I believe, is also going to be competing. Sebastian Stone also going to be competing. Lots of different people from this competition going to attend PSL Las Vegas. Alex struggling to stop the timer on that last solve. Brendan puts it down here with a 3 flat. 333 for Alex.
Yeah, and Alex was already shaking his head during inspection because, again, probably not the most impressive scramble. It looked like he was executing it well up until the end when he dropped the cube before finishing the solve.
I'd be negligent if I didn't mention Shiloh's also going to be a part of PSL Las Vegas. Also is Alessandro Diamampo as well. And a couple other names, notable other names as well coming in to PSL Las Vegas, those being Jaden Thompson and Emil Lazariev.
Glad to see a lot of first-time competitors in the PSL. It's great that we're expanding like that.
Absolutely. Here's Kian putting it down with a 415. Not too thrilled with that one. Shiloh going through his next solve, a 533 for Shiloh.
Well, the 533 is okay because Shiloh has the other 3-second solves that will probably get him a low 4 average, which should be enough to make it into the finals. Although with the solving that we've been seeing in these groups, it's a little bit hard to predict.
415 BPA, WPA of 510 for Shiloh Despine. Now here comes Brendan Dunnigan. He's looking to have a good recovery here. Puts that one down there with a 232. Much better from Bendy.
And now he's counting that 3 flat that he got in the last solve. So he's also looking at a pretty comfortable spot in the finals. And for Pyraminx, the seeding doesn't matter too much. As long as you're in the finals, you can always pull off some good times.
Absolutely. Alex and Kian both going on both stream stages as we speak right now. Alex probably going to finish his solve first before Kian, so we'll be able to get you the full of Kian solve. 176 for Alex. Now we go over to Kian.
He still seems unimpressed with that. The 176 is great, but he was shaking his head during inspection.
Kian puts it down with a 364. And that's the crazy thing, Chris. Even with these crazy times, like these top competitors, they'll shake their head because they know they can do better. And I'm sitting here like, that's a fantastic time.
I mean, I guess for Alex, his average is 159. So anything above that, he's probably not the happiest with. But yeah, you're right. Like a 175 is just ridiculous. Like sub 2 as an average was something that we didn't really think about until just a couple of years ago.
So there you see the times of Alex and Brendan. Now we're going to see Shiloh round out his average of 5 here. Puts that one down with a 283. Good way to recover here from Shiloh.
And now he's counting those 2 3-second solves. He's very comfortably going to be in the finals. He has to be happy with that performance.
No doubt. And here we go back to Brendan Dunn again. There you see the BPA and WPA times on your screen right now. Very quick turning. 194. What a way to round it off for Bendy. He locks in BPA.
325 average. He's happy. He's sticking his tongue out. That is going to easily get him into the finals, and he's got to be happy with that performance, recovering after a 5 and a 4.
That's a heck of a recovery there from Brendan Dunnigan, and he's going to slot himself into the finals. Should be no problem at all. Alex still has one more solve remaining in his average of 5. Still well on pace and guaranteed to beat out Brendan at this point. Now trying to lock in a decent average of his own. Alex has had some really good solves through his first 4. Let's see what he can do on solve number 5. Solve 5 was the magic number for Bendy. What can Alex produce here? Puts that one down. 2. Might have been cut off. 2-4 was around what I saw. So that's going to lock in at 226, 242 to be specific.
The 226 average for Alex, it looks like he wasn't very happy with any of the solves there, but he's smiling. He knows that he's going to be the first seed. I don't know what he's trying to tell the camera right there, but he's definitely going to be the first seed going into finals.
Trying to read lips there from Alex. I don't know if he said that time was bad whatsoever on that 242. I don't think that's a bad time. A very respectable average from Alex Bohawk, and he should slot himself into finals here. No problem. Have a couple solvers probably left in Pyraminx round 2, group 2. But other than that, we've just pretty much rounded out first part of this final day of Western Championship 2025 as we bring you back into the broadcast booth. Michael Rosenkrantz, Chris Yen with you for the final day of Western Championships 2025 on this August 31st. And coming up next is lunch break. But before we go that, let's check in on those results of 3x3. Those were coming in as we spoke a little bit earlier into Pyraminx. Let's get you those results right now. Your top 16 finalists. Caleb Chen, Max Park, Dylan Miller are your top 3, 534, 579, and 609 respectively. Dylan Miller getting above a 6-second average, not what he's looking for, but still slots himself into that third seed, I should say. Jeremy Bollenbot with a 651 in 4th. Paul Mavi in 5th with a 689. Kenji Gibson-Naman with a 7-12. Once again, that's PR average for him. So very good to see Gibson-Naman get his PR average. Brendan Dunnigan with a 715 average in 7th. Kyle Santucci in 8th with a 744.
In 9th, we have Micah Yo. He's at a 763 average. Right behind him is Alessandro Diamampo with 785. Zirui Chung with 795, rounding out the rest of the sub-8 solvers. We have Sebastian Stone, who has an 8.00 average. Right behind him is Remy True with an 8.06. Shiloh, who we just saw solving on Pyraminx, is at an 807. Lucas, who won the Megaminx event here at this competition today, he's in 15th with an 8.15. And our final seed going into 3x3 finals for today is Michael Larson, an 8.45 average. He beat out Jihu Mun, who unfortunately was not able to make finals with an 8.74 average.
So those are your top 16 for 3x3. And just looking ahead, after lunch, you'll have Skew round two through that. And then we'll get to some other events, FTO finals. We'll see Pyraminx finals as well, 4x4, round 3 as well. One-handed round 2, 2x2 round 3, 3 blind round 2, and everybody's favorite 3x3 finals. That's set to take place at around 4 o'clock Pacific time later today. Chris, what are you looking forward to in this second half of the competition?
Well, after lunch is going to be all finals, so everything is at stake here. The whole weekend is going to come down to who is going to perform the best in finals. We just saw a very volatile event in Pyraminx, and we're going to start the finals with another volatile event in Skew and Pyraminx once again. So we're going to see how the competitors will respond to that.
Should be exciting, folks. Grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a beverage, have lunch along with us. We're going to send you off to a break right now, but when we return, second part of this Western Championship 2025 will commence. Don't go anywhere. This is Cuber's live coverage of Western Championship 2025.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another exclusive interview with one of, I think, our favorites, Matty Inaba. How's it going, Matty? Good to talk to you once again.
Yes, I'm doing good.
After what has been, I think, a very, very interesting start to NAC. Would you agree? Well,
agree.
NAC including All Stars.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about coming into NAC. Tell me a little bit about your practice, mindset, regimen, things like that.
Well, I've been practicing a lot of, not really 3x3, more like
Really?
4x4, 5x5.
Interesting.
Because I have insane potential in those events, and I haven't really broke out yet in 4 and 5. So I want to kind of have my good rounds in those.
Moment in the sun, I guess.
Yeah, moment in the sun.
Okay.
Kind of get into that top 5 world ranking. That would be good for me. And then, yeah, obviously I've been practicing 3x3. I relearned all my TU and LZBs, so those are pretty locked in.
Okay.
relearn all my VLSs. I used one in NA All-Stars finals, and that was pretty smooth.
I'm trying to remember.
It was like a weird setup to Free Rough.
Wait, no, this sounds right. This sounds right. I do recall this. There was so much going on in NA All Stars.
Yeah.
There's so many storylines. Tell me a little bit about like the solving environment and what that was like compared to the other like major finals you've been in.
Yeah, well, it was pretty comfortable in the finals because I like got. Usually the finals are the first time you solve in front of like the big crowd, but then like the first and second round, I already did that, so I kind of was like chill already. So I kind of just did my thing, and it was interesting solving next to the person.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, it was cool to like hear the solve because you can't really watch it, but then you could hear how fast it is.
So I don't know if you watched Timon's podcast that he did. They called it a podcast, but it was just him, DG, and Luke Garrett.
Oh, okay.
They were just chatting about for like 40 minutes about whatever.
Yeah.
One of the things that he said that you said was for the three, because you weren't allowed to like look at the cube, you weren't allowed to look at the time or anything. You were just off doing your own thing. He said that you said to him, it's like, I don't know what that was, but it sounded like a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you could tell.
You could, yeah, because there's not really many pauses in that solve, but like you could hear like the momentary pause before the last layer.
Yeah.
And then that happened like 1.5 seconds into the solve. So I'm like, oh, that's a 3.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was quite surreal seeing all those people because you know, it's one thing when it's like Nats finals or whatever and like, you know, there's all the people in the crowd. I feel like it's really different when you have all the people watching above you also. What did you think of like the venue and then the other thing I want to ask is, did it ever cross your mind to like, we asked this at the end of All Stars as well. Did it ever cross your mind to like try and safety so you can make it into the next rounds, or was it like going to be a lock? So yeah, talk on both of those.
So first of all, the crowd and stuff, it was pretty cool because I had never had that multi-level viewing thingy. So yeah, I added a little bit of pressure, but I was able to calm down by the end. So now I guess I'm used to it if there's ever a crowd like that again. And what was the other part of the question?
What was the other part of the question? Now I've completely forgotten.
Oh, safetying.
Oh, yes.
Well, obviously I don't want to get 2 DNFs in one average, so yeah, I just made sure to solve the cube the first 2 rounds, and then just do my thing in the finals, I guess.
Talk about 535, because it seems like everyone kind of agreed in that final round that, you know, the scrams were relatively easy, or they were good scrams at least.
They were.
Talk a little bit about 535 on that set of scrambles.
Yeah,
any good?
No, that's pretty bad. So the first scramble was probably one of the best I've ever had officially.
Both of you got 4s on that one.
Yeah, we both got 4s, and I had like a weird end perm, but that's not an excuse. But like, yeah, that was a good scramble. The last one was good too, but because I wanted to get like my VPA, and I was looking at my solution, and I'm like, this is not good enough to get a sub 476.
Oh, you look back on it?
Yeah, so no, like during the inspection. So I'm like,
see,
let me just switch colors for fun. And then I completely butchered it. But it was worth a shot because my worst possible average was okay, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I see. Because that was the one that I think Caleb Chen, like immediately before you guys, had also gotten a 4 on. I think Ray Bai, I think he got like 521 on that or something like that too. So yeah, that was the one that we were looking for. Is like, what will Timon and Matty do with this one? Because this one has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
Timon, I think 501.
501, yeah.
Yeah. So
solid.
So yeah, it was just awesome. Tell me a little bit about what you think of the format and whether or not you think we should have like more All-Stars like events.
Definitely have more. It's super entertaining for us and for the spectators, I think. And yeah, it's a little bit weird to have the same group have different scrambles. Or like the same round, different groups.
Right.
So if there's obviously no way to change that. So that's a little bit of a hiccup, but yeah, that's my only complaint. Yeah, but as long as actually it doesn't matter. As long as the finals are the same scramble, I think it's cool.
Okay, well, I mean, it does make it an interesting case because at NA All-Stars, it was really tight, right? So going into it, this is something we talked about with Dylan earlier today also. He thought that, like, in order to make the next round, it was going to be like 6.8.
Yeah.
It ended up being 7.7. Is that kind of also like what you expected, or did you think it was going to be like tough?
I really had no idea. Yeah. Like I don't really look at the psych sheets at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Yeah, so based on that, it was going to be tight either way. So you could make an argument that like, well, if one set of scrams is really good and the other set of scrambles is like really really bad, it's like an external influence compared to the actual like solving capability. And it kind of comes down to luck in some factor. But I am a little bit of the mindset that at least in the future, solvers are just going to be so good to the point where like that amount of luck is going to be, I think it's not going to matter as much because if you weren't going, even if you weren't going to make the finals on the bad set of scrambles, you probably weren't going to make it on the good set of scrambles anyway.
Very true. Very
Or
true.
at least I think the good solvers are going to distinguish themselves in that way, where
Definitely,
luck is like going to be less of a factor.
Yeah.
When you get luck in your solves, like either good or bad, like how does that kind of affect your head? Or are you just like, I just need to execute?
Well, it's like I've trained myself to be positive in both scenarios. So if I get unlucky, I say, okay, I'm due for luck. And if I get lucky, I'm saying, all right, it's my day.
Okay. Yeah, that I actually really like that because I feel like a lot of people, what happens is like they get like something lucky and then they're like kind of like stressed or tensioned up. How do you like not let that get to your head?
I've read several books on this topic.
Okay,
actually.
I need to hear it. I need to hear it.
Yeah.
Hey, give me all the details.
So basically, it comes down to just doing one solve at a time. It comes down to going through the same routine before every solve.
Routine.
Yeah. So I just whatever you want to do just to get in the zone, and then from there you have to accept whatever happens. And that goes both ways. If it's lucky, it's just like, all right, that's sick. If it's unlucky, just say, all right, next one will be better. And you go to the next one, you say, go through the same routine, let's see what happens. Oh, it gets lucky, all right, I'm chilling. It gets unlucky, all right, the next two solves will be good. And that way you keep positive every single solve. And yeah, even though some may see it as delusional, I see it as
optimistic.
Using your mind in a powerful way to like make you more positive, I guess.
Sure, yeah, because I think there's so much mental game into it, right? And I think it's not super well explored. I feel like only now, like, we're starting to get into it a lot more. I don't know if you saw, but like at Felix and Max Cube Camp, right? Felix actually had the kids do like this particular exercise where they like gave themselves 3 good solves that would like be like PR or PB or something, and it's like, all right, now like it's your job to go up onto the stage with all the lights and the cameras and try and do 2 more solves and just clutch it out. You might throw one, but then you get another one to try and bring it back. I thought it was interesting. Tell me a little bit about like your practice regimen? Is that like similar-ish to like kind of stuff you do?
Well, I just do like competition simulations a lot, and you're bound to have a good start like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I don't really think every single solve, the like, someone just got a good time. I heard the clapping.
Yes.
So like the more similar you think before each solve, the better I feel you do. So like when I'm solving really well, actually like I'm getting to the point where I forget my times mid-average.
That's interesting.
Like I've trained myself to literally forget what I got before, so then it doesn't. I'm just going into it like my first solve.
And every solve you're just trying to get a 3 or whatever.
Yeah, one solve at a time. Yeah.
That's really, really interesting. It's like contextless or memoryless.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. I think I have not heard that from any other top solver. So that's really unique. That's really. I don't know if you know like what other people's mindsets are. Do you think you have like a really strong mental relative to other people, or?
I feel like all of us in the top have some knowledge of how to think. Obviously.
I guess you kind of have to.
Yeah, you kind of have to. You won't. Put it this way, you won't get this fast if you don't think right.
Well, at least not officially.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're all pretty good. I wouldn't say I have an advantage over anybody. I just think my way, and yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Tell me about also, because for you, like majors and like larger competitions are much, much rarer than for a lot of other people. Like Luke is like Luke Garrett. He's competing like every weekend, right? And he's absurd. I think he's like. This year, he's like NAR like top 3 or something in competitions attended. But for you, it's a lot rarer because I mean, flying out is expensive. It takes a ton of time.
Yeah.
Recently, you've had like a stretch of like back to back larger competitions. We had the one in the Bay Area.
Yes.
Then you had Northwest Champs.
Northwest. Yeah.
And then I think immediately after that was this, or your next competition was this.
Yeah. It was like a week and a half after, I guess. But yeah, that's very close for me. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me about that, because it's so rare for you. What is it like? I guess like going into like this like championship season, and and then you have SSL after this too. So yeah, tell me what it's like. How do you like prepare for that mentally?
It's just accepting that you'll have some bad rounds and some good rounds. Like my any All-Stars was not a good round, actually. So I would say
insane. I don't know how you can say that.
I would say my Northwest Championships was a good round. And then my other one was not so ideal. So I'm due for a good round either here or SSL. So that would be great. But yeah, there's not really much difference. I feel like the more you treat it differently, the more you kind of psych yourself out. I've learned that the hard way from last summer.
Yeah.
I did like mid in Nats and Worlds because I kind of just psyched myself out basically. So, and yeah, I've coming off of some pretty good stuff right now. So I feel like that this is the better way to think.
So let's talk about that. I think you are the hottest cuber right now. I think like right now, like your averages are just absurd. Okay, actually, I'll preface that. You, Yihang, and Timon.
Yeah.
I think the three of you are really hot right now.
Thank you.
You all have like put up really, really good averages across like multiple different scenarios and a lot of different environments. Tell me what it's like kind of being on this hot streak, or is it kind of like the same thing? It's like this could end at any point, so just ride it while it's here.
Yeah, I see it like. This is so cocky.
No, do it.
Yeah, this is not a hot streak, I would say. Like, compared to my solves at home.
Okay.
Yeah. If I say what I do at home, people are not going to believe me. That's how good it is.
I want to hear it, though.
No, I'm not going to say
Okay,
it.
fine.
But yeah, it's miles better than what I'm doing right now. So I feel like I really haven't even had my breakout round yet in 3x3.
That's insane to say.
Yeah, I'm really close mentally, and my skill is there. So yeah, hopefully it comes this comp where I get into that flow state, because I'm like every single round I'm trying to like learn stuff, because cubing is very good, because when you're at like kind of like the top, right?
Yeah.
You face a lot of pressure, but then if you lose, like nothing happens. Whereas like something like professional golf, you risk like losing your tour card.
A lot of cash and stuff too.
You risk losing your privilege to play on the tour. So yeah, cubing is a very good environment where you can face high pressure with no consequences. So I try and use that opportunity and just try as like many different things as possible. So like every single round, every single head-to-head final, I'm trying something different and just like making a note of it. I have notes on my phone just like saying like, this thought, does it work or not? How many solves did I do well? Like how was I thinking? So I'm just doing that in preparation for further stuff. If I want to go into golf, I'll have all these notes already. I'll know how to think.
Oh, interesting. So it's not even necessarily cubing related. It's like kind of like what's going on inside.
Yeah, I'm just using cubing as like a way to learn quickly. I feel like cubing is a super accelerated learning process where I guess it's not really accelerated because it took me 7 years to get as fast as I am. But now it's like a perfect platform to just say F it and just do whatever and just learn stuff. Like I'd rather learn it here than like mess up on the golf course and like lose my tour card when I'm older or something,
That's so gigabrain. Like that is such an amazing mindset to come into this with. It's just like everything just kind of like an experiment to you then? It's just like, let's just try a bunch of stuff out and see what sticks.
Throughout my career, I would say more than probably anybody I've experimented. Like super fast cubes, super slow cubes, sending the turning, turning calmly.
Yeah.
Do I think about the solves I had beforehand? Do I not? Do I how many breaths do I take before this? It's like so many different things you can adjust and just see what happens.
Down to this, what was it, the smoked salmon right before? Eating that for breakfast, maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, okay, wow. That's such an interesting, it's very analytical. And it's like a lot of notes. I assume you're also taking a ton of notes on the actual solving itself and figuring out, like, this was just a bad solution or, lock up here.
Yeah, that's actually the weird thing. You think super analytical, and then you analyze it a little bit. Like obviously, so the kind of like things I take away from NA All-Stars finals, like I need to practice my G perms because I messed up one really bad, in that 518, and then so yeah, first solve was nothing wrong with it. Second solve was like decent. I need to work on my Y perms though. I messed up a few. I messed up one on either the second or third solve. I messed up the Y perm, so I'll practice those a little bit. And then last solve was just nothing. It was just committing to a solution.
Well, yeah, I mean, the last one, because at that point, your WPA was already going to be pretty good, right?
It's probably just, it was just a lack of focus and just being a little too aggressive, like not committing to a solution. Like, it's like, oh, maybe I can find something better, and I just completely throw.
Interesting. So this is something that Schwan told me in Mexico. He's like, if you ever watch Max solve, like, you know it's going to be a good solution if he stops rotating, or at least, like, you know, if he's just not rotating everywhere. If he's just like looking around, then you know that he has a good solution in mind. So that's really interesting.
That's kind of me too.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, no, I've had some good solves in the past where I've picked the color last minute, but yeah, in general, I'm trying to sway towards just committing early on and just dialing it in. Yeah.
Okay. I think we also talked about how, like, I don't remember if it was the 4 in the finals, but if there was some solve that was like 3.5 pairs you saw in inspection.
Oh yeah, that was
Is that something you've been working on, like trying to see deeper and deeper?
I've never really worked on that. It just kind of happened naturally. Just doing more solves, you kind of just know where pieces are going, and it's not just about planning. Like, it's about planning good stuff too. Like, I could, like, on every solve I could probably plan like 3, but like it would be like a bad 3 pairs. I would rather plan like 2 pairs that are like 10 moves less than the 3 pairs, you know? So that's the balance. So, like, I feel like some people, they start planning a bunch of pairs, but then it's not like good solutions. Whereas, like, you could do that for a little while. That helps with intuition, but then maybe just switch to
just better solutions.
Yeah, better solutions, and then doing more pairs with the better solutions. That's how Yiheng does it. Yeah.
So it's so interesting because I remember, like, many years ago, this is not a conversation we would have. Many years ago, it was cross +1.
Yeah.
That was, like, basically all that mattered. And then from there, it's like your look ahead is what really drove you. And then you needed TPS in order to, you know, actually be able to use those garbage tier cubes. But now it seems like everyone is really pushing towards better inspection. Perhaps is better way to say it is using your inspector time wisely in order to come up with smarter solutions.
Yeah.
That's something Dilly Millie has mentioned. I mean, Timoen has some great solutions.
He does, yes.
We all know about Yiheng's, like, incredible ability to just go.
He goes.
Yeah, so it's very, very interesting to see, like, how, like, I feel like top level solving is evolving really, really quickly. Is that something that you experience too?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like, Yiheng Wang is, like, insane right now, you know? He's who all we want to, like, who all of us want to be, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just look at his solves a lot. He's the man, and yeah, Timon's doing well. I'm doing well. Max Park, like, literally, it's coming to the point where, like, the top 20 in the world, if they all came to a competition, like, any of them could win if it's their day. I would say.
Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting. The margins feel like they're getting smaller, but at the same time, Yiheng's also insane right now.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Yiheng is just built different, basically.
Okay. Who would you back right now to beat Yiheng, maybe other than yourself?
Other than myself, definitely Max Park, because he did it before, or Timon.
Yeah.
Because he did it before. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but you're up against the wall, right? Because he's also improving all the time. And, you know, everyone else is also improving. So it's just like the goalpost keeps moving. If you will.
And I feel like Yiheng deserves all that he has. He probably outworks all of us. So if there's anyone who should be as fast as he is, it's him, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can also say that, well, it goes both ways, like, in terms of his age, right? In one sense, he's young, so he has a lot of time. He can do this all the time. But on the other hand, he has nothing else to do. Like, he has no other responsibility. Whereas, like, I mean, you're in school. Are you still playing golf?
Yes, I am.
And then you're also doing art, and then you also have, like, really good grades, as we saw on your Instagram a while ago.
Yeah.
How do you balance all of this? I think we asked this in San Diego too, but
yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I just use, the main thing is that you don't let one, like, stop progressing. Like, I use everything to help everything. Like how I said, like, oh, I use cubing to help with golf. Like, it also helps with my test taking too, because, like, it trains me to focus. So then, you know, I get better grades. And then art I don't really work on. That's the one thing I feel like in my life that I have a natural talent for.
Okay.
Is art. But, like, everything else, like, yeah,
tons of grinding.
I have to work for it, and then it just comes. And then, yeah. So I think the key for me is just making sure I find ways to, like, improve all of them at once.
It's like kind of finding like the common thread between them, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting. And what do you think that is? Do you think it is just all mental?
Yeah, it's just mental.
Time management, perhaps, maybe.
Time management, and just letting yourself be good. Like
Letting yourself be good. Speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just like, so I read this book. It's called I read too many books. I think it's called Golf is Not a Game of Perfect. It's by this sports psychologist named Bob Rotel. I think I read like 5 or 6 of his books already, but this book in particular is pretty good because he like it's all about letting yourself succeed. It's all about he calls it getting out of your own way.
Yeah.
And it's basically all about eliminating self-doubt and like seeing yourself doing well. And I feel like that applies to literally everything I do. Like, you know, if you think before a test, like, oh, I'm cooked, then like you look at a question. If you think you're cooked, then you're cooked. But then if you think, oh, I'm gonna, you
got to give yourself a chance.
Yeah.
Essentially.
If you think you're gonna do well, you look at the problem. Maybe you see something better. You know, just like cubing. You think, oh, I'm gonna do bad on this solve. Whatever. You look at the scramble. You automatically set yourself up for failure if you don't think you're gonna do well. And in a golf shot, especially, I think more than
definitely golf.
Than cubing and test taking, and like school and stuff. It's just visualizing your shot first, and then hitting it. I feel like that's something that cubing helps with a lot. Is just being able to replicate what you want in your head. Even
my like double bogey ability, like even I agree. I absolutely agree with this golf thing because you go in and you're just like, I'm just gonna shank it or whatever, and then that's exactly what happens. No, it's so interesting that like the way I think you think about things is just very, very unique. And it's very interesting because I actually don't think any other top solvers think like this. At least like not to the same capability. Let's talk a little bit about the future. We got Worlds coming up next year, and I don't know if that's something that's in your mind already. If you're already thinking about like planning for Worlds.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna switch to the GAN 15 after this comp.
Oh yeah.
It's like my peak speed will get faster, and I feel like that's what I will need to beat Yihang is my peak to be higher. So right now, at my peak solving, I can beat Yihang with the GAN 12. But I feel like if I switch to the GAN 15, my peak solving will be able to like beat his peak solving.
Okay.
Which is what I need.
Okay, yeah. I see. You're basically giving yourself more margin for error also.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, interesting.
And it will take a lot of just getting better at cubing because the cube is super fast and super flexy. So my peak TPS is like absurd with it, but I still need to get rid of like the lockups and stuff.
Okay.
That'll take time. Yeah.
Okay. What would you say is like the biggest thing you need to work on between now and Worlds, and like kind of how do you plan to tackle that?
Mainly... That's a hard question.
I mean, it's like a year out too, right?
I feel like I should just work on everything. I should work on getting my F2L solid, and I think it's my last layer that kind of gets my solves bad sometimes, like not stopping the timer fast enough. Like I kind of just cruise.
It's definitely a skill.
Yeah, I need to work on my. I'm not saying I'm gonna slide or anything, but I just need to work on my pickups and stopping. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, there's just so much into it, right? And that's also an interesting thing. I feel like last layer has not been super discussed in a long time. It was just like, oh, you should just grind like PLL time attack or whatever, and you're just there, and that's good enough. But now I feel like there are points where like there's just no margin for error, honestly. Like if you lock up, then you cost yourself even the 10th of a second is just going to end up mattering because I mean, Worlds is decided by 0.01 seconds, right? So there's a lot of stuff I think, and the good news is that there's a year, and if you're also experimenting a lot, at least you can try and see, well, this works, this doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's the whole overall goal.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the good thing about what I do. You get better every comp. Because like if you just try, if you try the same thing over and over, and you see how it works, then you don't improve. But if you try something different and better every single time,
it's data.
Yeah, it's just data, and like. First of all, you figure out if it works, and then you alter it, and then make it better. So yeah, it's like an endless cycle.
You know what this is? This is like you're like running like a machine learning model almost. You're doing like hyperparameter optimization right now, where you're just like like you're on like we call this thing gradient descent, right? You're on like this multi-dimensional slope, and there's so many variables that you can adjust. And you're saying, okay, I'm gonna pick this one, see how it works, and then I'm just gonna tweak one kind of randomly, and just see like, is it making my solving better, or is it making it worse?
Pretty much. Yeah.
And then from there, you're just figuring out on this huge hyperdimensional space, like what are the exact set of parameters I need to do, the number of breaths or whatever,
I think
amount
so.
of, and the number of seconds.
That makes sense.
Is that what it is?
That sounds
Matty
like what it is.
Inaba, the machine learning model?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I think that's a really interesting way to think about it. Is like,
Yeah.
you know, all these parameters and everything. Would you say that, you know, I feel like PNW is more or less like a second home for you?
Yeah, it is.
So would you say that it's like, you know, Worlds is like coming home?
Yeah, it definitely is. Those were the first U.S. guys that I like made friendships with, and yeah, they're still my friends. Like Max Shaw and his whole group, you know.
Yeah.
We're just yeah.
There are so many pictures of like you all like
Yeah.
when you were like very very tiny
Yeah.
and you'd all like cube together.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool because we all got better together, you know.
Yeah.
And we all picked our separate events too. Like I was the 3x3 guy, Max Shaw and Samir are the square one guy. You know, like it's just pretty cool to see, like how people advance. Yeah, how we get better. Like
It's definitely very interesting. Let's I kind of want to pivot on that a little bit. So one thing that I think that's really interesting is I think cubing is in a really interesting spot right now in terms of we're kind of in between like cubing being a sport and being a hobby. You know, there's like loads of hobbyists, like people like me, we're just out here, we're just kind of having fun. It doesn't really matter how fast we're going. And then there's people like you and like the competitive aspect, which is like really tight and it's turning into there's like a lot of sports stuff. There are coaches, right?
Yeah.
There's like a lot of like mental stuff that goes in, and then there's like this hyperparameter optimization. Where do you think cubing is going to end up? Do you think cubing can remain kind of at this crossroads forever, or do you think it's going to end up tilting one way or the other, or maybe both is possible?
Well, it's definitely going to go more towards like analytical coaching and stuff because like if you look at something like golf, it was, you know, in the 1700s in Scotland. I'm sure they were just doing it as a hobby, just whacking the stick around.
They were bored.
Yeah, they were just bored. But then as people went on, they're like, oh, let me get better than this guy. And then that guy's like, oh, let me get better than this guy.
Yeah.
And then now you have TrackMan getting data on every single golf shot the pros hit on tour, you know, and then they use that data to make themselves better, optimizing every single swing. Even on their putts, they look at numbers on their putts to see how it's rolling. Like, it's going to get to that point in cubing, and yeah, it's pretty exciting to see where that goes.
Okay, interesting. So do you think that there is going to end up being like a space for like the casual space? Do you think?
Oh yeah.
Or do you think it's going to like separate into like basically two tiers? Well, maybe tiers is the wrong word, but like I guess.
Yeah,
like
it's definitely two levels, I guess, because like, yeah, I mean there is an intersection though. Like when you're like me, like in golf, like I'm definitely not as good as the pros, but I'm not like a weekend player, you know?
Right.
So you're like, yeah, they would. I think they're gonna be three. It's gonna be like
interesting.
It's gonna be the pros, you know, like guys like Yi Hang is already doing, you know, just insane, right?
Yeah.
And then there's gonna be people,
The
you know,
amateurs
just starting out, you know, doing beginner's method, and then
Yeah,
there's
sure,
gonna,
yeah.
and then there's gonna be people that are breaking into the Yi Hang tier, and yeah.
I think that'll be really interesting to see. Tell me a little bit about what you think the future formats are going to look like. You think Algebra 5 is the format of the future, or like do you think there's going to be more head-to-head? Dilly Millie was talking about double elimination bracket. Speak on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's again related to golf. It's like stroke play or match play.
Yeah.
So the elimination bracket will be good for it's like a stroke play event where a match play event where you go head to head. So that will be good for some people who, you know, like to just compete against one person. Whereas I think as it gets more and more, okay, this is a bold statement, but like as it gets more and more
bold is great. I
competitive,
want to hear it.
I think we should see the average size get bigger, like maybe like averages of 12, because like I feel like it's gonna get to the point where everybody is getting like, you know, really good averages of 5. So it's gonna be the bigger the average, the more people's consistency and actual speed shows. So maybe that will be the equivalent of stroke play where you do many solves.
I guess like you're leveling up from like 3 holes to 6
Yeah.
holes to 9
Yeah.
to 18.
Basically, yeah.
Interesting. I guess that's also feasible. I mean, one of the reasons why we do average of 5 is mainly because so we can get 5 solves done.
Yeah.
But if you're at the highest tier where everyone is like a 6-second solver, then you could do an average of 12, and it's not going to be that. It's like Monkey League, right?
Literally.
It would actually be a good length to watch, and there's lots of opportunities for drama and whatnot. Okay, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. What do you think about like having like? So there was a discussion basically on Cubix' Friends, like should the World Championships end up being or major championships, should they end up being more like an all-stars format where there's just like a small select number of people who get invited, and so just like one event, and you just do this one event, several rounds, maybe with a knockout or whatever, or do you kind of like prefer like this like large, like we got this 4-day competition, every single event, more or less anyone can show up?
I feel like there should be like 2 types of majors, because you're halting the progress of the next generation if you don't let them have access to these huge competitions.
Sure.
So I would say there should be a few where it's like an open, like the U.S. Open or British Open, where you can qualify to get in through maybe like smaller tournaments, and then there should be invite-only tournaments just for the top whatever.
We're talking like Masters, basically.
Yeah, literally, yeah. So there would be a place where the best of the best can do it, and there'll be a place where the up-and-coming people can gain experience against the best of the best, basically,
Interesting. I think, personally, I think that's kind of where we're going to end up, because that's something that Dylan mentioned as well, is having some stuff that caters more towards the top solvers and gives them more opportunity to like go against each other and kind of just showcase what they can do against each other.
Yeah.
I think it's certainly very interesting. This is not a conversation we would have had 10 years ago.
Yeah, definitely
10 years ago, we were thinking like, 10 years ago, I was like, yeah, this is a Rubik's Cube. But, the community was like, where do we go from here after Worlds 2013? It's like just like how can we continue to grow? And I think even like live streaming things like this, that was like way beyond what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But I think it's really interesting. I think the pandemic almost accelerated all of this because, I mean, it definitely. Do you think it accelerated your growth?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot of time, right?
Yeah, I feel fortunate that Monkey League and cubing at home were a thing, because that's why I say it's so important for those up-and-coming people to gain experience, because the only reason why I'm as fast as I am is I was able to compete with guys like Timon and Leo in those Monkey League and cubing at home. So that exposed to me like, damn, I need to get better.
Almost like a lower stakes environment.
Yeah,
like
lower stakes environment, but it's like a wake-up call that like you're not going to win.
Something needs to change.
Yeah, you're not going to win if you're like solving like this. So yeah, that's a good thing.
That's interesting. And then last thing I'm going to ask, and I'll let you go. How do you think like you as a cuber have kind of like changed from like pre-pandemic to now? Like kind of like emotionally, skill-wise, I'm sure there's lots you could talk about. But I'm more so thinking like emotionally, mentally.
Okay, yeah. Well, I always go through up and downs in cubing. So like my up was probably... Actually, no, I've always been pretty up. I can't really think of any like times I've been down in cubing. So yeah, it's always been positive, just having fun. My skills definitely improved. Like my good times are getting better. My bad times are also getting better, which is more important.
Yeah.
And then I've been like, when I was young, I would get really upset when I like lost, especially like before. Because I use the mindset that like, oh, you like have to win for NAC 2022, and I won that. So it put a false thing in my head that putting that much pressure on yourself makes you win. And then I used that same mentality for Worlds, and it didn't work. And now I'm coming off like a lot of good performances in big tournaments because I'm putting pressure off now. And that's another thing. Like maybe this doesn't work in here SSL. Maybe I go back to the high pressure. That's what I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. It's the combinations of high parameters.
Yeah.
What exactly works? All very, very interesting. All right, Matty, you want to look into this one and just shout out all your socials, everything.
So yeah, I'm Matty Inaba, the Cubing Jedi on YouTube and Instagram. I'm not gonna give my Snapchat. I don't want people snapping me.
No. That's a bit odd.
I'm going to have fun. See you guys later.
All right. Best of luck, Matty.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for the interview, my friend.
No problem.
So much fun. So good.
All right, that was good.
Bro, I don't know how you managed to come up with, like,
does this? No way. You actually, this is your mindset? Really?
Yeah, like.
Hello, everyone, to a special Cubers Live interview with the one and only Dylan Miller, Dilly Millie himself.
Yo, what's up?
How's it going, Dilly Millie? And in case you didn't notice, actually you almost certainly didn't notice, we got the brick wall behind us.
Yes,
The only reason this is here is so we can block out everything behind us, because behind us is the Minnesota Convention Center North American Championships 2024. We are here in the building. Actually, the events of the day have already started. It's Thursday.
Yep.
Megaminx already happened. How did you do?
Not the greatest, man.
You started off with the 33, though.
I did start off with the 33. I got a little bit bailed on last layer. I got a pretty easy case after that. Didn't have to do like EP at all. But
nice.
Yeah. It was pretty nice. Just got like A perm. But yeah, 33. I was like, okay, haven't practiced a little bit, might get a good average, and then it just went downhill from there, bro.
Okay, I mean, it is what it is. That's what ended up happening to me too. I told you I was just absolutely sucking today. Just haven't practiced in a while. I'm just garbaged here. Got a good solve one. I'm like, okay, maybe this could be like a decent average. No, it just got worse and worse.
Yeah.
It was not the mood, but I mean, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, man.
I think
awesome.
I think it's hype. I love major championships.
I definitely.
I think like the vibe behind the major championships is really unique. Not to say that the local comps aren't great, because they have their own vibe, but to get all the cubers in like one spot, all the top cubers in the world, and they're vying for records, of course. But I think what's really interesting is the major championships offer a rare opportunity to pit cubers directly against each other in an equal format.
Yeah.
I think that's really unique. There just aren't opportunities to do that. If you try and do that at home, it's just not quite the same, right?
Yep.
I'm curious what you think about it as like kind of like in the top level, because I remember in the hotel lobby yesterday, right?
Yeah.
There's just people are everywhere.
Yeah.
There's like so many people you recognize. People recognize you. It's just kind of wild. So tell me about what you think about the overall environment and just your vibe on major championships.
Yeah, I mean, I love majors. Like, I'm like in a more secluded area geographically when it comes to like competing and all that. So a lot of my friends are online. I don't really get to see them that much. So when I'm like just going to the venue the day before, like just in the lobby, and like I can just walk like 2 feet, and then there's like a brand new group of people that I haven't seen in like a year, 2 years. It's definitely really cool, and just like it's great to just hang out and see people. As for like the competitive aspect of it, like obviously there's a little bit more tension to majors. Like everyone's a little more nervous, a little more on edge. But I mean, it's always still like a fun environment, and I really enjoy just like being here and like hanging out with everybody that I haven't seen in like a long time.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the major things that that was pun intended, perhaps not intended. That's like one of the things I think is great about the majors is, for cubers in particular, who are not exactly the most social people sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like it's a good opportunity to be like, all right, everyone together. It's people you recognize, right?
Yeah.
So you have things to talk about, and it just gives people an opportunity to just kind of mingle. It's our community, right?
Yeah.
Our community is so small to the point where like if you recognize someone, there's either a decent chance that they recognize you, or there's like a good chance that they're just willing to just talk to you.
Exactly.
Right? Even if you're just a nobody. And I think that's really fun. I mean, kind of like what we're doing now. I'm a nobody, right? And then you're actually a somebody.
Nah.
So, I mean, you're somebody enough to show up at any All-Stars and do really well. Tell me a little bit about that experience. Very, very interesting. I mean, we talked about it immediately after too, but just kind of want to riff on it a little bit.
Yeah, dude. NA All-Stars was like a crazy good experience. Like I love to see that we're doing more stuff like that for the community, just like in general. I thought I'd be a lot more nervous. I mean, like I definitely still took a long time to get ready, but for me, it's like a lot more nerve-wracking to be like in a more intimate environment and have like not like a smaller crowd where I can like contextualize like, oh, I can feel these eyes on me. But when there's like so many people, it's just like brain overload. I just can't even I can't even understand any of it. So, but yeah, the craziest thing was like there was a clip of it on the stream, but yeah, I like looked up and I was like, oh my god, dude, it was like a stadium. It felt like it was like there's like 3 stories of people just like looking at me, and I was like, that's insane, man. Like, but yeah, just being able to have like a competitor waiting area where it's just like a bunch of people that I know, like I recognize, like we can all just hang out and like vibe. And 3x3 only, especially for All Stars, was really cool because most of the time I spend a lot of my time just like waiting for other events, and then it's like I have more time in between 3x3. But everything kind of went pretty quick, and I really appreciated that of it. And yeah, it was crazy, man. Like I did my fist stall for round 2, and like
there we go. I was gonna bring this up.
Yeah. I took a long time to like compose myself because I had like a 10 on the board, and I was like, okay, I don't want to count the 10, dude. I need to make finals. And then after that, I went to go get lunch, and then I had 2 non-cubers stop me on the way to lunch and be like, dude, I saw your solve, man. The tournament was so cool. And I've never had that experience before. Like that, yeah, that's electric. But yeah, it was insane, man. I've never had that experience before. I've had people recognize me from like whatever, but yeah, it was cool to think like all these people at the mall who like never really had seen cubing before were able to like get into it, and like we're enjoying the experience of it. So that was really cool for me to see.
Yeah, I mean, tell me a little bit about what the competing environment was like, because as you mentioned, it's a shorter thing, right?
Yeah.
There's only 30 people. I think one of the most interesting things that I actually didn't think of until Nick Silvestri brought up during the commentary itself. I mean, most of the time, you're not thinking about, oh, am I going to make it to the next round? Because, it's basically a shoe-in, you're going to make fun. Who's really going to compete?
Yeah.
But here, it's like everyone has a sub-7 average, right?
Yeah.
The environment is such a case that you're not going to get a sub-7 average just on lock, right? Like, you have to kind of, like, try for it, too. So tell me a little bit about what that was like.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm from Louisiana, right? So, sub-10 podiums for us most of the time. So, yeah, I've never really had to worry about finals or whatnot. And so when I do have to worry about it, it, like, stresses me out a lot more. So, and, like, I didn't make nationals finals last year, even though I was, like, a easily projected seed to make it. So that kind of took a little mental toll on me, because obviously I want to make it this year and, perform well because I feel like I've improved a lot. But, yeah, it was super cool. Like, the competing experience was nice. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't, like, too nervous or anything. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, the shorter format for me was really nice. There was a little bit of time where, like, at lunch I was like, oh, I gotta get back, bro. I gotta hurry. Like, normally I'd have, like, some like, time to figure it out.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, it was really nice. I enjoyed it.
Okay, yeah, for sure. What was it like, I guess, like, because it's, like, very head-to-head against, like, everyone else, too, right? So tell me a little bit about what it was like in that competitor waiting area.
Yeah, the competitor waiting area, I mean, it wasn't even that bad, really. Like, I was just hanging out with my friends, Like, the people I talked to online are, like, generally, people who were in All-Stars. So, yeah, we were just cracking jokes, It was just, like, we were on a Discord call or whatnot, just having fun, goofing around.
Okay.
Yeah, people... It kind of gets cliquey, like, not really, like, but it's like, hey, these people I talk to online, like, I'm going to stay with this group, or, so certain people just hang out with the same people over and over.
Sure,
so
yeah.
It wasn't too crazy for me, but whenever my friends went up to compete and I'm just, like, alone and I can, like, feel everyone else around me and, like, they're locking in and they're, like, trying to do really well, it was definitely, like, it felt way different than even, like, a major has before. Like, majors don't even feel like that because, like you said, like, you're more nervous for just, like, any round. Like, yeah, like, 7-7 to make second round in round one, I think is very telling of how nervous everyone was to even compete there, because I was not expecting it to be 7-7. That was that was definitely surprising. I was thinking it would at least be like 6-8 or something. I don't know, but yeah, it was crazy. You could tell people were very nervous for it.
Yeah. So the other thing I kind of want to talk about a little bit is this is something that, like, I think is, like, a little bit of a topic right now, is kind of just, like, the way cubing, like, how competitive cubing currently is. And by competitive, I mean, like, how much, like, head-to-head competitiveness there is, and like kind of like what the tension is like. I think they called it the purple room, whatever, on Tuesday.
Green room.
Tell me a little bit about that and what the experience was like in there, because you were in there, like, relatively, you were in there. I think you were like the 6th seed or 5th seed.
Yeah.
So you were in there for like a decent amount of time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the green room is like, it's kind of got this allure to it, I guess, or whatnot. That's what Mayor Nick was saying. And yeah, we don't really get that much footage of it. The only footage we really have is like, NAC 2022. We had like the 10-man relay, but that was really fun. Like, that was my first major since 2019 that I had. Yeah. Obviously the pandemic and whatnot, so I didn't really compete in there. But yeah, I know somebody said online that like the green room is like there's all this tension in the room, and like it's like you can cut it. It's like, I didn't really feel like there was any tension, man. Yeah. Like, I feel like it's more just like a personal, like, your mindset thing. Like, I felt like it was I was cracking jokes. We were having fun in there. I was joking with like the prison warden, we called him.
The prison warden?
Yeah, because he was like monitoring our phones and whatnot. So we were just like,
oh, to make sure you're not on the screen.
Yeah. It's like, can't, and like Luke was like, can I use the bathroom? Like, he's the teacher now. It's
yeah,
like,
back to like elementary school.
Yeah, bro. It's like we're being watched and stuff. But yeah, like, I was just cracking jokes. It was a good time. Like, Timma was just reading Dune in there. Maddie had like a Kindle, I think. They were.
Oh, all right.
Bro,
okay.
They were the top seeds. They were just chilling, bro.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I mean, obviously, I was one of the earlier seeds. So, like, I was, I was trying to do some solves if I could.
Sure.
But, yeah, I mean, yeah, every agreement I've been in has been just, like, a really chill environment. The most stressful one was 19 for me because at that point I didn't really view myself as, like, a competitor at that point. Because, I was in there with, like, Rami and Patrick and I think
the names.
Felix, Max. I was just like, dude, this is crazy.
Yeah.
But now I feel like, that's kind of more of the older generation type. I mean, Patrick and them are still around, but, you know, I feel like we're definitely in a newer era of cubing, and so I view myself more as a competitor. I still have some like imposter syndrome at times where it's like,
sure.
when people come up to me, they're like, "Hey, can I get your autograph?" It's like, bro, what do you want? Why do you want my autograph, bro? It's like, it's not that deep.
I'm just a dude.
Yeah, literally. But yeah, I think it's really cool. And the grooming experience is always nice. Like,
Okay.
you know, there's a little bit of like, okay, I want to win clearly,
Yeah.
but you know, I view everyone in there as my friend because
Yeah.
I mean, you know, over time, it's like, you know, I really like I've met these people like over many years, and it's like, you know, I've made a connection with them, and like for me, I don't view them as a competitor, and it helps me a lot to think about them that way as well, instead of you thinking of it like, hey, like this is a person that I'm trying to, you know, go well against. It's like, this is my friend, and like if he beats me, he beats me. Like NAC 2022,
Yeah.
I got 4th place by like 0.0 something, and like I lost to Luke Garrett, and Luke's my boy, man. And like
No hard feelings.
Yeah, immediately after, like I gave his mom a hug, we were just chill, and I was like, congrats, man. And so like I love seeing my friends do well, and that's kind of the main thing for me. But obviously, like I don't do well as well, so you know, however it works out, it'll work out.
So tell me, so there's so many threads I want to pull out here. You are a fantastic interview, I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start on this one. Tell me how like your experience is different. I guess like because how do you think you've changed from that 2019 green room to now, where you know, because like people talk about you. I think you're still kind of underrated personally.
Appreciate it.
But you know, like you're in this conversation. You know, people are like, oh yeah, like Dylan is just gonna make finals, right?
Yeah.
So tell me about how like you think you've kind of evolved since then, because that's been it's like 5 years, so which is
Yeah.
quite a long time. I mean, you've definitely matured since then as well, right?
Yeah, definitely, dude. Yeah, I mean, 2019, like, I had missed Nationals finals because I've been in Nats since 2016, every Nats
Okay.
and everything since then. And, like, Nats 2016, I was, like, an unknown kid. I got, round 1, I got, like, a sub-8 average, or, like a mid-8 average, and I was top 16. And I was, like, 10 at the time or something, like 12, maybe 11. And then I was like, dude, like, there's a chance I make finals here. And then I missed it, and I got second to last place in semis. And I feel like ever since then, it kind of set like a bad tone until like you know. And then 2018, I think I was like on pace to do it. And then Sol 5, I had like H-firm on bottom. I missed it. And so like I had so many like things that culminated in me finally making it 2019 that like it just felt surreal. Like I never had expected it to happen because I just failed so many times. But yeah, then I made it, and then it was like eye-opening experience. Like, you know, obviously, like I said, it was really cool being around all those top cubers, and I felt like I didn't belong. And then, yeah, obviously we didn't have any competitions for, like, a long time.
Yeah.
I didn't have any majors. But, yeah, in that time, like, I feel like I've developed a lot. I think more so a lot of it's happened in, like, the last year or so, because I didn't make
interesting.
Worlds Finals either. And that also was, like, a big, you know, hit to my mental game, which I feel like isn't even the greatest for, like, most people right now. Like, I get very nervous very easily. But yeah, nowadays I feel like I've proved myself to a certain degree, where it's like, you know, I am feeling better more consistently in comp. Like, I had a long period of time where like I just felt like I couldn't do anything near my at-home results in comp, and like I still feel that way to a degree, but nowadays I feel like I'm more able to like manage my like competition nerves and whatnot. Like, my mean of 3 rounds at NA All-Stars was my best mean of 3 rounds ever. Like,
Okay.
And that was the most consistent solving I've had with like a decent like PR2 average. So like,
Oh,
yeah,
damn.
yeah, PR2 average with like best ever mean of 3 rounds at a comp with those conditions. Like,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like,
got
it's
me
not
feeling good.
at home. It's not at your local comp.
yeah. So I mean, it was really cool. I think like for majors now, the main difference is, like I said, like everyone that's in the major championships now, like for finals, Worlds not so much, but like for the nationals and NA All Stars, are people that I know. Like they're my friends, and like for me, it just feels like we're just boys hanging out more so than like, you know, it's more cutthroat. Like we're trying to go at each other. But you know, that's obviously like something that's going on in the community. Like, you know, cubing as a whole is like, it's somewhat of a hobby. It's somewhat of a sport. It's kind of hard to find that balance of
Yeah, totally.
you know, like how deep is this? Like how much do we really care? And so I think it's a person by person basis.
Okay, for sure. That last point is one that I'm definitely going to get back to.
Yeah.
Let me get back to something earlier, the mindset. I think this is something that we have only recently started to tap into. When I talked to Matty in San Diego last year, I talked to Schwan about this a little bit, about how Max's mindset is kind of built up. When we were in Mexico, I know Marinick did an interview with Luke Greiser about this as well. Tell me about what your view on like competitive mindset is, and how to kind of how do you get into the zone and kind of manage your expectations and kind of like hype yourself up and back yourself up to clutch it out in like the really tough situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think the easiest thing to say is just like you have to not care, and that's what Tim has said. You have to condition yourself to not care about your results, and that's obviously really hard to do. You know, everyone wants to do well. Everyone wants to, you know, get good achievements or whatnot. But yeah, I've had to tell myself that I don't care about my results, and that's been really hard for me because I've always been very emotionally tied to my results. And you know, every nationals that I had previously, I didn't make finals. Like, you know, I cried a lot of that, bro.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if I missed it, it always hurt real bad, and like all those things culminate. And so I had to tell myself that it's not that deep. Like, cubing's not my life, even though I spend a vast majority of my time cubing. Yeah, I mean, on top of that, it's just like something that I've had real problems with is like, you know, I get a bad time and I start going on tilt. After Southeast Champs, I was looking at some of my worst averages, and I like wrote down in my notebook, like, okay, these are things that I can like visibly improve on, and like this is something that I need to work on. And so taking a less like emotionally based approach to it, because you know when you do that, you can get streaky, right? It's like you can really like run off that, or you can like really falter in big moments. So you know, Max had the quote of like, don't think, just solve.
Yeah,
and
very
like,
famous.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was kind of corny at the time, right? But you know, it's the same thing in like basketball, which is like what I kind of helps me think about it, is like if you're a shooter's gonna shoot. If you airball, bro, you got to go back and shoot again. Like, you got to keep going for it. So
that's true.
You know, it's very much just like whatever happens, you know, go to the next solve. And you know, even for like the warm up comp before All Stars at the Mall of America, and finals, obviously, like it's not as competitive as All Stars, but we had a lot of good solvers there as well. And yeah, after solve 1, I +2'd a 5.6, so I had a 7 after solve 1, so it's like already I'm on thin ice.
Back against the wall.
Yeah, solve 2, I get a 6.7. I'm like, okay, I'm cooked. And so then it's like I felt myself starting to go on tilt, and I was like, okay, I've told myself I need to work on this. I need to actually improve on this. And so like having to check back in and be like, okay, I have a 6.7, but I can come back from this, and I can all I control is what's going forward. So then I got it a 5.2 and a 5.3. And the average actually got saved, and I was like, you know, ended up being like a 6.1 average with counting 6.7, 5.3.
There you go.
It's not the end of the world, right? It was still good mean of 3 rounds, and so I was happy with that. But yeah, I think the biggest thing that I've had to do is, you know, be more mindful and not care about my results, which is obviously super hard to do, and then just like be very forward thinking and like don't dwell on anything that happened in the past.
Yeah.
And try to be less like emotionally based in my results, and like, you know, whatever happens. There's always the next comp, next round, whatever. I can prove myself whenever I need to.
I have to say, that is probably the most base thing I've heard in a while. To go in and be like, yeah, like, because +2, it's one thing to just like get like a raw like 7, right?
Yeah.
It's another thing to get like a +2, because it's like probably one of the smaller execution errors you can make.
Yeah.
And, well, it's a small execution error that has like a really bad penalty, right? Because most execution errors are like maybe you lose like a 1/10 of a second, right?
Literally, yeah.
So to come back after that, and then, you know, like kind of, I'm going to put it in your terms, mediocre. For me, that'd be absolutely amazing. But yeah, to come back after that and then the mediocre solve. And I think it's really cool that like you're like, this is something I'm supposed to work on, and kind of lock in from there.
Yeah.
I think that speaks a lot. Do you think it's because also like, because I would say you're a bit of more on the older-ish side of like the top competitors. Well, at least, you know, we have Yihang now, so he kind of just throws everything off back.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But do you think like that's like an advantage that you have, like kind of like being a little bit more older, being more mature?
No, I think actually it's worse for me.
Oh, really?
I think I was a way better competitor when I was a kid.
Huh.
Because I didn't know how averages worked. Like, bro, when I tell you, bro, I was a kid and I literally was like, oh, dude, I got two good solves. That's great. And then I didn't even think, like, I wasn't even conscious enough to be like, oh, dude, wait, I'm pacing. Oh, I'm gonna get PR. I didn't have the context.
The brain power's not there.
Literally, I didn't have the context to be like, on a world scale, I'm about to do something crazy, right? Now it's like anytime I do something, I start pacing something. It's like I have all these expectations. I have all this like previous experiences that I've had built up that it's like I want to do something great for myself. I've invested so much more time now. It's like everything was so much easier back then, and like I feel like the kids have a buff, man. You look at like Timofey Tarasenko, like Brendan was a really good competitor when he was younger. Obviously, Yihang I think is a little bit of a different experience, but you know, all these kids I feel like they have a buff. Like they just I feel like aren't conscious enough, or like they just maybe they just don't even care about it yet. And so like for me, I feel like I'm a lot older, and like this stuff means a lot to me. But like I was saying, like I'm very emotionally invested, and like I was back then too, but. I mean, you know,
the scale is different. Like,
exactly.
Like the kid is like, I guess like you're emotionally invested. You might be more it's spiky.
Yeah.
You're more emotionally invested for maybe like the 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
But then after that, you go to McDonald's and everything's all good.
No, literally, yeah.
Whereas like I feel like I'm the same to some extent, where like I have like a bad result and I'm thinking about it all day.
Yeah.
And if it's a really bad result and something I really cared about, I'm just like my day is ruined.
Yeah, exactly.
But interesting. I will definitely think about that. I think as I go forward and even into my solves. You know?
Yeah.
Because I think. Do you think it's like something that everyone can kind of improve on?
I mean, yeah, obviously, like if it's just don't dwell on anything in the past. Like, obviously, don't dwell on anything in the past. Like, try to just look forward. That's the whole idea of, like, don't think, just solve. And, like, I think the quote is very cleanly put, just like the main idea. But I think there's a lot behind it that, like, doesn't get said when you just say that.
Okay.
Blatantly.
Let's pivot a little bit.
Okay.
Worlds.
Okay.
In the States.
Yeah, crazy.
Next year, Seattle. What is, like, your mind? You're almost certainly going to go. I mean, you're qualified phase 1, right? So you will almost certainly be able to go if you want to. What is your mindset going into Worlds? Because we're a year out, so I'm sure it's on your mind, right?
I haven't really thought about it that much.
Oh, really? Yeah. Interesting. So maybe this is not good. Maybe I'm adding some tension here. But I guess, like, maybe then talk about it in, like, terms of, like, a top-level perspective of, like, when it comes towards, like, major championships as they get closer, what is your mindset when it comes to, like, practice, when it comes to managing expectation, things like this? I'm particularly interested in practice. Do you, like, you mentioned, like, you went back and looked at some of your averages.
Yeah.
Is that, like, on film? Like, do you take notes down?
Yeah. Well, that was a new thing that I've started to do because I realized, like, I would record all these, like, attempts at home at comp, and, like, obviously not every round's PR, so I would get, like, bad attempts, and then it'd just tilt me, and I'd just be like, man, like, this comp was so bad, like, it wasn't even worth it to go. And then it's like, thinking about it instead of, like, a bad attempt, it's like it's a learning experience, right? So it's like, why were these solves bad? What did I miss here? And so, like, I've started trying to be more mindful about that and, like, make something out of my mistakes. And, even, like, for All-Stars, I looked back at my footage.
Already?
Yeah, even for All-Stars, because going into NAC, because I wasn't too happy with my finals performance, and I was talking to some of the other competitors, and they were like, oh, I really like those scrams. And, like, in my head, I was like, I didn't really like those too much. And so it's like, clearly there's something I'm missing here. And that's something I've been working on a lot. Like, when it comes to my practice is, like, being able to inspect more. The whole time I was, like, kind of on my up and up, I guess. Like, everyone was like, oh, yeah, he's just turns fast. He's just a kid, TPS kid, whatever. And I've really prided myself recently on focusing more on, like, just finding smart solutions. If you look, like, looking a lot of, like, Yiheng stuff. Because, everyone looks at Yiheng and they're like, I've had some people be like, dude, Yiheng just does simple stuff and he's good. And it's like, no, he's insane. He sees a lot. Yeah, he sees everything, and, like, I call it, like, finding the line. It's like,
I see
like
what you
in
mean.
chess. Yeah. It's like there's very clearly the best approach forward, and you have to find that every time. And especially for white yellow, it's something you really need to do. And I felt like I didn't really find anything that great in finals, and so that was, like, when it comes to, like, championships and stuff, I've been focusing a lot. That my practice regimen has been a lot more on, like, finding what I think is the best approach, and then making sure that I get the best continuation possible. And then obviously my biggest point that I need to improve on is my last layer. And so obviously you don't want to just, like, cram a bunch of, like, ZB right before you go to a major or something. Right. If you get that
it's
case,
just not going to be effective.
Yeah, if you get that case, you're just going to mess it up. So going into Worlds, I plan on learning a little bit more ZB. I learned some ZB coming into this.
Okay.
I hoped to have learned more, but, I got a little bit more. And so, yeah, that's what I've been working on. And also at home, I don't use inspection most of the time because, like I said, I think it's better to find the best approach in an unlimited amount of time and then work on being able to condense that into 15 rather than trying to force myself to do it in 15 initially, right? It's like you have to be able to do it before you can do it quickly.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, so leading up to a major, I do a lot more inspection practice, trying to make sure I'm doing the same things that I'm doing at home in 15 seconds. And then I change a lot of my competition, like my format to, like, competition format.
Okay.
So, like, at home, I just do solves mindlessly, kind of go through. I'll have something I'm thinking about, but I'll do, like, a few hundred solves a day. And, I'll be streaming, and recently, like, on stream, it's like I try to contextualize everything in terms of, like, an average of 5. Instead of being like, hey, I did an average of 5, it was bad, I'll just roll it. And then, like, oh, okay, I got an AL12, whatever, I'm cool with that. Instead, I want to be like, okay, I have these 5 solves. Solve 1, bad. Solve 1, good. And just try to get myself, like, comfortable in all these situations that I can end up in comp, right? That's why I feel like you're able to handle, like, what I ended up dealing with in, like, All-Stars where I got.
Right.
Like, I managed to avoid that 10. And normally, I would not have been able to do that before, I don't think. I think I'd have faltered really bad under that pressure. Because that's what happened to me at Nationals. I had a 12, and then I DNF'd to 6.3, and then that's how I missed it. It's like, it hurts real bad. But, I felt very good that All-Stars round 1, I counted a 5.3 to get PR2 average when I had, like, a 7.4 in the average, which, again, I don't want to count. And then All-Stars, I was able to, clutch up my average to get into finals.
Which was fire. Because it was also, like, to contextualize, it was the last solve
Yeah.
of the round.
Mhm.
Everyone's watching also.
Yeah.
I love the reaction. I thought your reaction was great. It's just like, all right, mission accomplished.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't like I was happy with the result. 5.9 is like pretty average time for me, but it was more so the fact that like
The context matters.
I was relieved. I
Yeah.
was just like, thank God I got this done. Like
Yeah.
I didn't choke. Like that's what I and the same like round one, like I was the last person to do my solves. Like Timon and Luke already finished. Everyone was already done. And I had to, try to get like my my whatever average to make round 2 because I was just like, dude, do I even make round 2 here? Because BPA
It's tough.
or WPA like almost didn't even make it. I didn't know that at the time because I'm trying not to
Oh,
calculate.
would WPA have made it?
I
don't remember.
It
but-
would have, but I mean, I think it was 7-7 to make it. But
Okay.
I like.
Oh, in round one.
Yeah, round 1. But I was like, dude, 6-4. I don't even know. Like, yeah. So I was just like, I was glad that I was even able to clutch up. And like, Sol 5 was like pretty at TPS too. And the big thing for me is like when I get nervous, I shake a lot. Like,
Yeah.
And I'm a very turning dependent solver. I feel
Okay.
like, and so if I'm not able to turn, then I feel like I'm not at my best.
Okay.
So
So I think one thing that's really interesting because I think a lot of this is just like a general thing. I feel like a lot of people are very TPS heavy and less so like inspection and look ahead heavy.
Yeah.
So if you had like a chart that's kind of like TPS on like one spectrum, well, I guess it's not really like a spectrum. It's more so like kind of like a 2D plane, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you think right now you've kind of like advanced past just like being like TPS only and kind of like moving more and more towards like look ahead plus TPS.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look ahead I think is a little bit less so because, over time I think my look ahead's gotten better. My thing is that I think I've improved a lot of my solutions and being able to find the best approach, like I said, finding the line or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I feel like when I was sub 7, I got really plateaued at like 6-8 for a while. Like around pandemic time, and I was just like, I don't know what to do here. And then I would just do solves, and I was like, man, this solution was just bad.
Just trash.
Like I can't do anything to avoid bad F12 pairs, and it's like you can. And so I have been focusing a lot more on that and trying to work on being able to get better continuations. Focusing a lot more on like edge orientation to like inform my decision making. Because before I used to just go off vibes, but now I've been a lot more analytical about my approaches.
Yeah.
And when I find something and I mess it up, I go back and I try to fix it. And so I feel like I've been a lot more disciplined in my practice regimen and actually trying to get things done efficiently and not just kind of wing it and be able to get better just off doing solves. And I've been really proud of that. And so yeah, I feel like I've definitely moved past. My look ahead's definitely gotten a lot better as well. And comp, like I think my look ahead kind of falters sometimes. And
I mean,
so,
that's pretty typical. I feel with most people. So,
but I feel like if you were to like chart me, I'm still definitely TPS dependent. Like I have like a 14 TPS solve on cam and like some like
what?
Yeah, it was pretty hype.
That's absurd.
So. But yeah, I think I'm still definitely TPS dependent, and if my TPS isn't there, I think I'm not solving my best because I can't rely on just my solutions. They're not the greatest. But I've definitely, made my way into like a more efficient solver, I feel like.
Okay.
I was looking at my F2L move count compared to like Timon and Yihang, and like I think I'm only like 3.5 moves worse on average. Like when you compare all our solves in the DB, like to Rico.nz. And so yeah, I felt really good about that. Like I've worked really hard to make that.
3.5 is like not that like 3.5 is still like a good distance, but I feel like it's not unassailable.
No. Yeah.
Especially when you're comparing against like Timon, who has like probably some like the most efficient solutions, I feel, and then Yihang, who's just insane.
Him and Yihang are like pretty much neck and neck. I think Timon's a little bit more efficient, but yeah, just the fact that I'm even like near them is something that I could have never said like a few years ago.
That's pretty neat. I'm really looking forward to this because I feel like this is something I really regret as a kid. Like, I just did TPS and I just did not care.
Yeah.
I TPS and Algs. That's the only thing I cared about as a kid.
Yeah.
And I just did not focus on look at it. And I'm biting that. I'm, like, biting it really, really hard right now. Whereas, like, because everything to me is just like, yeah, my look at it is just trash. And I think that's true for a lot of people. So I hope anyone listening is paying attention to this. Okay, let's pivot a little bit.
Okay.
Let's talk a little bit about, we briefly mentioned it earlier, state of, like, the cubing community.
Yeah.
Right now, I think you said it in an interesting way. It's like kind of in between like kind of a hobby and a sport.
Yeah.
But as like cubing gets bigger and bigger, do you think that's kind of, do you think like we can keep up that state, or do you think it's gonna kind of have to come to a reckoning where it needs to pick? Like, is it going to be like a hobby that anyone can kind of do and it's gonna stay casual, or is it gonna end up being in the more competitive world where we're gonna start seeing like kind of like tension, perhaps?
Yeah, I think. The WCC as a whole needs to kind of make that decision, right? Like, I talked about it recently, like in another interview, but we have people who literally just cube for fun on like their days off, And then we have people where cubing is literally their livelihood.
Yeah.
And the fact that we have one format that tries to, adhere to like both those people's conditions is not sustainable. I think that, we could probably benefit from another format, as anything like All-Stars more so. But I think if you look at something like Pokemon VGC, like competitive Pokemon, it's still like top level people doing what they need to do and like being able to make thousands of dollars off it. And obviously that comes from like having support from your parent company, which other similar sports like Melee don't really have. But that's more of a grassroots thing. So it's like, I think we can find a very good balance of like transitioning to a more grassroots thing where we're able to like support our own prize pools and still get parent company like support and sanctioning and being able to make all these things going on and stuff. But yeah, I think the future of cubing is going to be like the GAN SSL. And I think smart cubes are eventually going to be integrated, but it's like a few years down the road. But that just makes the spectator experience a lot better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think like we need a more we need more money in cubing, I think. And that's obviously really hard.
Bingo.
But it all starts with making it more spectator friendly. And I think a way to do that very easily is just like the double elim head-to-head bracket. Get the top 16 solvers in the world. 16. If 1 through 16 doesn't want to do it, you get 17. 17, you get 18. Like, you have to have the best solvers in the world go head-to-head, double elim bracket, and then you can have storylines that are easier to follow.
Yeah.
Because right now, like, if you want to listen to a storyline in cubing, it's like you need to contextualize like all these previous competitions. That
a ton of previous comps.
None of these people were at, and it's like you have to try to like fit all these different people's like recent experiences into like what's gonna possibly happen, and it's really hard to do that. It's a lot easier to be like, hey, this guy got eliminated by this guy, and now they're about to duke it out, and like it's a lot easier to be like, oh, like he's pacing a better average. Oh, WBPA. It's like no, like he beat him on this solve. He did this solve faster. I think it's a lot easier as a spectator experience. And I think it makes it a lot more viewer friendly. Like going back to Melee, I think like I'm not a person who plays Melee.
Yeah.
But I will watch a tournament and it
same.
is hype.
Same.
So I think if we can do something like that, like we don't need to be able to understand, like you don't need to be able to understand how to solve a cube, but you can still appreciate the viewership experience.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point because I've often compared cubing to Melee and Smash.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there are so many interesting parallels because they have that like same core. It's the same like a bunch of nerds who just get together and just like are really passionate about like this like very specific thing.
Yeah.
And the difference I find is that like Melee is like since it tends to be like older, it's like a little bit more spicy.
Yeah.
And cubing is like a little bit more wholesome. I'm curious if you think that that's something that's going to continue, if cubing can remain wholesome through, like, as it turns into this competitive format. Or there is also another option, a compromise perhaps, where it kind of like splits off. We have competitive cubing, and then we have cubing for everyone. And it's kind of like, you can. I guess that's kind of what Nintendo wanted, right?
Yeah.
Nintendo wants everyone to be able to enjoy Smash without seeing it as cutthroat. So I'm curious what you think about this.
Yeah, I think we definitely need a division of some sort. I love the idea of having cubing still be like a thing that anyone can do. Anyone can have it be like inclusive, and that's how you get people into the competitive scene eventually, right? So I think we still need to have that aspect of it. I don't want it to be like entirely competitive cubing. And I've seen people in CF be like, I love cubing as a hobby, I hate cubing as a sport. And I think they just maybe don't appreciate like the viewership experience of it, or like they're not a top solver, and so like they can't understand what's going on with all that. But I think it's really cool. Competitive cubing is really cool. I think All Stars has shown that. And then we can take that a step further, like I said, the double head-to-head format. But yeah, I don't know. I think we definitely need to service top level solvers more, and I'm biased in that. But I think it also was like viewership, and I think, like I said, All Stars was like as a start of something new, great. I think actually.
Okay.
So if we can have more local comps like that, be like that, I think it'd be great.
Okay.
I think the thing with like, we also need locals and like regionals to be worth more. I think because for me, like, I go to a local and it's like, it's not the same as like a Melee local is like it's kind of, you still can win money in it. Like,
that's true.
I was looking at like some of the Louisiana fighting game community stuff, and like, bro, their local competitions just like at an arcade, you can win like $200 if you like win your game. It's like, you would never get that in cubing. And so I think like,
if I win anything in cubing, it's like, all right, solid.
Yeah, like it's like
I win a $5 gift card.
No,
I'm taking that,
bro. So it's like, I think we'll need to have a cultural shift. I think cubing started off as a very wholesome experience, and like Berkeley Cube Club, it wasn't it was a club. It was just like people having fun, and then like it eventually transpired into like competitions and whatnot.
Yeah.
But if we, and I think people are non-top solvers are really hesitant to make that switch over because they don't want to like lose the inclusive feeling of cubing, which I think is something great about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, you know, I think the Speakeasy documentary was a great way of like illustrating that to a lot of people as well. And so it's really hard to balance like competitive cubing and like still having it be inclusive. But I would love to see, you know, maybe if it's just like increasing reg fees to have a prize pool. Any prize pool at just like any competition would be so well appreciated. Like there was a random competition in Texas and I won like $160 just like winning.
That's
like,
a payday.
It was, dude. I bought dinner. Like
there we go.
Like, I'm saying, like, for me, like if I'm making money off cubing, it's because I'm coaching, and so like I would love to stay a competitive solver, but for me right now, it's like I feel like I'm incentivized to switch to be like a coach if I want to actually continue in the hobby to a degree. Because like you said, I am on the older side of things. You know, I'm like going to my
only slightly.
I'm going to my junior year of college. It's like
I mean,
I feel old. Like my WCID is older than half these kids. It's crazy. So
that's unironically true. Actually.
No, actually, yeah, 2015 ID is old now. So yeah, I don't know. I would love to see it if we could make cubing competitions as a whole, like just at base, not even the regionals and majors, but just have them be more competitive. And because like for me, it's like I said, Louisiana is not the most competitive, and we just it's the same 2 or 3 people at podium and everything, and that's not like a bad thing. But I would love to see my community grow more, and I think if there was like money in it or other stuff like that, it would
well, you can make the argument that like, you know, if there's a prize pool, right, someone sees that prize pool who currently is like maybe not super competitive, and it's like, oh, all I need to do, I can just push a little bit and I just get this.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And you know, perhaps it provides other incentive. I know a lot of people, a lot of cubers are very. I'm trying to think of like, it's kind of like it's not competitive. It's like competitive with friends. Yeah, it's like if my friend is doing this, like, well, I can do that too. Like it's just my friend, right? Like I see this guy every day. I feel like that it seems like one possible avenue at least. I certainly think we are in a very interesting period for cubing. Yeah. You know, like, we would not have this conversation 10 years ago. No. Like, probably not even 5 years ago. Yeah. But post-pandemic, things have shifted so much, and there's a lot of potential. One thing I also want to ask, and this is probably one of the last things we'll get to. Okay. You are a streamer.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know if you saw any of, like, the live stream from All-Stars, or if you were planning to watch this one or previous live stream. How do you think that the live stream experience has kind of, like, evolved over the years, and what do you think that is going to change? Yeah. This is like a self-serving question also. Because like I'm trying to get ideas like, okay, how can I make my live streams better?
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, I helped set up like the Nats 18 or 19 live stream with Jules back then.
Oh yeah? Okay, cool.
I did a little bit. And yeah, it was it definitely doesn't have the same feel it has now. I think like we definitely have a much better production quality, and like before it was just like, you know, okay, hey, we have cameras and it's on YouTube, you can watch, and it's like, oh, maybe I'll be up here, maybe I won't. And I think the introduction of like the starring system for people in every group, so that way it's like, I hate to say it, but, and not to be elitist, but cubing is the most fun to watch when people are good at it, right?
Well, I don't think anyone wants to watch me cube other than my mom. So
I just think yeah, we need to serve top solvers more, I think, and make them have the spotlight, and that's obviously really hard to do. I think I loved the All-Star stream. It was great. Yep. You did a great job. My one thing is for commentating, like everything about it perfect. I loved it. I loved the mobile camera too. The fact
mobile
that,
camera
like,
is so good. I
like
love it.
There was times where it was like it was showing like Tim unsolve, and then like someone next to him would start solving, and they would switch cameras, and then it was like, okay, you see both of them solving now. That was super cool. That's something we never had before. It was just like you were locked in, and then like maybe you'd switch. You wouldn't see the whole solve, or like maybe you would, and that was really great because now it's like much better viewership experience. No knocks against you. I think
no, this is good. I want to hear it.
Commentating, we need like a top level solver in there.
Okay.
Right? What I've heard from a lot of experienced competitors was, hey, production quality was great, loved the viewership experience. Commentating had something to be a little more desired, because even like basketball, right? You know, there's someone who's like, hey, he set this pick here, you know, this like all like they have the system down, and they can talk about the X's and O's of something.
Yeah.
And I think like something that I would have loved to see is like on Solve 1 of NA All-Stars Finals, there was a really easy X cross that I happened to miss. And so like I think it would have been really telling if you had somebody who was a top-level solver who could be like, hey, everyone previously has done this X-Cross.
Welcome back into the Sunset Ballroom inside the Flamingo Las Vegas for Cuber's live coverage of the West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2025. We just got off lunch, and I'm now joined by 15-time national record holder Chris Mills. Chris, we're looking to bring an afternoon full of finals today. We're going to be starting with Skew, followed by an unofficial final, the face-turning octahedron. What are you looking for this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long afternoon full of many finals. I think it's going to get more exciting as the afternoon goes on. I'm really just looking forward to the 3x3 finals at the end of the day. Caleb Chen managing to take first seed going into the finals with a crazy fast average, 5.3 in the third round. But he'll be going up against Max Park with Dylan not far behind. That's going to be an exciting final. But obviously before that, we've got Scube final just about to start. Honestly, I'm not quite sure about the Scube scene over there in West Coast America. But there was a sub-2 average in the first round by Dean Jacob. So it's going to be pretty speedy, much faster than I can solve a Scube, that's for sure. And I'm just excited to watch some people turn a weird turning puzzle, I guess.
You're absolutely right. There was a sub-2 average in the first round of Skew. It was Dean Jacob Adamo Suskind, a 193 average in the first round to pretty comfortably win that round by almost an entire second. Brendan Dunnigan, whose name we've heard plenty of times during this weekend, with a 281 average to secure second place, while Drake Richard and Sid Sivanth are tied for third place with 290 average. The 290 is Drake's personal record average. And he was able to secure the third place spot by single with a 169 personal record. After Skew, we're going to be turning to the face-turning octahedron, which, once again, I also don't know too much about the scene in terms of the West Coast. But a new up-and-coming, it's becoming more popular, the face-turning octahedron. What are your thoughts as opposed to turning this into an official event down the line?
Yeah, I mean, I have learnt how to solve an FTO. I think I've got a couple sub ones at home. I've never competed in an unofficial FTO competition because I barely remember how to solve one. But it's a really interesting puzzle. It's so unique. It's not like anything else. At most you can compare the solving style to about 4x4. But even then, it's completely different. And yet, as you said, it's got very popular. There's 29 people at this competition who competed in FTO, and the top 8 made it to the final, with the 8th seed being a 42-second average, which is pretty quick, actually. I think FTO's got a lot of potential. We've seen people solve it in under 10 seconds now, which is crazy. I never thought that would be possible. I assume sub 10 is probably what people are going to be averaging if this ever becomes an official event. I think it's got a lot of pros, and a lot of people are interested in it, and I would be more than happy to see it as a WCA event.
We're just about getting ready to start with the Skew finals, but as you mentioned, we have 8 people coming in from the first round competing in the finals for an official round of face-turning octahedron, or FTO. Like you said, we have Rahul in the 8th seed. He had a 42.1 average. Preston Schwartz coming in 7th. Cade Beck in 6th. Jalen Thompson in 5th. Kian Klein in 4th. Graham Siggins in 3rd. Kaushik Murigan in 2nd with a 25-second average. And pretty comfortably in 1st is Ben Streeter. He was the only person in this event to get a sub-20 single with 18-17, followed by a 20-47 average. We're excited to see what they're going to bring in the final of face-turning octahedron.
Yeah, Ben Streeter, really a pioneer of the event. I feel like he was the one popularizing it when not many people knew about it. He was experimenting with mods and stuff to make the puzzles better. I think he's a bit of a puzzle designer himself, if I remember correctly. But yeah, he's really been pioneering the event, and it's great to see him still competing at the top level.
Yep, and after FTO, we're going to be bringing you the Pyraminx finals, which right before lunch, we were watching the second round, or the semifinals of Pyraminx, where we weren't seeing a lot of top-level solving from Alex and Trip Peters, who are both top 20 in the world. They weren't very happy with their averages, but were able to comfortably come in first and second. Alex with a 226 average and Trip with a 238. Coming in third place, the only other sub-3 average in that round was Dominic Shoji. He has a 289 average coming into the finals. Isaac Madro also definitely in a position to podium. He had a 302 average in the semifinals. Of course, we always have to look out for Brendan Dunnigan. He had a 325 average for fifth in the semifinals, as well as for something like Pyraminx with a shorter event, there's a lot more volatility. So really any of this top 16 competitors can podium here.
I think something interesting to note is what we usually see at competitions is the people competing at the top level in Pyraminx, or the people competing at the top level as Skew, are usually quite competitive at Pyraminx as well, because they're quite similar events. But Dean Jacob, our top seed for Skew, did not even make the second round of Pyraminx. So he's obviously opted to just narrow tunnel vision on that Skew event, and it's obviously worked for him. A sub 2 average in the first round, miles ahead of the rest of the competition. Sub 2 is ridiculous for Skew. I don't know how people do that consistently. But yeah, I think that's just interesting to note that he's one that's really just not interested in Pyraminx and only focuses on Skew.
Yeah, and we've also seen that some people have gotten some pretty abysmal averages by their standards. We have Kian Klein and Sebastian Stone in the first round of Pyraminx being 31st and 32nd, both with a 637 average, which is very unlike them. They were able to pull it together in the second round to make the Pyraminx finals. So there's always that volatility. Maybe they weren't warmed up or they just were a little bit unprepared for that particular round. So we'll have to see how they perform in Pyraminx finals. And I'm pretty sure a couple of them are in Skew finals as well.
I think another name to look out for is Brendan Dunnigan. Although he's not really a top Pyraminx solver, he can still get crazy times, and he's so used to these finals at big competitions. As we said yesterday, he got 2 World Championship podiums just a couple months ago, when in reality he wasn't really predicted to get either of those podiums, and he managed to take home 2. So he performs so well in these big finals. I would not be surprised if honestly, he could take home the win for both these events if he's having a good day. Skew definitely more than Pyraminx, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, and Brendan yesterday already collecting 3 Western Championship titles. He's always a name that we're going to have to look out for in these finals. He's probably competing in every single one of them. And I wish I could have asked him what event he's focusing on the most, because oftentimes with the all-rounders, it's like you can't stay at the top of your game for every single event. So when these big competitions come up, you have to kind of focus in on a handful of them. And for this competition, I'm not exactly sure which one he's focusing in on, but we'll have to come and see during these final performances.
One final he will not be making, unfortunately, is 2x2. He actually got a DNF average in the first round.
I did not even see that. We did not air the first round of the 2x2 average, I don't think. Yeah, so a DNF average for him. There was also a DNF average in one-handed, I believe, for somebody who was looking to podium at this competition.
And also, Brendan has not yet moved to the blind events yet. Although he got a 3 blind single, so he will be in the final for that. He DNF'd in 4 blind and did not attempt multi-blind or 5 blind. So he's still got some all-rounder events to conquer.
It's only a matter of time, really, with him. Speaking of 4 blinds, Graham Siggins coming in with the win, another Western Championship title for him. He easily wins 4x4 blindfolded with a best single of 1 minute and 41 seconds. Second place and third place were both well above 5 minutes. So Graham, once again, handily winning that Western Championship title. And it's the same story for 5x5 as well. Graham winning with a single of 3 minutes and 53 seconds, whereas Kerry Huang finishes second with a 10 minute and 42 second best single time, and David coming in third place with a 13 minute and 40 second time. As we mentioned yesterday, Graham also has captured the Western Championship title for multi-blind with 62 out of 65 cubes solved in under an hour, which almost rivals the world record and his own personal best.
Yes. incredible performance from Graham Siggins. But now we're on to Skew finals. Not a great start from Brendan Dunnigan there, a 4.09. And he got a big pause before doing his last layer case, which is a more intermediate case that even I know.
Yeah, it's surely not a good sign if we're commentating from the booth and we're pointing out mistakes of sub-2 solvers.
Yes.
Looking in here, this is Drake coming in as the 3rd seed. He got a 290 personal record average and 169 personal record single in the first round. Looking to build on that and possibly podium in this event.
That's a big personal record from 337 all the way down to 290. He must be practicing a lot recently.
Yeah, he must have. Has he competed a lot in Skew and been improving his personal bests throughout the year?
Let's have a look.
Here he goes, about to start his first solve. A little obstructed by the view of his own camera, and this is not going to do it for him. He gets a 462 to start his average. Certainly not what he's looking for after such a strong performance last round. But like we said, in these short events, Skew and Pyraminx, anything.
His recent results have been very up and down. He got a 5 as his last average. 3, 4, 5 at the last competition. 5-second average. He did not make the second round at Worlds. So it seems like this 2 average came out of nowhere.
Okay, so we'll see how he builds on that if he's able to. Definitely not starting off on the right foot with a 462. And that was a much cleaner solve. That's a 230 right there. Much better start and probably the best start that we've seen from any competitor so far.
Yeah, judging by the other 2 competitors, it didn't seem like the first scramble was very good, but Dean just proven that he's better. And a 2.3.
Yeah, Dean, the only person in the first round to get a sub-2 average, and so far the only person to even get below 4 seconds on this first scramble. So we'll see. Dean seemed pretty comfortable in this final. Now looking into Brendan Dunnigan, the 2nd seed's first solve, a 149 for Brendan. Ooh. And so he beats Dean on the first solve, and he has the advantage here. A 149 is a great start for him.
I'm looking forward to seeing Dean on that scramble. Brendan can get a 149. What can Dean get? It's worth noting that Dean's PR average of 188 was set in the World Championship finals. So he is no stranger to the stage, and he knows how to handle the nerves at the very top tier of competitions. So this should be a walk in the park for him.
Brendan also has a huge amount of experience in all of these finals. I can't exactly count how many finals he made at World Championships, but it was also probably a ridiculous amount. Ooh. And there's Sid with a big fumble on the very last turn there, but he's still able to put down a 254, which is pretty good. So that would have been...
That's back-to-back 2s for him.
Yeah, but that would have been sub-2 most likely if he didn't fumble the drop there.
We're yet to see a second sub-2 on the second scramble. Most people have already solved on that scramble already. Just waiting for Drake and Dean as our 1st and 3rd seeds to have a go at it. And here is Dean. This scramble, Brendan Dunnigan got a 149. A lot of other people got a mid 2-second solve. We just saw Sid get a 2 with a drop. And a 185 for Drake.
Drake off stream being able to respond with a 185. And here's Dean with this supposedly great scramble.
Bit of a lockup, 172.
Yeah, 172 is so great. Definitely a strong solve, but not the best that we've seen from this second scramble, but still in a strong contention for the win.
Yep, he's in a good position, a 2.3 and a 1.7. He is far ahead of the pack. Currently in second place is Sid with 2.8 and 2.5, the only other person with 2 sub-3s. But Brendan does have the best single so far, but he's also got that 4 from the first solve looming over him.
And Sid coming in as the 2nd seed of this entire competition. His personal record average is 217 as Brendan gets ready for his 3rd solve. And like Chris said, he does have the 1-second solve, but he also has a 4-second solve that he can't afford to count.
As some people will say, if you start with a bad solve and a good solve, you've just got a mean of 3 left.
I've never heard that strategy before. Maybe I should have thought like that more. And a long pause there before.
Ooh.
Yeah. A 350 for Brendan. That's not going to do it for him. Now he's counting that solve. Definitely not what he wants.
The solution was there, but just a bit of a pause, recognizing that last layer case, and then a big lockup.
Here we go with the 4th seed Sid. He's 2nd seeded on the psych sheet for this competition with a 217 average. And so far, performing pretty consistently. He has 2-second solves so far. A long inspection here. Sid able to put down a 243, so he's improving every solve, and that's his 3rd 2-second solve. Extremely consistent from Sid. He's definitely in the driver's seat to at least podium.
Yeah, he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it easy for Dean. If Dean just makes a mistake and counts a 3, then Sid could take the win.
Dean coming up on his 3rd solve.
Ooh, that was good.
A thumbs up from Dean. It's not a +2, 161. And now he's very firmly in 1st place. That first solve also being better than everybody else's. 230 and then a 1.7 and a 1.6.
All of a sudden, he's on PR pace.
You're right. Yes, he is. Dean's 188 average is 18th in the world. He has a 121 single. And you're right. He is on PR pace. This is Brendan's.
He would tie his PR if he got his best solve on one of the last 2.
Okay. We'll have to
but
look up
he's only done 3 solves.
This is Brendan's 4th solve. A bit of an interesting pickup there. He finishes with the U-perm and it's a +2. So a 529, and that means he's counting a 3.5 and a 4-second solve, which might put him out of podium contention if he's not able to get another good counting solve.
Sid will definitely overtake him for 2nd place. I think it's going to depend on Drake, whether Brendan is still on the podium or not. Oh, but Drake's going to count a 389. It's going to be close for the 3rd place. I think 1st and 2nd is almost locked in place already.
And this is going to be Dean's 4th solve. I believe he can pretty much lock in the win with a good 4th solve here.
Yeah, if he's just low 3 seconds, I think he'll get the win. I think Sid just got a +2.
Oh, it's a +2. So another 2-second solve, but the +2 there kind of puts a little bit more pressure on that 5th solve after he was so consistent. Here's Dean's 4th solve.
Ooh,
Nasty lock up there. It's a 269, so that probably guarantees him the win at this point.
That definitely guarantees the win for Dean Jacob. He still has potential to get a tied PR average of 188, but he's going to need a 1.6 on the final solve.
So for Dean, winning this Western Champion title, I believe that's his 1st of the weekend. So congratulations to Dean on his 1st win of an event this weekend. Probably, and we'll see more of him in the Pyraminx finals as well. Actually, correction. He is not going to be in the Pyraminx finals.
All right. So, although Dean's locked the win, the rest of the podium is still up for grabs. Most likely, we're going to see Sid in 2nd place. Oh, we just missed Brendan Dunnigan's last solve, a 287. That gives him a 349 average. And now the only person who can knock him off the podium, or Sid can knock him off the podium as long as he... I don't know what it'd need to knock him off the podium, but just another 2-second solve. If Drake gets a 2.12, he'd knock Brendan off the podium. Unlikely, but definitely doable.
Drake with, again, a 2.9 PR average in the last round to give him the 3rd seed. This is his 4th solve for a potential podium spot. 2.78 is a great solve, but it's not quite enough to knock Brendan off the podium.
Sid got a 2.9 on the last solve, giving him a 279 average. That secures him second place. Brendan is secured in third place. And now Dean Jacob already has the win. We just got to find out, can he tie that PR average? Or will he end with a 2.24 worst possible average?
That tied PR would still retain his world ranking at 18th. But this is just a victory lap for him. He probably knows that he's won at this point. And a nasty lock up there, yeah. So 347. He probably knows that he needed best possible average for his personal record, but still a very strong performance from Dean Jacob. He is your Western champion and the winner of the Skew event.
Yeah, congratulations to Dean. A 224 average. Nothing to laugh about. A solid performance. Half a second better than second place. Sid with almost 5 twos, just a +2 on the fourth one. And Brendan Dunnigan, even though he counted a 4-second solve, he managed to still secure the third place with Drake not too far behind.
Yeah, an extremely consistent solving from Sid. Despite the +2, he gets 5 2-second solves as opposed to everybody else who was kind of all over the place. So a very strong showing from Sid for his first podium of the competition. So that wraps it up for Skew. The podium is set. Dean Jacob is your Western Championship and the winner of the Skew event. Stay at your computer screens, stay locked to them because we are going to go do commercial break. But right after that, we have the face-turning octahedron unofficial finals right after this.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller,
Matty Inaba,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hey, we're your Speed Cube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back inside the Sunset Ballroom inside the Flamingo Las Vegas for Cuber's live coverage of the West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2025. We just wrapped up Skew finals where Dean Jacob was able to pretty easily capture a first place victory, 224 average behind just ahead of Sid with a 2.79 average. Brendan Dunnigan once again coming with a podium. He had a 349 average for third place in Skew. We're just about ready to set up here. You're looking at Ben Streeter. This is the face-turning octahedron or FTO finals. It is an unofficial official round of FTO. Ben is 31st in the world and was the only person in the first round to get a sub-20 single.
Damn, he's quick. I don't know how you solve an FTO that fast. I'm barely sub-1 in the event. Oh, he's got a lot of pauses here. That's not good. Towards the end of the solve, we'll see some differences in competitors. There's a lot of ALG sets you can learn to reduce your move count. Looks like Ben knows something fancy there, and a terrible time for him, a 29. Obviously feeling the nerves. He's not used to being on stream at a competition. FTO is his main event and what he practices the most.
And Kaushik off stream looking like he started with a 22. Kaushik was the second best competitor in the first round. He had a 25.03 average, pretty comfortably in second place there. And starting off with a great time, 22 seconds.
Yeah, good solve for him.
So you mentioned that there are different ALG sets that people choose to learn at the end. Is the general solving method before that like pretty similar though?
Yeah, it's all intuitive up towards the last couple of steps, so we won't see any differences there apart from maybe colors they solve. You'll see they kind of build a white side on the left, and then this step here is almost like Yao. You're kind of building centers using one unsolved corner from your white side, and then from here you've got to insert the last white corner and then do, I think it's called your last 3 triples. And then there is ALG sets for that. The way I would do it is a very beginner's way, and it looks like this is quite a beginner's way as well. A lot of moves, and then you've just got to solve those last couple of centers. Kaushik, yeah, not happy with his solve there. He did not have an efficient end to his solve. It seems Ben knows a bit more. And this is Ben finishing his second solve now, and a 21, much better for him.
Yeah, that's much better for him. And yeah, Kaushik, unfortunate there after he started so well with a 22 and gets a 34. Off stream, Graham Siggins putting down a 30.09. I'm not sure if that's his first or second time, but Graham is our third seed. Okay, it is the second time for Graham. Graham coming in as our third seed with a 26.22 average in the first round.
If you want to see the results from the first round of this competition, you can go to cubingcontests.com. That is what is used most prominently for these unofficial rounds, to keep a nice database of all these results. I want to look at what the world record is for FTO.
I believe it's in the 11-second range. Aiden Bryant is first in the world.
11 single and 14 average for Aiden Bryant. That is crazy.
And the West Zone Dan Pastjuskov is also, I believe, second in the world.
Yes.
We're looking at Kaushik's third solve. So a lot of variance possible in his average here. He started with a 22, which is fantastic, and then getting a 34, which is not so fantastic for him.
He's got a mean of 3 left. He got a good solve and a bad solve, but this solve isn't looking too good. It's going to come down to how quickly he can finish this. Ooh, a 24. There we go. That's good.
Yeah.
It looks like he surprised himself there.
Yeah, getting a
little bit lucky
24
towards the end.
So you mentioned that the solving style is similar to 4x4. Is there like luck involved in the solve, like with parity or anything like that, or is it just like
there's no parity involved, but there's definitely some luck. You can, especially if you're solving at a more beginner level, you can get some much nicer cases. But the bit that's most like 4x4 is just how you start with a side and leave a corner unsolved, and then utilize that unsolved corner to kind of build your centers. I actually forgot the proper FTO term for it. Somebody in the chat is going to be like, oh, they're called triangles or something, but I can't remember.
Ben with a 26.03 on his third solve, that is also going to be counting for him. So 26 counting for him, a 24 for Kaushik. This is going to come down to be pretty close, which we didn't anticipate at first.
Yeah, Kaushik is actually in the lead right now. That was very unexpected. Dan 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack, and all of a sudden he's looking like he might not win this.
Kaushik getting ready for his fourth solve. He's looking to count anything below a 26, and definitely not looking to count anything because of that 34.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy for anything in the mid-20s range. He's had a pretty strong start, but that 34 looming over him puts on a lot of pressure. Bit of pausing as he's building these centers, which is definitely not what they're called.
The triangles.
Oh, I think this might even be his worst solve.
Yeah, he fumbled there too. Looks like he still has a lot of pieces.
Oh, got lucky at the end.
And it's still a 27.
So what we saw there is after he was solving his last 3 triples, almost like your last layer. A 17 for Graham Siggins.
Oh my goodness, a 17-second solve. That is the best solve of the competition for Graham. And I believe, does that place him ahead of Ben on the world rankings?
Maybe. Oh, and a 17 for +2 for Ben Streeter.
Okay, that's a +2 for him, but it wouldn't have beat Graham's 17-18. Well, that means he still has a 19, which is very, very good.
So what I was saying before is, once you've solved those last 3 triples, at least for the less advanced method, sometimes you've got to rotate to solve like 2 centerpieces. And in that solve, we just saw they didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that. So it saved a bit of time and kind of saved his solve a bit. But it's going to be close. I think Graham Siggins could potentially win this as well.
We haven't been able to see a lot of Graham solves on stream, so a little bit unsure as to the other times he's been getting, but it seems like he's getting 17s, man. He probably has a chance. This is Kaushik's final solve. He's counting a 24 and a 27, which would put him in line for his previous round's average of about 25 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to need a good solve here to place him well on the podium. This is a good solve, though.
It's looking pretty fluid throughout the solve.
Oh, what is he doing? Here we go. 24. That's good. Good average for Kaushik.
He's counting 2 24s and a 27.
25, 45 average. Here's Ben Streeter's last solve. What does he need to win? His worst possible would put him behind Kaushik, but he's only going to need something in the high 20s, I believe, to take the win against Kaushik. But then Graham Siggins is also in a position to win as well, I believe. That's a 22. That puts him ahead of Kaushik and not comfortably ahead of Graham Siggins. 23 average. Graham doing his last solve now. 25, 23 counting. He's going to need to count a 21, I believe, which would be a really good solve for him. Nearing the end of his solve now. It's going to come down to a bit of luck here. Could be good. Is it going to be good enough? No, it's not. Ben Streeter is going to be your FTO champion.
Oh, and an extra fumble there at the end.
It's going to be close between Graham and Kaushik. I think Kaushik is going to take the second place. Yeah, he is. Graham with that fumble probably cost him second and will bump him down to third.
So a much closer finals this time around. We expected Ben to be able to just walk away with it, but it comes down to the last solve. Ben's still able to pull out the win. He's still your FTO champion and the winner of this event, this unofficial event at the Western Championships. Kaushik coming in second and Graham coming in third, perfectly reflecting the standings of the first round. Right after this, we're going to be coming on to Pyraminx finals. So don't go anywhere. We're coming back with Pyraminx. More from Cubers Live on the West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2025 right after this.
Or not.
Maybe okay.
Hey,
Maybe we're
your
still
Speed
on.
Cube Shop.
There we go.
We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back in the Sunset Ballroom inside the Flamingo Las Vegas for the West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2025. We just wrapped up the official finals for the face-turning octahedron. Ben Streeter taking home the title there. We're moving into the Pyraminx finals, where we're going to be looking at the top 6 seeds coming into this. We have Alex and Trip, who are both top 20 solvers in the world, coming in your first and second seed. Dominic, Isaac, Brendan, and Sebastian all posting sub 3.5 second averages in the previous round. So they're vying for that third and final podium spot.
Yep, not the toughest competition for Pyraminx compared to some of the other events. Although we saw a weaker performance from Alec and Trip in the last round, not as good as they would be hoping for. They'll both be looking at sub 2 averages. I think third place is going to be really up for grabs. I think anybody who's got a sub 4 average could get a good average and hop onto that third place. I think first and second is almost locked in to be Alec and Trip. They'll be vying for first place. I'm excited to watch some fast Pyraminx solves. I honestly don't know how people solve it sub 2 consistently. Like, it's unless I've got no tips and have like 5 moves to do, I can't do that. But it's incredible to watch, and we've got a final of 16 competitors. You needed a 4.38 average to make this final round, which is pretty tough. But it's going to be the top few who will be watching to see who can take home the Western Champion title.
Yeah, and I remember when I competed in Pyraminx, I was just happy to get a sub 10 average. I also don't know how these guys turn so quickly and how they're able to adapt so well with their solving methods. Everybody probably knows how to do top first or V first at this point. But you're absolutely right. Between Alex and Trip are definitely the favorites to become first and second. Trip getting the better of Alex in the first round, beating him to nab the first place spot. But in the second round, Alex came back, and he is your first seed heading into these finals.
Will be starting up pretty soon. Sebastian Stone, as you mentioned earlier, is another one to look out for. He's been a big up-and-comer in cubing recently, getting himself a 3.3 average in the second round after a 6 average in the first round. He's mostly a 3x3 and clock solver, but he also has a 2.45 official Pyraminx average, so he could contend with the top 2 guys if he's having a good day. But I think it would he'd definitely have to pop off to manage to get onto the top 2 position, but a third place is very likely for him. And here we've got our 2 competitors sitting down. I think Trip had a cube ready to solve, or a tetrahedron ready to solve.
And you're right that Sebastian actually had, of the finalists, the best single in the last round, so he definitely has the potential to come up with a podium spot here. It's going to be really tough to beat out Alex or Trip for first and second, though.
And let's watch Alex Bohac's first solve, a 159 official average. Sorry, just 4 years ago that would have been the world record.
And now it's a measly, I shouldn't say measly, it's still 15th in the world. 1.59 is absolutely ridiculous. Here he goes. That's a great first solve. Yep. 167.
He's not happy with it. Oh, okay. He's convincing it. Okay. We just saw him go from shaking his head to, it's okay, to nodding his head. Actually, no, that's quite good.
I feel like I've seen Alex a little bit disappointed with something in every single solve I've seen him on stream. As Dominic starts out with a 273, he's also not the happiest with it, but a 273 is probably going to get him a third place podium spot if that's his average.
It was like Alec was slowly convincing himself that it was a good solve. Shiloh Despine got a 191 on the first solve as well. That's a sub 2. And now we're going to watch Trip Peters, your second seed, 165 official average. I believe that was one of his first sub 2 averages. Absolutely popping off in that round. But he is a top solver to be watching. See what he can get on this first scramble. Same solution as Alec, but just a little bit slower turning. But a 217, that's going to be the third fastest we've seen so far.
It looks like he used a bit of an old style U flick which I don't think Alex did that in his solve either, so that may have slowed him down just a little bit. A bit of a stylistic change in execution.
Here's Alex.
Here's Alex's second solve. He started off with a 1.67, which he convinced himself was a good start.
Sebastian Stone got a 3.8 on the first one. He was one of the slowest in the round so far. Seems like it was a pretty good scramble. Almost everyone getting 2-second solves or better.
This does not look to be a much better scramble. It's 4 tips. And a 264.
He did a sledge instead of a hedge or something like that. Towards the end of the solve, we saw him do 2 sets of moves instead of 1. 264, he is going to still be able to count that and still be in the running for the title, but he's not going to be happy with that. Shiloh getting a 6 on the second. Brendan Dunnigan has got back-to-back 2s. He's in a good position.
Here we see.
And we'll just wait for Chwip.
And Dominic with a +2 is definitely not what he wants to see, especially after he wasn't happy with his first solve.
Sid, who got second in Skew earlier, started with a 2.2, but followed by 5.1. Seems like the scramble is much harder on the second. We've even seen a DNF by Drake. And here's Trip.
This second scramble definitely looks much worse. There aren't too many blocks, and it's 4 tips, I believe.
And not a good solve from Trip either, a 3.3. So even with that fumble at the end, Alex is going to get the best solve on the second with 2.6. Sebastian Stone getting a 2.7 on the second, much better for him. Redeemed himself after that poor first solve, the second slowest on the first solve. But he's still in contention for the podium. Brendan Dunnigan, 257 on the second. I think he is in second place right now, just behind Alex.
Shiloh starting with a 191. He just gets a 3.18, so he's counting that 3.18 now. Definitely not what he was looking for after he started so strong with a 1.
And here's Alex for his third solve. Pretty good. 2.3. Okay, he's happy. Another shake of the head and then a nod, so he's happy.
It seems like he's happier with the 2s than he was with the 1 at first.
Yeah, I think that first scramble was a bit nicer. Maybe he thought it had potential to be a sub 1.5, and he's got a 159 average, so 167 on a good scramble is not great, but it was better than anybody else on that first solve. So
Here we see Dominic with his best solve of the average so far, a 247. So now his counting solve is 273, which it seems very tight outside of the top 2 right now.
Brendan Dunnigan got a 238 on the third, so he has got 3 2s back to back to back and is only just behind Alex. If Alex gets a bad solve and Brendan gets a good solve, then we could see them switch places.
And Trip also cannot afford to count this 338, which isn't it's not the worst time, but it's also not a time that you want to count at all.
He would not be able to win if he counted that 3. He would still be in contention for the podium, however.
Seems like a 2-tip scramble. A lot of inspection time here.
Ooh, and he is going to count that 3.
Yeah, another 3.3 for Trip. He's not happy about that as Alex is firmly in the lead right now.
Trip drops down the rankings. I think if going by mean of 3, he is still in third place behind Brendan and Alex, but that's going to put him out the running for the championship title. It's now between Alex and Brendan. Shiloh with a 1.9 on the fourth. That's saying good things about the scramble. What can Alex get? 188. I think Alex is going to lock the win with that solve there. I don't think Brendan's not done the fourth yet. So unless, he has, never mind. A 1.9. And I think that's it. Alex Bohack is your Pyraminx champion. Shiloh's BPA is 235, but Alex's worst possible is 227. Oh, okay. If Alex gets his worst and Brendan gets his best, they could swap positions. It's very unlikely. 1.71 by Dominic on that fourth as well. Wow, it seems like a good scramble.
And the fourth scramble seems to be very, very good. Shiloh, if he can get his best possible average, will also be in contention for the podium.
This seems like it might be quite a good scramble set. A good first, a good fourth. Lots of people could get PR average. That would be a PR for Shiloh, a PR for Dominic, I believe, as well.
We're looking in at Tripp's fourth solve. He's yet to try the fourth scramble that so many people are having success on. We'll see if he can take advantage to make up for accounting 3.3.
He is going to need 2 good solves back to back to even give him a chance of podium. Here we go. One of the best scrambles in the round. Shiloh with a 3 on the last. He's got a 2.8 average secured. Oh, Tripp with a mistake. Again. That's it. Tripp Peters is not going to podium at the Western Championships. He's going to be very disappointed with that. One of the favorites going into the round and completely missing the podium altogether.
And I'm not sure if he knows it yet, but that is really rough to win the first round and then drop to second coming into the finals. And now he's off the podium.
Brendan Donegan with a 4 on the last, and that's locked in the win for Alex Bohack as he's looking at the last scramble. Doesn't matter what he gets, he's already won. Can he improve his average? Yes, he can. A 2.33 that's going to slightly improve his average. He's got a 2.17 average. What a performance from Alex. I think he's going to be a little bit disappointed because the scramble set did seem quite good. A lot of people with good potential, but he is going to take home the win. Congratulations to Alex.
Dominic is vying for that third place spot. He has a counting 2.47 and 2.73, which would put him above the third place average right now of 282 by Shiloh. We'll see
327 needed for Dominic to knock Shiloh off third place.
I'm not sure if we're going to be able to witness that. Here's Tripp's last solve. Again, a very disappointing round for him. He's not going to podium.
And Dominic got a 392, so that's the podium locked into place. Shiloh Despine in third with 282. Brendan Donegan with his worst possible average in second, 239. And your Western champion, Alex Bohack, 217. And we'll watch Tripp's last solve here. Can he redeem himself? Or maybe we won't. Oh, there we go.
And he messes up again.
From the last as well. He's giving himself a Z perm.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Tripp.
9.24, and Shiloh is in third place. His first podium of the weekend, actually, which is kind of surprising considering how well he's performed, in my opinion. But as Chris mentioned, Alex Bohack is your Western champion. He wins the event with a 2.17 average. Brendan Donegan, a 2.39 coming in second place. And Shiloh Despin coming in third, a 2.82 average. A great performance overall on the finals. And coming up right after this, we have 4x4 Cube Final. We're going to see some different faces here, but don't go anywhere because 4x4 Finals is up next.
Hey, we're your Speed Cube shop.
Baby. Yeah.
For anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup Speed Cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your Speed Cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Ready.
Let's go. 8 seconds.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Sunset Ballroom inside the Flamingo Las Vegas for Cubers live coverage of the West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2025. I'm joined by the 15-time national record holder, Chris Mills. We just wrapped up Pyraminx final with Alex Bohawk taking home the win, his first Western Championship title of this competition. But we're going to see some different faces here in 4x4. Of course, the one and only Max Park coming into the first seed with a 21-second average, and the 2 through 7th seeds all posting just under sub 30. So really, second and third place are completely up for grabs here, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, if Max Park does not win this finals, I will do a little dance on my bed. Okay, Max Park is going to take the win. He is almost 7 seconds ahead of second place in the last round with a 21 average, counting a sub 20. Some good solving from Max Park. If he got a bit lucky with parities, he could have been on for a North American record average in that last round. So he is back on form after a disappointing 4x4 finals at the World Championship. But as you said, second and third place completely up for grabs. They were both 28 averages in the last round. Some not great performances by Lucas and Brendan. I think those two are probably the favorites to take second and third. Paul Marvey as well. I think he might be second seed, although he's not been quite on top form for 4x4 recently. But really, anybody on the top in the top 10 with a good average, a good round, just a PR, anything could happen. If they just get lucky with parities and Lucas and Brendan don't, it could really go any way. But I'm excited to watch. Max Park, we saw him get excited after his 6x6 round yesterday. Maybe we'll see him get amped up again today if he gets some great times. I'm excited for the round.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Max is able to use that momentum from the 6x6 and 5x5 performances yesterday to propel him to reclaiming the world record average that was taken from him just a couple months ago by Timon Koleshinsky. Max currently still has the North American record average of, I believe, 1935, which is very close to world record. And coming into this round with a 21-second average, it really just comes down to parity for 4x4, whether or not he's going to get the sub 20 average.
Yeah, if he just hits the flow and gets lucky with parities, PLL parities aren't too bad, but an OLL parity can add 2 seconds to your solve and can be the difference between a 21 average or a 19-second average. So hopefully we can see Max hit the flow. He got second place in 3x3 semifinals, but still with a pretty good mid 5-second average. So he's not been solving too badly today, but this is his first final of the day. 4x4 final, Max Park, solve 1.
And Max has already collected 6 Western Championship titles for 4x4 through 7x7. He's looking to make it 7 for 4x4 today. He's solving on green.
This is looking strong. On to
incredible edge pairing there. Ola parity. No PLL parity. The 2372, not going to be the best for him. Obviously, he's still plenty comfortable when it comes to winning this competition, but he can probably execute Ola parity one-handed and still expect to win.
27 for Brandon. That's going to be better than last round, but could still be easily beaten by a bunch of by the rest of the field. And now we've got Lucas, who is going to be solving right here in front of you. Lucas, a yellow only solver for 4x4, which is very odd. He's color neutral for 3x3, opted for yellow on 4x4, and he's on his last layer now. No OLL parity. This could be quite good. PLL parity, bit lucky. It's going to be a 28, not great. Brendan's going to be in second place so far, and Lucas will be just behind him.
Yeah, and the fact that he's the only one in this competition who's only solving on yellow, I wonder if that'll work in his favor or against him, because he's going to be having pretty drastically different solutions than everybody.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about color neutral and trying to find out if anybody is solved on blue only or yellow only. And Lucas is color neutral for 3x3, but he is yellow only for 4x4.
So we see Brendan's second solve here already. He's under the table, so we can't exactly see what's happening. He posted a 27-second solve in his first in his first solve, coming in as the third seed here with a 28.42 average. And this is looking pretty good. He has PLO parity and a 28, so right in line with his average from the last round, and still very much putting him in contention for the podium.
Could definitely be good enough for second place with a 27 and a 28 so far. Here's Max Park, second solve. Didn't start great, and a lock up at the start of the solve as well.
Yeah, that took a really long time for the first two centers.
But flying through the centers. Bit of pausing in the edges. This is uncharacteristic for Max Park. Moving on to 3x3 stage. Is he going to get lucky with OLL parity yet? PLO parity. What was that? A 20.94. A very well recovered solve for Max Park. A rough start and some pauses in the edges, but still a 20.9.
And I mean, it's just no OLL parity really saves the solve there. It seemed like it may have been even like a worse solve than the one he had last time, but the no OLL parity really saves time.
Paul Marvey started with a 32, but then strongly recovered with a 23 on the second.
A 23 is incredible for Paul. Here we're looking at Lucas's second solve. Did he have PLO parity there?
I think he did, a 30.6. It is really anyone's game now. Brendan pretty solidly in second place. Well, a shoot, but then Paul Marvey does have that 23. It's going to be a close podium behind Max Park, of course.
Kyle Kentucky coming in as the fourth seed. It looks like he's already out of contention. He's counting a 34-second solve. Maybe he's just focusing on 3x3 finals later in the day. Kevin also with a 27 on the second solve, which as of now puts him in third place out of everybody.
Dylan Miller, a 37 on the second, 31 on the first. He's almost out of it. Not great solving from most of the pack so far. Only three people have only sub-30s so far.
And Will Callan, who came into this round, I believe is the fifth seed with his personal record average in the last round. He's also only gotten above 30 on both of his solves.
Here's Max Park, solve 3.
Solving on blue and green again. The centers were better this time.
Oh, seems like he made a mistake for his last cross edge. Cost him a lot of time. Moving on to 3x3 stage now. Is he going to get OLL parity? He is not.
PLO parity again.
23.9. That's going to give him a canning 23.7. Max Park is not going to be on for any sort of record average in this round. Obviously, he's still going to win. A bad solve for him is a good solve for the rest of the field. Looks like he's getting over a delegate for something. Let's see what's going on here. Brendan Dunnigan got a 22 on the third solve.
And a 22. So it seems like Brendan is easily going to be second place here, unless Paul on this third solve, unfortunately, another 32. So now he's counting a 32-second solve, which all of a sudden Paul looks like he may not even be looking at the podium.
Kevin Hayes looks like he's in the strongest position to take third place right now. I think Max and Brendan look locked in. Looks like Max is getting an extra, just judging by Manu writing on what looked like his scorecard there. We'll try and get confirmation as to whether that would be an extra solve.
And here's Lucas. He's posted a 28 and a 30. So if he's able to get a good solve here, he puts himself back in podium contention. It seems like just the sub 30 is going to do it for the podium. Gets all parity there, unfortunately.
Seems pretty good, though.
The 28 once again. So he's counting the 28.83, which...
That does put him ahead of Kevin, but only slightly.
And off stream, Jeremy Bollenbach getting a 26 in his fourth solve. So if he's able to count that, then he would actually end up with a pretty decent average possible for a podium.
Hold up a second. Dylan Miller's BPA could be podium potential. We were joking before about glazing him in this round, but he's got a counting 31 and 30 and a 27 as well. A good last solve would give him a sub 30 average, which, as you said before, might be podium potential, although Kevin Hayes has just got a 25 on his fourth. So that's going to be tough for Lucas or anybody else in the field to catch up. Kevin's worst possible average is already a 28.6.
So that would put Dylan out of contention too, because I don't think he can get a 28 average.
Well, Lucas could get 2 bad solves.
Okay, yeah. Here's Brendan. It looks like he's going to finish. He gets a 28, so Brendan also securing himself at least a podium finish here. His worst possible average is just under 28 seconds at 27.97. He has to be happy with that, but
yeah, most likely he will beat Kevin. But Kevin with that 25, if he managed to count that and Brendan got a bad solve on the last, Kevin could even overtake Brendan. Dylan Miller with a 27 on the last, a 30.12 average, just behind Jeremy Bullenbot.
So just missing out on the podium for Dylan. What a clutch performance from him, though, to pull out a counting 27.
That's crazy.
I don't know how he does it with edges on bottom. Here we're looking at Max's third solve. This is a replacement solve, an extra for his original third solve. We're not exactly sure what constituted the extra, but this is looking... Oh, he thought he had PLO parity there and finishes with the V-perm and a 25.
Even worse than the original time.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened to give him the extra, but once again, counting another 23.
Here's Lucas. He's going to need a good solve here if he wants to overtake Kevin. And it's not going to be... Oh, it could be good.
PLO parity. And an E-perm is not good.
Oh, no. Too many lockups. That's going to secure Kevin Hayes in third place, as he just got his worst solve on the last, but still going to be good enough. Even Lucas's best possible average will put him in fourth place. But it is worth noting that Kevin is not in contention for the Western podium, as he is based in the Pacific Northwest, I believe. So Lucas, I think, is guaranteed to get third place for the Western podium. And Brendan Dunnigan, even with a worse solve on the last. Oh, this is a good solve for Kyle Santucci. Oh, big fumble at the end.
And the slow, soft timer stop for 25. I don't believe Lucas is in contention for the Western titles, being that...
Oh, of course, he's Canadian.
I don't know where he resides in Canada, but yeah.
What am I talking about? So, Paul Marvey... even with a counting 32, he is going to take home third place for the Western podium.
Yeah, and that's tough for Paul because he has a counting 32, but he's also counting a 26. And it looks like it's just between Brendan and Lucas for that last podium spot. We'll have to see how they do here as we take a look at Max's fourth solve. Again, he had an extra solve to replace his original third. So he's a little bit behind here, but obviously he's going to pull out the win.
Kyle managed to get a 29.4 average with a counting 34. If you disregard his first 2 solves, he was solving really well on the last 3. Max Park with a 21.
And a 21 with Olo parity as well. He had a really good last layer after that, but Olo parity, man, it's a killer.
Max's BPA is going to be sub 22. His worst possible is still going to put him in the lead by about 4 seconds.
Here we're looking at Lucas's final solve. He still has a chance to podium here if he pulls out a good time. Best possible.
No, he doesn't.
69.
He does not have a chance to podium. Oh, that's going to put him 0.09 behind Kevin Hayes. That lockup on the E-perm on the last solve cost him. And the 24, despite getting BPA, it's not going to be good enough to overtake Kevin Hayes.
Yeah, you're right. He's currently second, but Max and Brendan are the only 2 solvers left, and they're barring some terrible, terrible solvings or luck. They're probably going to kick him off the podium.
Yeah, even if Brendan got his worst solve on the last, he's still secured second place with a guaranteed sub 28 average.
Still a very strong performance by Lucas, though. He has a 28.69 average.
All right, I think hopefully we'll be able to see either Brendan or Max's last solve. And what do we have coming up next? I believe it might be one-handed. Yeah, one-handed final will be our next event. Only 4 more finals after this: one-handed 2x2, 3-blind, and the ultimate final 3x3. Here is Max Park's last solve. Sub 22 average is possible with his best solve on the last. Let's see what he can do.
Going for white and yellow this time. It seems like he only does white, yellow, and blue and green.
Yeah, no angry colors.
And he's flying through these edges here. He's already on 3x2 and another Olo parity for him. I think that's 4 in this average.
Woo!
And a 1783 to finish the average.
With
Max.
Olo parity. That
with
is
Olo
insane.
Parity. Could that have been world record without the parity? He gets a 2198 average.
I don't think so, but it would have been low 16 at least.
Max has to be happy with that. A 17 with Olo parity, easily winning the competition, and of course claiming another Western Championship title for 4x4. That is his 7th career Western Championship podium. Here we go. So with everybody finished, Max Park is your champion for 4x4. 2198 average. Brendan Dunnigan right behind him. He is the runner-up Western champion. 2734. Kevin Hayes coming in 3rd place, taking that last podium spot with a very strong 2860 average. We are moving on to the one-handed finals after this, where we're going to see who's going to be the next one-handed Western champion. Is it going to be Max? Is it going to be Brendan? Stay tuned to find out.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the Sunset Ballroom in the Flamingo, Las Vegas for Cubers live coverage of the West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2025. I'm Chris Yan. I'm joined by the 15-time national record holder, Chris Mills. We just wrapped up 4x4 finals where Max Park expectedly took home a commanding win with a 21.98 average. He claimed his 7th career Western Championship title. We're moving on to 3x3 one-handed in this final, and it's going to be up for grabs for the 2nd and 3rd place spots on the podium because there are 4 people in the last round with an 11-second average. Brendan Dunnigan, of course, is looking to collect another at least runner-up Western Championship title. He comes in our 4th seed with an 11.66 average. Right ahead of him is Kyle Santucci with an 11.57 average. And of course, Jeremy Bullenbot looking for another podium this weekend with an 11.19 average, right behind Max Park.
Yeah, so although Max Park is the heavy favorite for this round, of course, with an 8.46 official average, which is 5th in the world. He also got 2nd at the World Championships back in July. Both Brendan, Jeremy, and Kyle all have official averages better than Max's average from the last round. So if Max just got a mid-10 average again, and one of those 3 managed to have a good round, we could see him actually lose the title here. It's not completely Max Park. I'm definitely not going to do a dance if Max Park doesn't win this round, because I'm not making a bet like that again. Because Max Park, he is a strong one-handed solver, but a 10 average is possible for him to get, and definitely possible for 3 of the other guys as well.
Also in contention for the 3rd place podium spot are Jihu Mun and Dylan Govich, who both use Ru, so their solutions are going to look a little bit different, and that may or may not help them as opposed to the rest of the CFOP solvers in this group. 3x3 one-handed finals getting underway here with Brendan Dunnigan, our 4th seed. Brendan is searching for his first sub-10 official average. He's currently sitting at 10.01, although in the previous round, in the previous round, getting 11-second averages.
Brendan is one of the best all-rounders in the world, and one-handed is a good event for him, but it's also one-handed average is one of the events I beat him in. So although I wish him the best, I also don't wish him too much, because I don't want him to beat 959. He can get 960. I'll be stoked if he got 960, but he's not allowed to beat my average.
Would that nemesize you if he beats that?
I think that it would just have 2x2 single left.
Okay.
This is a good solve for Jeremy.
Yes, it is very easy. A good execution on the Olo and a U-perm. A 990 for Jeremy. He's smiling. The cubing Fedora knows what's up. He knows that if he continues that, then he's on his way to a win here.
That's what we were saying. Although Max Park is a heavy favorite, if these guys, Brendan or Jeremy, just managed to pop off, and Jeremy starting with a 9, they could manage to take the spot from him. But here's Max Park, heavy favorite. We're hoping to see 8s or 7s from him.
Max also color neutral. It looks like he's choosing to do orange cross this time. And he's flying through this. A T-perm to finish. And an 827 to start for Max. And that is an incredible start for him. We're looking forward to seeing more of that in the rest of his average. He's comfortably in first with that first solve.
Max is best official average, 846, 2nd in North America, 5th in the world. So a good start for him, 0.2 better than his PR average. This solve could be decent for Brendan. And an 11.2 shake of the head, although that is still pretty good.
Yeah, an 11.2 would have put him, if he were to get an 11.2 average, that would place him in 3rd, judging by the last round.
Back to Jeremy. Started with a sub 10. Very strong start. Let's see if he can keep it up.
And for Jeremy, this has to be the event that he's looking to get at least 2nd in, probably the most out of any event he's competing in this competition.
Ooh, rough start.
No, he didn't get a good case there for his last F12 pair.
11.6.
Not terrible. I'm kind of surprised at how many people I'm seeing just using the regular two-handed J-perm algorithm. Is that like the new strategy nowadays, or do people?
That's not what I use.
Yeah, I thought we would switch to the RUL one.
I think there is 3 J-perm algs I'd rather use than that one.
And this is a great solve by Max. He's solving on yellow.
Ooh.
And a 746. He's counting the 827. 746
go.
is 0.3 seconds below the world record average as well. Max is on incredible pace, not only to break his own PR, but maybe even a world record.
I said before, we want to see 8s and 7s from Max Park, and that's exactly what we've seen. 8.27, 7.46, miles ahead of his PR average, even looking like it could be. I mean, we're only 2 souls in. I don't want to speak too soon, but we could be looking like some sort of record in this round. But a great start from Max. Hopefully he can keep it up for at least a PR average, and I don't think there's any way anybody in this round can catch up. Although Kyle Santucci started with 10.06 and then a 10.05, both off stream. Very consistent from him and both better than his PR average.
It'll be hard for people to beat accounting 827. Just for everybody watching at home, a 7.72 average is the North American record and world record held by Luke Garrett. Hopefully Max can make a bid at that today. And Jeremy here, this is a nasty OLO to get and an H perm as well.
Oh, not a good execution for the H-Perm. That's going to be a 13 for Jeremy. Hopefully that will be his worst solve. He's going to look to hopefully count a sub 10 to have a shot at the podium. Caleb Chin's not been doing too bad, a mid 11 and a mid 10, but a 14 on the third. Seems like people are getting their worst solves here. Hopefully Max can be the outlier here.
This is Max's third solve. He started with an 827 and then a 746. He's solving on blue here. That was a great first start as well. And it looks like he has another A-perm to finish. And a 796. Max is counting a 796 and at least an 827 here.
Max Park is on an absolute heater, accounting sub 8 and an 8.27. He is almost guaranteed to get a PR average here. Unless he fails to get a sub 9 on one of the last 2, I think we're going to see a secure PR for Max Park. What a round from him. After an incredible last solve in the 4x4 round, Max Park has kept up that momentum and is absolutely demolishing the field in one-handed.
Here we're looking at Jeremy's fourth solve. Jeremy started off strong with a 990, but ever since then, 2 seconds slower in each solve. Hopefully he can reverse that and get back to 9s, 10s, and 11s here. Jeremy's a white cross only solver for one-handed. Max Park is color neutral for one-handed, which gives him a good advantage, and he's taking advantage of it in this final. Soon for Jeremy, he does the ZB. He knows the ZB, but it's still 1334. So now his counting solves are 1161 and 1334. Not exactly what he wants, if he wants to podium even. We're looking in at Max's fourth solve now. He's already counting a 796 and possibly an 827. Max's personal record average is 846 and personal single 620. Going on green once again.
Not good here.
Yeah, the start isn't as good as the other solves here. Nice holo there and the Z-perm finish. So a 1089 guarantees him the win. Most likely, that's going to also be a 904 is his worst possible average, which is absolutely ridiculous. His best possible average of 790.
Let's see, what does Max Park need to take home a PR average? Current PR is 846.
Off stream, Dylan Miller getting an 898 on his fourth solve.
915 on the last solve would tie his PR average. So a 913 would be a new PR for Max Park.
Off stream as well, Brendan Dunnigan has finished his average. He finishes with an 1138, which firmly puts him in first and a strong contender for a podium spot if Jeremy is unable to get another good counting solve here. And he knows the ZB, but it's not going to be enough. Another 13 for Jeremy, so he's counting 2 13s and an 11, which probably takes him off of the podium spot, which is a huge blow for him as he was looking to get second at this competition. Max Park just needs a 9.15 for PR here. Going on white this time.
This is good.
This is going to be his best solve.
Oh, that's huge.
760, he counts that.
That's
he has
sub
2
8.
counting sub 8s and an 827.
That's a sub 8 average from Max Park. That is absolutely huge. 794. I believe that is third in the world, just behind Luke Garrett and Nicholas Archer, jumping ahead 2 spots. 794. What an average.
And Max, once again, is your Western champion. I feel like that goes without saying, but a 794, an unbelievable performance. He beats his previous PR by half a second.
Wow, what a clutch solve as well. A 10.8 on the fourth solve, almost getting BPA on the last. An incredible solve. His turning is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know how he does it time and time again. Max Park with a 10.5 average in the last round, looking like he was beatable coming into this final, but no way, said Max Park. 794, sorry. One of the best averages we've ever seen. Incredible.
And what a run he's on coming off of that last final solve in 4x4 finals, a 1783 with Olo parity, and he comes in and absolutely demolishes his PR one-handed his average.
That 8 from Dylan was also his PR single as well. So we've got 2 PRs this round. And for the podium, obviously, Max Park's going to take the win, 794. And then over 3 seconds behind him is Kyle Santucci in second place, 11:01. And in third place, Brendan Dunnigan, 11:38, despite getting a 22 on the last solve. And unfortunately, Jeremy could not keep up the pace after his first 2 solves and dropped down to 6th. So that's going to be a podium. Max, Kyle, Brendan. And I'm not sure where Dylan Govic is from, but Kyle, obviously Canada, so he's not going to be on the Western podium. Wow.
What an exciting 3x3 one-handed final. Max Park, once again, is your Western champion. I believe that is his 7th career Western championship title, claiming a sub 8 average that moves him to 3rd in the world, 794. He beats his previous PR of 846. We're going to be moving on to 2x2. We'll be seeing some familiar faces, some different faces, but be sure to tune in for 2x2 finals coming up next.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Sunset Ballroom inside the Flamingo Las Vegas for the West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2025. I'm Chris Yan. I'm joined by 15-time national record holder Chris Mills. Chris, we just witnessed otherworldly one-handed solving from Max Park. He absolutely destroys his personal record average of 846 with 794 to capture his 7th career Western Championship title in one-handed. We move on to 2x2, where we're looking at probably there were 6 people in the last round that were able to get a sub-2 average. However, Dominic, Will, and Remy are the only ones who are eligible of those 6 for the Western Championship podium. Dominic pretty comfortably winning the last round with a 147 average, but everybody else bunched up at the top with 1.6 and 1.7 averages.
Yeah, 2x2 finals. This is going to be close. Caleb Chen is definitely the favorite going into this for the overall title. We saw some PR singles in the last round from a few different people. As you said, there was a couple of nice scrambles. But this is going to be close in this round. I think, I'm excited to watch Caleb Chen solve. It's always a pleasure to watch him solve both 3x3 and 2x2. One of the best 2x2 solvers in the world. And he always has the cleanest turning. But this podium could really go anyway. I think, honestly, anybody in this final, if they just solved well, they could get on the podium. So, yeah, this is exciting to watch. 2x2 is always a big thrill to watch. Dominic here, he is first seed from the last round and the favorite to take the Western champion title. Let's see if he can hold his position and secure that win.
Dominic coming into this competition as the 3rd highest ranked competitor. He has a 124 personal record average, good for 40th in the world.
On your screen now, that is Alan from Mexico, 157. That is, it used to be tied with my PR average, not anymore. Let's see if he can catch up to me, only 0.02 ahead of him. Oh, not a good first solve. A big pause and then a wrong AUG, and it's a DNF.
Well, good to get it out of the way first. And here's Dominic, the first seed coming into this final. He's looking to win this. He's shaking his head at the scramble. Maybe this is not the best scramble.
Oh, and he messes up as well. And a +2, I believe. It's close. I think that's definitely a +2. So that's going to be a 4.7 for Dominic. And here's Caleb. Surely he can do something here. $151.
Caleb puts down a 151. It seemed like everybody was struggling with this scramble, and he has no problem with it.
Something I pointed out to Chris in the break is that when Caleb solves, he barely moves his body between starting the timer and stopping it. He's very still. He doesn't lift the cube up much at all. A 115. Who was that?
That is Ezra. He's coming in as the 4th seed. Is that his first
That's
or
the
second solve?
Ezra got a 138 on the first. He is in the lead quite heavily. And a 115 on the second shows good things about the scramble. Kyle Santucci only managed to get a 2.1 on it, though. We'll wait to see what our other top solvers can get on this second scramble.
Caleb and Ezra clearly seeing something in that first scramble that nobody else was. Here is Alan's second solve, and he's recovers well, a 145. He's happy with that.
Ooh, not great from Dominic. He is not happy with that. Although a 148 is a good time, this scramble seems to be very good. A 115 for Ezra. And Dominic was not happy with his time on that. Here's Ezra on the 3rd. He seems to be a bit ahead of everybody. And Will Callan with a 0.85 on the first scramble, apparently. 154.
Also, he's not happy with it, but a 154 is still putting him ahead in the first 3 solves. And Will, with a 0.85 on the first solve, clearly he also saw something that a lot of other people weren't on that first scramble.
Or maybe we missed the first one.
Or maybe he had an extra.
Maybe. Here's Caleb Chen on the second. A good scramble. And a good time, 108.
Such poise under pressure. His turning is so stable, and you're right. He really does not move after he picks up the cue.
It looked like he might have done an even different solution to some other people. It seemed like he did the triple sexy case. Turned it incredibly fast. I don't know how he got a 108 with that many moves. Ooh, there's a good solve. 0.98.
Dominic recovering well after his first solve was a 471. He has a 148 afterwards and a 0.98 this time.
This could be a good scramble set. Hold up. If that really was Will's first solve, and he's still waiting to get the second and the third, we've seen a 108. So far, we've seen a 0.85 on the first, a 108 on the second, and a 0.98 on the third. And that's a 109 for Alan. This seems like a pretty good scramble set to me.
And we'll see if Will is able to take advantage of that. I don't think he's going to be on stream for any of these solves.
We'll try and get our moving camera over to him if we can, but we'll see what we can do.
Will coming into this round as the 5th seed. He is eligible for the Western Championship podium, as he does indeed reside in the West region, as I recently learned. The former native from Maryland.
There's Will Callan over there in the distance. It looks like he's getting ready to do his second solve. Just reset the timer. Unfortunately, our judge is blocking off you. Oh, he's just leaned back. Very nice of him. Ezra got a 127 on the 4th. He is already locked a 1.4 average at worst. There's a 1.29 for Will Callan. That's going to be counting already.
Thumbs up from the judge. It's good. Caleb is looking. This is going to be an incredibly competitive podium here.
Caleb on the 3rd. We've seen a sub 1 on this by Dominic. Can Caleb get better? Yes, he can. 0.96. That's a counting 108 for Caleb Chen after just 3 solves.
Dominic, 139 on the 4th solve as well. He has fully recovered after a 471 on the first solve.
Caleb Chen, a 119 PR, a 117 PR average, sorry. He could be on pace to beat that.
So Will, Caleb, Dominic, and Alan all looking to get sub 1.5 averages here. If all 4 of them are able to do it, it'd be really a shame if you get a sub 1.5 and you're not able to podium.
Alan, 139. This is going to be so tight. Alan's best possible, crazy performance 131. Dominic's best possible, 128. And then Caleb and Will are also doing incredibly. Ezra's average was 135. This is going to be so tight. Oh, there's Will Callan, 101 on the 3rd.
Will is also in position. He's on PR pace. Will is 2nd seeded in this competition with a 123, a former North American record average, and he is in position to beat that here today. Here's Caleb for his 4th solve as well. He's already counting at least a 1.08. He has a 0.96 and a 1.51.
Caleb just needs like a 1.2 on one of the last 2 solves to secure a PR average.
Oh, and Caleb, no, he turns the cue before or after starting the timer. That's going to be a DNF for him.
Looks like he might have actually missed one looked anyway, as when we saw him try to solve the cube, he did not do it correctly. Here is Dominic. He's got a bad solve on the 1st. He's still got potential for a good average, and he's going to get it at 149. That's going to be strong.
A sub 1.5 average for Dominic as well. That's a 145 average. So that's 2nd place to Ezra, who got a 135. He's 2nd place with a 145 average. That would have gone him first in the last round.
Caleb's BPA is 118, so PR is not possible. DNF is obviously his worst possible. He's going to need a 168 to secure podium.
And Alan, a solid 185 on his last solve. Certainly not as good as the other 3 solves that he's counting now.
That's a PR average by him by 0.01. Still not better than me. He's jumped from 157 to 156. But here's Caleb. DNF looming over him. He could secure a podium position here.
Ezra currently in first with a 135 average. And Caleb with a 158. That's not going to do it, I don't believe.
That's going to put him in second, but Will Callen's only done 3 solves.
And
Here he is
Will
now.
recounting a 101. Not a great solve on that one. It's 165. He still has a
Will
chance.
Callen's locked the win, though. That locks the win for Will, I believe. His worst possible 132. Yeah, he is going to beat Ezra. Will Callen, first place, 132. Ezra, second, 135. Caleb, third, 139. That is so close, but Will still has 1 solve to go. Best possible average of 105. Only needs about a 1.2 to beat his former North American record average of 123. Wow, what a round.
I know. Alan is going. He got a 156 PR and he's already off the podium. He might finish 5th. He is going to finish 5th.
So, what did we say before? Dominic, he is in contention for the Western podium. Ezra is not. Caleb is not, and Remy is. So, it looks like Remy is going to come 3rd place for Western podium, and then Dominic 2nd, and Will 1st. Here is. Oh, never mind. Will cannot be Western champion, but he is going to win overall, and this is his last solve now. Can he get a PR average? Oh, and it was a DNF on the last.
126 DNF for Will.
Oh, he's going to be a little disappointed with that. After such a strong start, he is still going to win overall. Dominic, although he missed the podium, he is going to be your Western champion. All 3 of our overall podium not eligible for the Western champion title. So I'm not sure who is 3rd place for Western podium, but Dominic will be 1st and Remy will be 2nd. I'm not sure.
What a performance that we saw from this round. Remy comes in 6th place with a 175. Alan only finishes 5th with a 156 PR. Dominic is somehow out of a podium, even though he got a 1.45 average. Although, like you said, he did capture the Western Championship title, which is his first Western Champion title of the weekend. I mean, a sub 1.4 average needed to get onto the podium. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, what a great scramble set with some great solves as well. I'm so sorry for Will. It's such a really strong start, and then it just couldn't quite execute those last 2 scrambles. Looks like most people got one of their worst, if not their worst solve on the last 4th scramble. We saw Ezra get a 127. That would have been close to, I think that would have been enough for PR for Will if he managed to get a 127. But sub 2 on 2 of the scrambles, a 108 on the 2nd as well. What a scramble set, and some great solving. That was really exciting.
Yeah, and we have more excitement coming. We are moving on to the 3x3 blindfolded final. This is going to be our last final before the grand event of 3x3 finals. Congratulations to Will Callen on winning the event of 2x2. Dominic Shoji for being the Western champion in 2x2. We'll see you coming up very soon for 3x3 blindfolded finals.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan, Miller,
Matty Inaba,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still in the Sunset Ballroom inside the Flamingo Las Vegas. This is Cuber's live coverage of the West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2025. I'm joined by Chris Mills, the 15-time national record holder. We just saw a completely exhilarating 2x2 final where 1.39 was the worst average to get onto the podium. Dominic Shoji capturing the Western Championship final there. But now we're moved on to the second to last final of the day, 3x3 blindfolded. Chris, what are you looking for in this final?
Well, Graham Siggins, as long as he doesn't triple DNF, is almost guaranteed to take home first place. 4 seconds ahead of second place Jimbo, who is also from Canada, so not eligible for the Western Championship title. But everybody else on the screen there is also eligible for that title. I think it's going to be really close to see who gets on the podium. Graham first, David second is looking most likely, but really close between third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, everybody else there. It's going to be really close to see who can sneak onto the podium. One thing I'm looking forward to here is usually when we're at a competition commentating through blind, we've got to be a little bit quiet. But because we're commentating remotely, we can go ham. They can't hear us. We don't have to worry about distracting them, which is a benefit of commentating from far, far away. So I'm looking forward to watching some Graham solves. He's already taken home 3 Western Championship titles this weekend already in 4-blind, 5-blind, and multi-blind. And he also got second place in F2 or third place in FTO, I believe. So let's see if he can add one more medal to his trophy room.
Graham also crazy. He captured a 19.49 mean in the first round. So sub 20 mean for him and 2 18s. And here we go, looking at the second seed, Jimbo, looking to secure at least second in this final.
Something Chris, you pointed out to me before is although Jimbo has an 18 single, his mean is 113. So maybe he'll look to improve his mean in this round if he starts well. And here's David, third seed and one of the favorites to hop on the podium. Very slow turner.
Slow and accurate. It looks like he is doing fine so far. It looks like there may be a couple edges left that he forgot about, but
yeah, sometimes they save it to last, but not this time. Here's Graham.
So that was a good. Graham is looking good on this first solve. And he messes up a little bit on the very, very last couple of freestyle algorithms here, but still a success, a 24.72. Going to place him into first. He doesn't seem too happy about it, but at least he secures a success to start.
And Jimbo over 31. That 24 from Graham, although it's good and will almost definitely secure him on the podium, it might not be good enough to secure a win. David has a mean faster than that. He's got a 23.99 mean and a 20 single as his PRs. So just one decent solve for him could knock Graham off the top spot. But 24, we're very likely to see Graham beat that in one of his following solves.
Jimbo taking a swig of some performance-enhancing beverage. I can't exactly tell what that is in the yellow can, but certainly, hopefully going to help him at least improve his mean. We've just received word that Jimbo is getting his performance-enhancing beverage from sparkling water, so nothing too crazy here. Unlike
Fancy man.
Unlike Kevin Hayes and his Mountain Dew, the sparkling water does the trick for Jimbo's eye.
Still or sparkling, Chris?
Probably. Wait, what did you call? Wait, sparkling or what?
Still.
Is that like just non-sparkling water?
Yeah, just normal water.
Probably just normal water.
Yeah.
My roommate in college would vehemently disagree with that. He had a soda machine in his room and he would only drink carbonated beverages. So
that's crazy. I think unless I'm feeling really fancy, I almost always still water.
David just practicing his nod don here. Interesting blindfold. I always love seeing the different blindfolds. Some people just go pretty classic with a blank blindfold, but David obviously opting to not do that.
David with a DNF on the first. He's one of the favorites for this round. Graham only a 24 on the first. David has the potential to beat that, though it seems like he's a very steady turner, does not like to rush things. Looks like he might be safetying on this one just to ensure he gets on the podium. I would expect around 10-second memo for him if he's got a 20-second PR. So taking it very slow and steady here. Smooth and accurate turning, looking good so far. Onto corners, just a couple of Augs left. Pausing here, and last Aug here, and he's good. A 38 might be good enough for a podium. I think that's a nice safety for him. That was a fast memo from Graham, sub 7, but not fast turning. It's looking okay so far. Onto corners now. Last couple of Augs, and that's going to be good. 21.99. I think that's almost definitely going to be good enough for the win. He's not happy with it, though. Knows he's got the capability for a lot faster than that. But I think, yeah, we can safely say Graham is probably going to take the win on this event.
Here's Jimbo with his second solve. He also already has his success. It's always interesting to see what people's strategies are when it comes to getting your first success, if some people are just gunning every single solve or not. It seemed like David here was going pretty safe just to get his success first, and hopefully he secures an even better time on his final solve.
This is going to be a DNF for Jimbo. He's still got an edge left. 23 DNF for him. Not going to improve that mean from 113 in this round.
So going into the last solve here, it is the podium that we expected. Graham in first place with a 21.99, Jimbo in second, and David in third with a 38. But David, having, like Chris mentioned, a 23.99 mean, definitely has the potential to move into second here with a good solve.
And a 38 is very beatable by a lot of the rest of the field. Leah, Carrie, Jimmy, they could all beat a 38 if they had a good solve. Much faster memo from David here. This could be on pace for a sub 30. Moving on to corners now. His edges are solved. This looks good. Last Aug. Oh,
and he just misses
twisted.
it.
All right, David's just going to have to pray that 38 is going to be good enough. Here's Graham's last solve. Almost definitely secured the win. 8-second memo and into his execution. Looking steady so far. Oh.
He's onto corners. It looks like he's on good pace, but that's going to be it.
Manages to secure himself a mean.
Graham, back-to-back rounds with a mean. Certainly not as good as the mean he got in the previous round, but a mean nonetheless in the final where the pressure's up. We're looking at Carrie. Carrie is coming into this in the 5th seed. Let's see if he can secure himself a podium here. He is also eligible for the Western podium. Jimbo's last solve. 10-second memorization. Turning pretty steadily here. It doesn't... Oh, okay, a bit of a hesitation there. Going on to corner algorithms. This is a long, long hesitation, and it looks like he's going to DNF anyways with an edge still left.
But 31 is still going to be good enough for second place, so he doesn't have to worry about dropping any spots.
And no improvement on the mean for Jimbo, unfortunately. He's still going to have to settle for a 1-minute mean.
Carrie Huron got a 53 on the last, not beating his best solve, but it did give him a mean of 54.
And it looks like that's just about going to do it for this final here. Brendan Dunnigan, a triple DNF in the finals. Graham Siggins in first place with a 21.99. Jimbo Sai, 31.39. And David, a 38.44. Leia Zhang with a 41.14. They are on the Western podium, and Graham Siggins capturing another Western Championship title. A good performance from Graham in all blind events this entire weekend. A 4x4, a 5x5, a 3x3 blindfolded Western Championship title, and also very, very close to beating his own personal record in multi-blind with a 62 out of 65. Don't go anywhere because 3x3 Finals is up next. The biggest event of the day is 16 competitors head-to-head from the second round. We can't wait to bring it to you after this break.
Hey, we're Speedcube Shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup Speedcubes. Our team of experts will dial in your Speedcube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.
Cubers Live is your home for all things speed cubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan, Miller,
Matty Inaba,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speed cubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome, everybody. We are joining the West Coast Cubing Western Championship in the Sunset Ballroom in the Flamingo, Las Vegas. We are excited to bring you the main event of the day, 3x3 finals. I'm Christian. I'm joined by the 15-time national record holder, Chris Mills. And before we get into the results or the upcoming competitors for this 3x3 final, we wanted to do a quick recap on the results of the competition thus far. We've had 3 days of competing here today. Today is the final day of the competition. Starting off first with FMC, which took place a while ago and not actually at this competition. It was a separate competition held. There were 61 competitors going for the #1 spot in the Western Championship. Your podium for that event are Yunhao Lo, Daewei Tan, and our very own Manu Singhal. And on the topic of Manu, we want to extend a very big thank you to our production team that has worked so hard all weekend to keep me and Chris in the loop this entire competition and keep the organizational team running for this entire competition.
Yeah, it's been a great effort from the team at Cubers Live. Shout out to Matthew and Maynick as well, who is not directly involved in this stream, but has been sharing his expertise from running many amazing streams beforehand. He's been training up other guys in the production team, so they're clued up on what to do and able to help out and run these competitions run these live streams in the future as well.
Yep, and moving on to the 3x3 multi-blind final. This was a one-man show of Graham Siggins, 62 out of 65 cubes in 59 minutes and 37 seconds. An unbelievable result for him, very close to his own personal record, and he seems to be getting closer and closer to another world record. Coming in second place, we have Jimmy Kingston, 17 out of 23 in 56 minutes. And in third place, rounding out the podium, is Jeremy Bennick, 10 out of 11 cubes, good for 9 points in 46 minutes.
Yeah, Graham way ahead of the rest of the pack there. Only 1 cube off the world record. His PR is 62 out of 65, but in 57 minutes. So only a couple minutes off his own personal record, but just 1 cube shy of that world record. He really seems like he's gunning to take that back from Rowe, who got the first ever 60-pointer just earlier this year.
And it's much of the same story moving on here into 5x5 blindfolded. Graham once again taking it away. His best single of his mean was 3 minutes and 53 seconds. He was able to do that on the very last solve after DNFing the first 2. Kerry Huang takes home second place with 10 minutes and 42 seconds. And David Corrali in third place with 13 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, 5 blind, the hardest event in the WCA. And Graham Siggins, obviously, top of the leaderboard, well clutched on that last solve after 2 DNFs to secure himself the title. Over 6 minutes faster than Kerry in second, who managed to get 2 successes in this round, which is very impressive. And so did David as well, gunning for the mean going into the last solve, but just missed it, but still a 3rd place finish. Very well done to our podium there.
As for 4x4 blindfolded, it is the same story. Graham Siggins once again comfortably in first place. He had a 141 single in this round, and he beats second place by almost 4 full minutes. Leia Jiang finishes in second, a 5 minute and 17 second single, just in front of Jimbo Tsai, who was able to pull off a personal best 5 minute and 28 second single. He secures third place for the 4x4 blindfolded final.
Yeah, a little bit closer in 4 blind with 4 people there with 5-second singles. So really close between second and 5th. Obviously, Graham far ahead. But good to see a lot more people getting into 4 blind and getting pretty respectable times.
Moving on to square one, we have the first of many Western Championship titles for Brendan Dunnigan this weekend. He secures first place with an insane 5.69 average, close to his PR, followed by Benjamin Goschalk in second place with a 6.62 average, and Kian Klein sneaking into the third place, stealing it from Calvin Nielsen, 8.76 average for square one. podium.
Yeah, bit of an upset in this round. Calvin was one of the favorites to get on the podium, but had a rough start and wasn't able to claw it back. Both Brendan Dunnigan and Benjamin Gottschalk had a shot at their PR average going into the very last solve. Sadly, neither of them managed to improve their PRs, but still great averages from both of those. And congratulations to Kian for sneaking on the podium as well.
Congratulations to Kian. Moving on to Skewb. Dean Jacob Adamo Susskind finding himself in first place, 2.24 second average, well ahead of second place Sid Shivnath. He had a 2.79 second average. Those were the only two sub 3 second solvers in this round. Brendan Dunnigan once again capturing a podium position. He finishes third in Skewb with a 3.49 average.
Yeah, impressive from Dean. He could have tied his PR average if he got his best solve on one of the last two, but still far ahead of the rest of the pack. Both Sid and Brendan actually got +2s on one of their solves, but it wasn't bad enough to knock him off the podium, and another one of many podiums for Brendan Dunnigan at this competition.
Speaking of Brendan Dunnigan, we see him again in the Pyraminx final. He takes home second place to Alex Bohack, one of the two solvers in this competition that were top 20 in the world. Unfortunately for Trip Peters, he was not able to podium in this competition despite winning the first round. Alex takes home the win with a 2.17 average. Brendan right behind him with a 2.39 average, and Shiloh Despin collecting their first podium of this weekend, a 2.82 average for Pyraminx finals.
Yeah, Pyraminx finals was always going to be a battle between Trip and Alex for first place and then a scramble for third. But because of a slow start for Trip and not even able to recover towards the end, he was knocked off the podium completely. So it left it open for another slot. So Shiloh managed to sneak onto the podium, and obviously Alex securing the win. Although with if Brendan wasn't too far behind with 239, which is a very good Pyraminx average for him.
Brendan once again performing very well in another final. We move on to Megaminx. He placed third in Megaminx, a 37.25 second average. Right behind Dylan Miller, it was an extremely close race up until the very last solve. Dylan Miller capturing second place in Megaminx with a 36.42 second average, but very, very much in first place is Lucas with a 31.13 average. However, Brendan is still the Western champion because Lucas and Dylan do not reside in the Western region.
Yeah, Lucas was always going to take the overall win in this one, miles ahead of the rest of the pack, and some really consistent solving in the final. Great to see Dylan secure himself a podium, and Brendan, it almost seems like he's podiuming and everything at this point.
And you're right, he is podiuming and everything, because next up we have Clock, which Brendan was able to pull off a win here with an astounding 2.95 average. Alex also podium after winning Pyraminx, he's able to secure second place in Clock, a 3.55, and right behind him was Alessandro, who just finishes behind him, a 3.65 average.
Yeah, Brendan straight off runner up at the World Championship, starting with a DNF in this round, so well recovered by him to still secure a sub-3 average. Sebastian Stone just knocking on the door of the podium, quite a bit behind, but still a sub-5 average for him, despite counting a 5-second solve, and also a counting 2 for Alessandro as well. Disappointing to count that 4.5, but congrats to him for still making it on the podium at such a tough competition.
And moving on to 3x3 one-handed, this is the first of many Max Park wins that we're going to see. Max Park with an unbelievable performance, 7.94, his personal record in the final. He beats his previous personal record average of 8.46. He easily wins 3x3 one-handed, and he is your Western champion. Kyle Santucci of Canada, he finishes second with an 11.01 average. And once again, Brendan Dunnigan is third place, 11.38 average for him for one-handed.
Yeah, this one-handed final was probably the most exciting thing to watch the entire competition. Max Park looked like he maybe could lose the title to one of his toughest competitors, but then he just gets sub-8 average, demolishes his PR by half a second. It was so exciting to watch.
Moving on to 3 blind, we have Graham Siggins coming in with the win once again, 21.99 second single, Jimbo Tsai in second with a 31.39, and David Corrali with a 38.44 to round out 3 blind.
Yeah, what can we say? Graham was always going to take this one, I reckon.
And speaking of favorites, 7x7 final, Max Park easily wins once again, a 1 minute 45-second mean. Kevin Hayes coming in with a very good mean of 1 minute and 57 seconds. He actually captured his personal record, 1 minute and 49-second single. And once again, Brendan Dunnigan in third with a 2 minute and 22-second mean.
That's got to be like Brendan's like 6th podium or something, eh? And there's another one.
Yeah, and 6x6 final, once again, here we go. The same podium, Max, Kevin, and Brendan. What can you say about these guys? It's similar in 5x5 as well. Max Park easily ahead of the competition, almost 10 seconds ahead of second place Kevin Hayes once again, a 37.56 average. Kevin finishing in second with 47, and Brendan right behind him with a high 47 average.
Yeah, moving Brendan on, just a little bit behind Kevin in both 5x5 and 6x6.
Yeah, and moving on to 4x4 finals. Similar situation here, except Brendan was able to steal second place away from Kevin Hayes. He finished his second, 27.34 average. Kevin with a 28.60. And once again, Max Park, he's your Western champion for 4x4, a 21.98 average and an impressive 17.83 solve on the final solve with OLL parity. Moving on to 2x2, finally the last event before we move on to 3x3 finals. Will Callan captures the win, a 132 average. Ezra Severson, a 135 average, and Caleb Chen, a 139 average. A truly remarkable podium for 2x2. However, Dominic Shoji, although he's fourth in the event with a 145 average, he captures the Western Championship podium.
Yeah, this 2x2 final was truly a pleasure to watch. So many fast singles from all our top competitors. Will Callan had the potential for a PR average if he got a good solve on one of his last two. Unfortunately, the scrambles weren't quite as good as the first three, so he wasn't able to get it, but still a solid win with a 1.32 average.
And with that, we've gone through every single one of the events. We are ready to start 3x3 finals. This is a head-to-head final, so we are going to go in pairs, starting from the 16th seed all the way down to the first seed. 16th seed Michael Larson versus 15th seed Lucas Kusak.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting finals. Honestly, I can't predict who's going to win. Max Park was looking strong for the first two rounds, getting first place in first round, second round, but then dropping to second place in the third round because Caleb Chen got a 5.3 average, even with getting a 6 on the last, giving him worst possible. Dylan Miller's looked really strong as well. He got sub 6 averages in the first two rounds. Low 6 in the third round. We've also got other top competitors like Brendan Dunnigan, Zarui, Sebastian Stone, Paul Marvey, Jeremy. This could really go any way. I'm hoping for a Dylan Miller win, but he's got a tough competition ahead of him. Max Park, Caleb Chen. I don't know. I can't predict this.
And for so many of these competitors, this is their first time competing in a major championship head-to-head final. Chris, do you remember what your first head-to-head in a major championship was, and how did you feel going into that?
Well, I think I competed in head-to-heads at national championships that weren't my own, but UK Championships 2018 was my very first time competing on the top set on a big stage for a title that I could claim. And I think I started really well. I started with a 7, and going into my last solve, I didn't know it, but I actually had a shot to win when I wasn't even expecting to get on the podium. But the pressure of that stage got to me. I think I ended up counting an 11, which was very disappointing, but it's so much pressure, especially when you're not used to it. Even nowadays, I've done dozens of these head-to-head finals. I still can't handle the nerves. And I'm sure our top competitors here will feel the same. Caleb, definitely one of our least experienced in terms of the top level going to this final. Max has done this countless numbers of times, and he's had good performances before, like in many US Nationals or North American Championships last year, Worlds 2023, Worlds 2017. He's one of 2 people who've had 2 World Championship titles. Surely you'd think that he can take it out in Western Champs, but Caleb, Dylan, Kyle, they're all so fast nowadays.
Yeah, we do have a pretty diverse field in terms of experience here. Like you mentioned, Max Park, he might have competed in the most major championship finals in the past decade. We also have Dylan Miller, who's coming fresh off a 3x3 performance in the World Championship final, where he fared fairly well. Brendan Dunnigan, also many finals appearances in World Championships. But like you said, we have people who have never been here before. We have Jeremy, we have Paul, we have people like Micah, who Micah has competed in the PSL before, but this is a bit of a different scenario, and I'm excited to see how they're going to respond.
Yeah, if we look back to the World Championships, almost all of these top competitors were there. Caleb Chen, despite getting first in this third round, he didn't even make the semifinals, the top 60 at the World Championships, which was a huge upset. Most people, including myself, were predicting him to make the final and have a strong finish. Max Park, surprisingly, got a sub-6 average, but placed behind Dylan Miller in the finals. And Brendan Dunnigan, Kyle Santucci both weren't able to make the finals. So according to what we saw at Worlds, we should see Dylan winning. But that's going to be it for our rundown of what's coming up in the head-to-head finals. We're now calling out our first two competitors. We're going to have Michael Larson and Lucas head-to-head at the very start of the 3x3 final at the West Coast Cubing Western Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Here's Michael Larson, our 16th seed, coming into this final round after getting an 845 average in the semifinals. Michael, a consistent sub-9 solver, and a bit of a surprise, in my opinion, that he's still so consistently fast after all these years. And I'm sure he's very, very excited to have found his way into the finals.
Yeah, just snuck into the finals here, and Michael is a delegate, so that's going to take up most of his time at this competition, delegating, ensuring everything runs well. For those who don't know, these competitions are run solely by volunteers, and at a big event like this, it takes a lot of hard work from a dedicated team of volunteers, so big shout out to everyone behind the scenes. And it's great to see one of our delegates make it to the finals as well, and hopefully he can show us why he's still a top competitor as well.
Michael looking for inspection on his first solve. He is, I believe, just a white and yellow cross solver. White and yellow don't look exactly good here. Nearly turns the cube in inspection there. Opts to go for white here. Pretty fluid solve. He's on PLL at 6 seconds, and a 749 for Michael on his first solve. He's happy with that. A fist bump. 749 is a great start for him.
Good start. Shout out to our production team to switching to that camera because Michael's sticky up hair was blocking our view from the top-down camera. Let's see if Lucas can get faster than a 749 on this first solve.
Lucas is the Canadian record holder for Pyraminx average. He captured the Pyraminx title here pretty easily, and he's also a premier 3x3 solver.
Color neutral as well, so going to be solving on orange on this first scramble. Not a good start for him. It's going to be a 9.27.
His turning seemed to be on point, which is a good sign to see in the head-to-head finals, but it seemed like just too many pauses. Solution didn't seem the most efficient, and yeah, a 9.27, not the best start for him.
Lucas actually has a sub-7 official average, so he's going to be hoping to at least get 7s in this final round. Michael Larson has a 7.26 official average, so 7.49 is a pretty solid start for him.
A bit of an easier start on white this time, still not the best. And it looks like he messes up his cross at the very beginning, and that's probably going to kill the solve for him here. Just finishing up here with an A-perm, 1232. Of course, he's not going to want to count that solve. Yeah, he's going to want to move on from that one pretty quickly.
Yeah, Michael has actually not had a sub-8 average this year. His best average this year so far is 8.24. So hopefully we can see something better than that in the finals. But that 12 on the second, his actual last final round, he got an 11 average, counting a 14 on the very last solve. So hopefully he doesn't have a repeat of that today.
Lucas once again solving on red cross. A bit of a cleaner solve there. 771 for Lucas. Much better. He's on track. He's looking to beat a 6.77 personal record average.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to do that in a head-to-head final, but much better to get a 7 after starting with a 9. I think Lucas will be satisfied if he gets in the mid to high 7 range. That would give him a strong placing in this Western Championship final.
Michael warming up for his third solve here.
Take note of the scrambles here, because everybody in this round is going to get exactly the same scrambles, and this white scramble here does not look great.
It seems like none of the first 3 scrambles have been very good, and Michael's choosing to solve on red. I did not know that he was color neutral like that. Looked like a bit of a pause and a fumble on the R-perm. A 1048 for Michael, which unfortunately he's going to count now. Very unfortunate after he started with a 749.
Yeah, disappointing for Michael after such a strong start. He's not going to be able to improve on his best average this year. Good to see him at least get one good solve in the final. Let's see if Lucas can keep it up. See what if he also opts for a red on this scramble as well. And he does.
Indeed.
Few too many pauses. 8.5, not great.
So a 7, 8, and 9 for Lucas. Hopefully he can get a 5 and a 6 here instead of a 10 and 11 after.
All right, back to Michael. Hopefully he can redeem himself a bit after counting that 10. He's got to be exhausted after 3 long days of delegating. You see him rocking that green staff shirt for the competition.
It's been a long competition for everybody at this point, especially for people like Michael, who's probably competing in most events.
Much better. 7.8. That's going to be a counting 7 for Michael. He's going to be so disappointed to have counted a 10. He's absolutely wasting that counting 7.8, but still, he's got an 8.6 BPA. That's pretty good.
And that was a very clean execution of the L-perm from that angle. I can never seem to figure that one out.
And here is Lucas. 4th solve. Hasn't had a great running so far. Hopefully he can recover and count a 7 here. Orange cross as well. This is looking all right. Oh, lock up in the OLL. 7.3.
7.3, very good.
Yet to see our first 6 of the finals. That is our fastest solve of the finals so far. 7.35 by Lucas.
It was looking like it was going to be a for sure 6, but then the lockup on the short OLL there.
Let's see, can Michael get another 7 and secure himself an 8-second average with no 8s? White cross this time.
Bit of a pause after cross for his first pair. Oh, and he does the
Oh,
wrong
the
OLL
wrong
algorithm.
OLL.
And a plus 2.
Oh, and a plus 2.
Which means he is counting an
Michael.
1187, a 1048, and a 788. That is not going to be an average he is happy with. But it's always fun to at least compete in a head-to-head final.
It's going to be a 10.08 average, not even sub 10 for Michael. It's going to be disappointing for him. Let's see if Lucas can get a better solve on the last. 787 is his best possible average. Fast turning. Could be good. Lock up on the A-perm, 787. I think he's just going to miss out on the sub 8 average. It's going to be low 8. Probably very similar to his average going into this final. 8.04. Strong performance from Lucas.
He finished strong there with 3 7s. Unfortunate that the one counting solve that he had in the 8s was 855, but a strong performance from both of them. Michael, not the average that he was looking for, obviously, with not even getting sub 10. But once again, it's just fun to be participating in these head-to-head finals.
Yeah, and up next, we're going to have Shiloh Despine and Remy Trieu. They are both got 806 and 807 second averages, respectively, in the previous round. So very tight competition between the two. I don't know much about these competitors, but Shiloh got a counting 706 in the last round. So he's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, Shiloh with a personal record average of 769. So he fared pretty well in the semifinal, getting almost sub 8. As for Remy, Remy has a 792 personal record average, so he fared even better in the semifinals relative to his best time. Both of them are probably looking to improve on that in this next matchup. We're excited to see what they have. I'm assuming that this is both of their first times competing in a head-to-head final.
Yeah, both of these guys were not predicted to make it to the final. Shiloh was 18th in the rankings going into this competition, and Remy was 24th. So they'll both just be happy to be here and just enjoy their time on this main stage.
Shiloh collected a podium appearance in Pyraminx, finishing with a 282 average. He did pretty well in Pyraminx in this competition, also getting a 261 personal record average. And we'll see what he's able to do in 3x3.
Here we go. First solve for Shiloh. Going for white cross. Ooh, big
Very quick
pause in the
turning
middle
for
of
him.
F12.
The G-perm. A 791, not bad. And his turning is clean and quick, which is always the biggest factor, in my opinion, when it comes to these head-to-head finals, is whose turning responds the best to the pressure.
Yeah, 791, a strong start. Had a G-perm. He looked like on the verge of locking up the entire time he was executing an algorithm, but luckily didn't. And now we have Remy very close to Shiloh in the last round. Can he do the same in this round as well?
Also solving on white. And a U-perm, M-slice U-perm. 732, a great solve for Remy, and he has to be happy with that because he's on his way to breaking 792 personal record average.
Yeah, great turning from Remy there. I was surprised with how smooth it was looking at the start of the solve. F12 looked quite long, but still a 732. And we're straight on to Shiloh's second solve now as well. Ooh, messed up the cross.
Another M-slice U-perm. 875, not great. You're right, he did mess up the cross. He had to insert it with M-slices at the end of the cross. And still, honestly, not a bad time to get a 875 even with that.
Yeah, well recovered after that poor start. He did a fancy S slice for the last slot to avoid getting a .OLL, but then got given one of the worst non-.OLLs you can get. So a little bit unlucky from him there. But 875, he could count that and still get a pretty respectable average, but he's going to hope that isn't the case.
As for Remy, he has placed 6th in 2x2 finals. He had a 175 average, which is extremely respectable. It's just that in the 2x2 finals, it was really, really competitive, but a strong performance from him in 2x2. Hopefully he can continue his start in this round for 3x3. Yeah, a bit of a hesitation there in the last couple pairs. Still a 774.
Wow, that was a really strong finish. His F2L, like the middle to the end of his F2L seems to be his weak spot, but he always starts really strong and finishes really strong. And that's 2 solves sub his PR average already.
And straight into Shiloh's third solve. It seems like these are white-only solvers. And a very... The 6-move bolo into his Z-perm, a 798. It's good. And now he's counting a 798.
It's worth noting that Remy's PR average of 792 was actually got in a final round at UCLA Summer 2025. So he's known to compete well in these finals. Hopefully he can do similarly at this time. And that was actually a podium at that competition for him as well.
Was that the UCLA competition last weekend?
No.
Okay.
He got a 9 average at the final of UCLA last weekend. So hopefully he doesn't have a repeat of that.
And it seems like if these two are both white cross only solvers, the starts don't look that great until the last solve. So it'd be interesting to see how the white only solvers do in this final. Remy resting his hand on his fist in contemplation because this is not a great start on white. He's going to get an E-perm. 802, still very good for him. He's still on pace to break his PR average.
Yeah, that solve did not look good. I was not expecting that to be 802 and so close to his PR average. His turning is so good. He got an E-perm, a bit unlucky on the last layer, but he only needs a low 8 now and he'll secure himself a PR average.
Shiloh's force solve, once again, doesn't look like the best start on white. He has a free pair. And an F permutation. Yeah, that was not a good last layer for him. 986. So now he's counting a 798 and an 875. It would be impossible for him to get a sub-8 average this round.
Yeah, Lucas is going to beat Shiloh, even if Shiloh gets his best average, best solve on the last. But all eyes on Remy now. PR average on the table. Very possible. Only needs one more good solve in his last two, and he'll improve his PR average from earlier this year. 792 is the average to beat. And if he does that, he'll also slot himself in first position in this head-to-head final.
Oh, looks like he's looking at yellow cross this time, possibly. Yes, he is.
This could be it.
An anti-student into an N-perm. He gets an 804.
That's it, PR average.
That is a PR average for Remy True. We'll see what the best and worst possible averages are for him.
No, it's not. It's not PR just yet. 793.
Not out of the woods yet. He still needs to get a little bit better than an 804 if he wants to at least tie his PR. Here's Shiloh's last solve, also going for white again. A free pair after his cross. And the R-perm to finish. 896, and it looks like Shiloh is not going to be very happy with his performance, but once again, it's an amazing honor to be performing in a head-to-head final, especially for your region. An 856 average for Shiloh, that is going to be in second place.
Remy's best possible average here, if he gets his best solve on the last, will actually tie Shiloh's PR of 769, which is pretty funny considering they came into this final just 0.01 apart based on the semifinals rankings. Remy 793 is his worst possible average. He's already secured first place so far after the top 4 competitors, but he's going to be hoping he can secure himself a PR average in the biggest finals of his life.
His turning looks clean again. Not a great Olo there. Another
It's not going to be it.
813. He just misses out on a personal record average. I'm not sure if anybody's told him, but 793, his second best average in competition in a head-to-head final for a major championship. He has to be happy with that, although I'm sure once somebody tells him that he misses out on his 792 PR, he might be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, a strong performance from Remy, but he's going to be a little bit gutted he missed out on that PR. Just needed a sub 8 on one of the last 2 solves to secure a PR average, but that puts him in first place. So far, we've got first place Remy, second place Lucas, third place Shiloh, and fourth place Michael Larson. But we've still got 12 more solvers to go and arguably 12 faster solvers based on the previous round. So let's see how long Remy can hold on to this top spot. But up next, we have Sebastian Stone and Zaruri Cheng. Zaruri not expected to place in 11th in the semifinals. He has a low 6 official average, getting high 7 in the last round. He is a favorite to actually make it on the podium. Sebastian Stone has been knocking on the door of a sub 7 average recently. He's currently at 701. Can he do it in the biggest 3x3 finals of his life? Hopefully.
And we're getting into the sub 8 category here, with Zaruri getting the first sub 8 average of the semifinals, 795. Sebastian, also, I'm a little bit surprised that he's in the 12th spot, considering he has his 4.08 single. And yes, like you mentioned, he is still searching for his first sub 7 average. It would be an incredible accomplishment for him to do that in the finals of a major championship.
Yeah, I'm super excited to watch Zaruri solve. I've heard great things about him, but I've actually not seen much of his solves before. So I'm excited to get a good view of his turning from top down and see what his solutions are like.
Yeah, we haven't seen him on stream much this weekend. He's still been putting down great results. And as far as size goes, Sebastian and Zurui, this might be the smallest combined size pair in the entire finals. So it'll be fun to watch them.
Yeah, definitely. Just waiting for them to come out now. There'll be a room backstage where everybody is kept secret, so they don't know the scrambles they're going to face soon. They won't be allowed to watch this live stream. They won't be allowed to look at the results. They'll have no idea what's coming when they step out onto the stage to try and to claim their spot on the Western Championship 3x3 podium.
Zurui, although Sebastian is looking for his first sub-7 average, Zurui is actually on the hunt for a sub-6 average. His current PR average is 6.09 compared to Sebastian's 7.01. So we'll see if they're really that close in this final based on their semifinal results, or if Zurui is going to take the win easily here in this matchup.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I think this will be the smallest matchup, but definitely not the slowest. Zurui with podium potential. Sebastian as well, sub-7 potential. He's been climbing the rankings recently. Look at his hands. That cube looks humongous.
It looks like a 70mm cube.
All right. He is immediately orientated to look like he's going to solve white first.
It was a good first two pairs there. And this is really good. He's flying through the solve of 596 to start. He's shaking his head for some reason because that is an incredible start for Sebastian.
That was not just our first sub-6 of the final, but our first sub-7 as well. Nobody has got under 7 seconds in this final so far, and Sebastian just jumps the barrier straight to 596. What a start.
It was an impressive first two pairs, and it looked like he predicted all the way to PLL while he was doing OLL. Here's Zurui's first solve, also looking to do white cross. That was also a quick first two pairs. And a fumble on the PLL. It's still a 5.44. He knows that that could have been probably a sub-5.
That looked like a very similar solution to Sebastian as well.
So I stand corrected. I thought that the first couple scrambles were not good starts for white, but these two competitors are clearly showing there's something there.
So Rory's PR single is 488, so maybe he reacted negatively like that because he thought he could have improved on that. But still, both these competitors starting with 5s. We've jumped straight from 7s and 8s to 5s.
And I think we're going to see many more of those too with the following competitors. Sebastian, once again, looking at white, trying to figure out what orientation to solve in. Again, good first couple pairs. F double sexy F prime and the R2 F2G perm is a killer in these head-to-head finals. We saw it so many times in World Championships, everybody fumbling on that, and once again, it comes back to bite here.
Yeah, not a good case to get. We might have a case of good solve, bad solve, mean of 3 left to go for Sebastian. Let's see if Zurui can do something better on this solve. Solving on green. I didn't realize he was color neutral.
Yes, he is. And this is looking like a good solve again. A 647. His turning is on point, and he's counting that 647 probably.
For these younger solvers, it's less common nowadays to see them solve color neutral. Most of them are just trained with white and yellow only. Zurui is different here, solving on a white and then green on the second scramble.
And I'm not sure if he's full color neutral or if he just has a preference to white and yellow. It's been hard to analyze his solves because he hasn't been on stream this weekend.
All right, Sebastian, 8 on the second solve, but started so strong. Hopefully he won't end up counting that 8 and will still give himself potential for a sub-7 average, but it all comes down to the next 3 solves. Going for white again by the looks of it.
And it looked like he may have messed up his cross there. He knows the TGLO, but a 920, and so he's going to count the 8.01. Definitely not what he's looking for. Despite his semifinal results being similar, that is not what he's looking for. But a smile on the face, good spirits for him.
Yeah, this will be one of his first times in a final like this, so just happy to be here.
It's really solving on red this time, so he must be full color neutral
It's
here.
good.
He's flying through the solve again. A 588. He's going to count that solve. 588 is Zerui's counting solve right now.
PR is on the cards. I think a 5.6 on one of the last two solves would give him even a sub 6 average. He's been at 609 for a while. Sub 6 would be absolutely huge for him.
The pressure
and
is
could
not
place him
getting to
well
him.
as well.
Yeah, the pressure's not getting to him at all, and it seems like.
All right, can Sebastian redeem himself? A couple of sixes could still keep him in contention for a sub 7 average, but he's going to have to solve well on these last two.
And he has one single edge left there. 755, not a bad solve, but it seemed like a good start and then a little bit too long there in the second half of the solve.
He could place himself ahead of Remy if he got a decent last solve. Zaruri is almost guaranteed to slot into first position, but can he get a PR average in this Western Championships 3x3 final?
Solving on orange this time. He's locking up a little bit. He has 691. Still sub 7 and still definitely going to be a mid 6 average for him, which is extremely, extremely respectable. Maybe not what he's hoping for here, though. And still a sub 6 average is possible for him.
We just saw on the graphic that 562 is what he needed on one of the last two, and now the last solve to get a sub 6 average, 593 BPA. And that would also be a 589 to tie or beat his PR average.
Here's Sebastian with his last solve on white. Some white F moves there going into EOZB, and he does not know it. A 943 for Sebastian. A couple of unfortunate cases there and not being fully prepared for the EOZB. In this average, he's going to be counting a 9, an 8, and a 7 after starting with a 5. Zerui trying to figure out which color to do here. Again, as you see on your screen, he needs a 562 for his first ever sub 6 average. He chooses to do white this time.
No.
And he's not going to get it. Does not know the ZB either. And a 914, his worst possible average, 6.42. Still extremely respectable for him after getting an 8 average in the semifinals. He moves easily into first place, a 6.42 average for Zerui Chang.
Yeah, first place by over 1.5 seconds ahead of Remy, who got so close to PR in the last round. Already in this round, we've seen two of our competitors get close to PR average with even 2 solves remaining. Zerui, with such a strong start, was not able to capitalize on it going into the last 2 solves. I think he's going to be a bit disappointed. Still 642 is a great average in a high pressure final. And I don't think that'll be enough for a podium, but could be good enough for maybe a top 5 finish.
And for our next pairing, we're going to have Alessandro versus Micah Yo. Micah is actually he's used to the pressure of these finals. He's competed in the Premier Speedcubing League, which is having an event in Las Vegas tomorrow. He is your 9th seed. He's going to be going up against Alessandro, who podiumed earlier in clock today, or yesterday, actually, he podiumed in clock. Both of these two are the top 10 seeds, and they both posted sub 8 averages in the semifinals.
Yeah, Micah has a sub 7 average in competition. He is the 10th, was ranked 10th going into this competition. Alessandro managed to sneak into the finals, coming in at 19th rank at this competition with only a 7.71 PR average. Got close to it in the last round. 785, very close to PR in the third round. Let's see if he can improve it in this round. First scramble, we've seen some great times from our last 2 competitors on white. Let's see if these two can find the same solution.
That was a very quick inspection, and now solving on white. Good turning for him. A bit of a lockup on the OLL into a GB perm. 723 is not bad for a start for him.
He's happy. Not
And
the same
again,
solution we saw from Zaruri.
Throwing up the 6-7 there, I'm not sure why. Micah is also going to be competing in the PSL event tomorrow. It looks like he's opting for yellow here. Very fluid first couple of pairs. This last pair is taking him a bit of time, and a diag swap after the pie case. 885, not what you want to see there. A bit of a lockup on the V-perm as well.
Yeah, not a good start for Micah. In contrast to Alessandro's strong 7.2 start, Mike is going to look to improve on that, and Alessandro is just going to hope he can keep it up. Seems like his PR is very beatable considering how close he got just in the semi-final, which is probably some of the most pressure he's felt in a 3x3 round to date.
If that first solve was anything to judge off of, it doesn't seem like he's affected too much by the nerves. His turning, everybody's turning so far seems to be not very nerve-wracking. Once again, solving on white here. And a good Olo, but he locks up on the sexy sledge and an A-perm to finish. 840 is not bad, but definitely could have been a little bit better on his last layer.
Yeah, that sexy sledge is one of the easiest OLLs you will come across, maybe even the fastest. And to lock up on that is a little bit disappointing. Had quite an easy last layer case, but just not, the turning was not quite there. Probably a bit too excited from the strong start, taking his time to compose himself before moving on to the third scramble.
Micah going into his second solve. Also eyeing the white cross, it looks like. A lot of inspection time used here. It's fluid. It seems like a lot of moves. Does he know the ZB? He does not. And an 839 for his second solve.
Counting 8 for Micah. That puts him out of PR potential. And on some of the better scrambles in this round as well, we saw strong starts from Zaruri on these first two. Zaruri's second best was on the third. Let's see if Alessandro can also get a strong solve on the third as well.
He doesn't look very happy with the scramble. And a little bit of a pause after the cross for his first pair. And this isn't going to do it for him. Unfortunately, counting the 840 now, so he needs to make up a little bit of ground if he wants to get back on PR watch.
Yeah, 958. Seems like he made a mistake in last pair in OLL. Staring into the camera.
Little does he know we're not using... Yeah, he does not know. Good to see that he's up for the theatrics in the head-to-head final. He's not letting the pressure get to him at all.
Yeah, the moment you realize you're not going to get a good average, may as well have some fun.
Michael once again looking at the white cross. This doesn't look like a great start for this third scramble.
Turning is strong.
A difficult Olo there, a G-perm as well. So some lockups and a 788. Not the worst, but a couple of lockups really cost him on that one.
Yeah, his turning in F2L was so fast, but then the moment he got to last layer, did not get a great OLL case and did an AUG that I usually wouldn't pick. And he locked up having to do B moves, which really sent him behind on that solve.
Alessandro solving on white for his fourth solve. Looking pretty clean. He's going to get an N perm for his PLL. Doesn't execute the most cleanly, 819. So he's counting an 819 and an 840. Maybe not what
sub 8 is possible. Not able to improve on his PR average, but he could get 794 average if he got a low 7 on the last. But from what we've seen from the previous competitors, the last scramble doesn't seem so great, as no one else has really managed to get their best possible average.
Micah doing a full warm-up solve before his fourth solve of the finals here. Seems to be taking more and more time in between each solve as the average goes on. Opting for a yellow this time, where we've seen most people use white for the scramble. He does know the ZB that time at 2 GLO, but an 895. So he is now counting an 885 and an 839. His best possible average is only 837 for him.
Yeah, not going to be a strong placing for Micah with an 8 average guaranteed. Alessandro still has sub 8 potential, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to have to pull out his best possible average. Most likely solving on white again. And 816, a pump of the fist. He's happy with that. That is going to be an 825 average. He's happy with that. Great performance for his first head-to-head finals.
Yeah, very solid average. Only around half a second slower than his PR average, which is great to get in a tough head-to-head final as this. Micah, really not much range between his best and worst average here. But hopefully he can just get a nice strong finish to prove his skill as a top 3x3 solver.
It was a good start and a little bit of a mini cube drop there. Fumbling on the last slot. And a decent finish, 822. So that's going to give him a mid-8 average, 8.49, just behind Alessandro in this round, and also not going to put him in contention for a podium already.
Yep, not the best solving from Alessandro here and Micah. But now we have got through the top 8 competitors. We are halfway through the final already. Currently in first by absolutely miles is Zaruri Cheng with getting close to his PR average, 642, despite getting his worst possible. 1.5 seconds behind him, we have Remy, and just 0.1 behind him is Lucas as well. So Zaruri in a good position to get a strong finish in the finals, but now is where it gets faster. We're moving on to our top 8. These are really elite 3x3 solvers. Coming up next, Kyle Santucci and Brendan Dunnigan, both getting not great performances in the third round. Both of them could get on the podium, if not win this with a strong performance. Kyle, one of the fastest speed cubers in Canada, the Canadian national record holder for average, did not manage to take home the national champion title. Brendan Dunnigan has a 5.6 average officially and a low 4 single. We've already seen him podium in basically every event at this competition. Can he add another one to his tally?
Yeah, and surprising to see these two in the 7th and 8th seeds because they're coming into the competition as the 4th and 5th ranked cubers with the 530 average for Kyle, like you mentioned, and the 563 for Brendan. Brendan, like you said, he has already collected basically every possible podium this weekend, and Kyle, he specializes mostly in 3x3 and one-handed, so he's looking to fulfill his goals of this competition in this final.
Yeah, Kyle actually knows quite a lot of ZBLL, so hopefully we'll see some fancy algorithms for him on the last layer. He's also known for his absurd TPS, so maybe we'll see him absolutely crush that cube with some high TPS in the 12, in the 13, something like that. I'm looking forward to this head-to-head matchup.
And Kyle already collected a runner-up title in 3x3 one-handed. He finished second to Max Park with an 11.01 average. So if all else doesn't go well in this 3x3 final, he still has at least one podium to his name in this competition.
Yeah, Kyle narrowly missed making 3x3 finals at Worlds back in July. I think he was the 17th seed, unfortunately. But luckily managed to make this final, although it was a bit easier. Hopefully he can get a strong performance And 5.3 is his current national record average. I believe it's quite beatable for him, but it would be tough to do it in a head-to-head final. Let's watch his first solve now.
Kyle, I believe, is white only.
And there's the ZB.
He knows the ZBO and a 537 to start for Kyle. What an amazing start for him. Easily the best start of any competitor that we've had so far.
Yeah, 5.3, the fastest solve we have seen so far. And a bit of a long recognition for the ZB, but made it worth it by having a strong execution. And that solve was only a little bit slower than his NR average.
I believe we're going to be seeing mostly white and yellow from these two competitors. A bit of a pause there for Brendan on the second pair. He does the EOZB into a 2GLL, 628. That was a funky last layer there, but he got it done.
I'm not even sure if he intended to do EOZB on that case.
Yeah, he did get a little bit lucky there with the case he ended up getting. Now on to Kyle's second solve. His turning was absolutely on point in the first solve, which is a good sign to see that his turning isn't faltering under the pressure. Kyle looking to podium at least in this competition, but he does have potential to win it even. Going for white again. Pauses that for the first pair, and this probably isn't going to do it for him. A 748, not his greatest work. A little bit of a hesitation after the second pair there, after he had already paused on the first turn. But
that really
is not.
That really puts the pressure on Kyle for the last three solves. He does definitely not want to count that 7.4, and having that 5, we could be looking at a mean of 3.
How many mean of 3 strategies are we going to have in this finals?
All right, Brandon, second solve. Looking like he might be going for red here.
Yes, he is. And it's very fluid. The lefty soon, the H-burn, he messes up a little bit, but he still gets a 651. So a respectable start for Brendan.
Sub 6 potential for him there. Just a bit too lucky on the last layer. But back-to-back sixes for Brendan puts him in contention to catch up to Zaruri, who is the current first seed. Kyle, 5 and a 7, bouncing up and down between the 6.4 leading average so far.
Zaruri Cheng is currently in first place with a 6.42 average. Both Brendan and Kyle are looking to beat that here. Kyle's third solve. When he messes up, he looks at the bottom of the cube and a 715.
He's counting a 7. That's not good for Kyle.
Counting the 715, still savable if he's able to pull it together for these last two solves, but I'm sure he was looking to get a sub 6 average this final.
Yeah, I think that's almost definitely going to put Kyle out of contention for the podium. Started so strong, but then back-to-back 7s is not what we wanted to see from him. Very unfortunate.
Brendan looking to get a sub 6 on this next solve. It doesn't look like he's going to do it. He's doing some funky D moves.
Yeah, and not a good solve for him.
9.20 for Brendan's third solve. He needs to make up for that in the fourth and fifth solves.
There's a lot of pressure on both these competitors for their last two solves. If Kyle wants to claw his way back onto the top spot, he's going to need a couple of 5s. Brendan's got that 9 looming over him. He can't make another mistake. This is looking better.
Able to finish a 544. He is counting that solve. What a way to claw back after 2 straight 7s for him.
Sub 6 average is possible if he gets another 5.3 on the final one. Opting just for standard CFOP on that solve. Some great execution on the last layer.
Brendan also has a chance to break the sub 6 barrier if he gets a 5 on this solve. He chooses to go for orange cross. Is looking good. And then H perm again, 583, much better execution on the A perm, on the H perm. But I don't think, 621 is his best possible average, which would still put him in first place above Zerui.
Yeah, he's going to need a just under 6.7 on the last solve to put him ahead of Zerui, which would put him in the first spot, depending on what Kyle gets here. Kyle's worst possible is 669. Best possible is sub 6. Can he achieve that?
On to last layer already, and the R2 F2G perm, a 613.
That's going to put him in first spot.
And will indeed put him in the first spot. A 624 average, 0.18 seconds ahead of current first place Zerui Chang. Kyle Kentucky, first so far in this head-to-head finals.
Brendan Dunnigan can beat Kyle's average of 629, but he would need another 5-second solve. Very doable for him. Brendan is one of our fastest 3x3 solvers here. He's capable of a 5 and more. Let's see what he can find on this last solve. He's also color neutral, so he's got a lot more choices.
Going for a red once again. A Y2 there. Eho ZB once again, 664.
That's going to be close to Zerui. 648 is going to put him in third.
Just behind Zerui. That is not going to be looking good for Brendan in terms of a podium. We have 6 more competitors coming up that are very capable of beating a 648 average. But what a way for Kyle to recover from that terrible start.
624 could be good enough for a podium. I think there's, out of the 6 remaining, Genji getting a PR in the last round. He's coming up next with Paul Marvey, who got his second ever sub 7 average. Both of those were not predicted to end up this high in the 6th and 5th spot. So I don't expect either of those to get on the podium. It would be very tough for them to do so. But after that, Jeremy and Dylan, 4th and 3rd. Jeremy with a pretty good 6.5 average. He has the potential to beat Kyle, but he'd need to get a pretty good average for him. But Dylan, then Max and Caleb, those 3 are almost guaranteed to be the podium, although all of those could get worse than 6.24 on a bad day.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Paul and Kenji would both need to get their PRs by a pretty good margin. Kenji already coming off a PR in the semifinals. Paul would need to beat his PR of 6.72 if he even wants a chance at getting 3rd in this final. But like you said, with Jeremy, Dylan, Max, and Caleb coming up after that, they may have to do even better than that if they want to have a chance at the podium.
Yes, 624 is the average to beat. I think it's very unlikely we see Kenji or Paul beat that. Hopefully we can see some sub 7s from them. Paul managing a sub 7 average in the last round, which is very fast for him. Can he keep up the pace? Can he keep up the momentum from the last round? Same with Kenji getting a PR of 7.12. Can he break into the sub 7 range? Hopefully. I guess we'll find out shortly.
And I know it's been a pretty frustrating weekend for Paul, who has finished in 4th in 5x5, 6x6, and 7x7, when it was definitely his goal to get on those podiums. So he is looking to at least collect 1 podium this weekend, but I think 3x3 might have been the toughest one for him to accomplish that.
Yeah, being one of the, I think, 2nd seed in 4x4, starting really poorly and only just scraping through a sub 30 average. And yeah, it's so frustrating because they keep on getting in that 4th position when you're at competition with he's very often competing with Kevin Hayes and Max Park, overshadowed by those big names. Now, Brendan Dunnigan is getting fast at big cubes as well. It's so hard for Paul to keep up when you've got so many other fast names.
As for the other competitor, Kenji, he really has only competed at a high level in one other event in this competition, which was Clock, where he placed 6th with a 549 average.
I'd just like to note that before this competition, Kenji's PR average, as we just saw on the graphic, was 8.12. At this competition, he's PR'd twice and dropped it a whole second. That is very impressive.
He must have been practicing a lot, and 3x3 might be what he's focusing on the most. So we'll see how he's able to do in what I'm assuming is his first major head-to-head finals. His turning is spot on.
Bang!
It is
What a start!
663 to start for Kenji. Are we going to see another PR, a triple PR in a major championship?
That would be absurd. Kenji at his last finals, he actually got a DNF average, unfortunately, getting a 12 DNF, 7, 13 DNF. Obviously wasn't able to pull himself together for that last final, but starting with a 6 in this one, he's already just got to be stoked to be here. He was not expected to make the final, let alone make the final in 6th seed, and he started with a 6, proving he deserves to be here.
Here's Paul on his first solve. Paul is predominantly a green and blue cross solver, and it looks like he messes up the green cross, and so that's not going to do it for him. Ends off with a G-perm. It's an 11.20 for Paul. Definitely not the start that he's looking for.
No, not what you want to start with, especially on a scramble that we've seen so many other cubers get their best solve on. Kyle got his best on it. Zerui got his best on it. I think Remy got his best on it as well. Sebastian Stone as well, starting with a sub 6, but obviously not what Paul was able to see. And here we've got Kenji on an absolute tear this competition. 2 PRs. Can he keep it going?
His turning seems to be on point. He locks up a little bit on that blue and orange pair, dot OLL, and a bit of a lockup on PLL. So a 10.29 after starting so strong with a 6.63. And once again, we're with good solve, bad solve, and remaining a mean of 3 for Kenji.
Not quite sure what you're on about there. When you started saying his turning is on point, his turning was definitely not on point for the remainder of the solve. Bit of a commentator's curse there. The pressure of starting with a 6 seemed to have got to him, but still starting with a 6, you can still use that. Get a couple of 7s, which will be counting, or even more 6s, and he could still get a strong average. Here's Paul, hoping to recover from the 11.
Does his cross cleanly this time. And F triple sexy F prime and a +2 after the M slice U perm. So that's going to be a 9.93, which is probably going to be counting for him.
Yeah, that puts Paul completely out the running. He could be ending quite far down on this finals leaderboard. Currently, only one person, that is Michael Larson, has an average worse than 8.56 seconds. Hopefully, Paul can recover a bit and prove that he does deserve to be in this finals.
As for Kenji, I will promise to stop commenting on cubers turning during their solve. Kenji opting for yellow cross this time.
Oh, too many rotations.
Heavy rotations, yeah.
Oh, and he didn't start the timer.
Does not start the timer.
No.
That will be a DNF. He completes the entire solve without starting the timer. So Kenji, after such an incredible start, we thought he was going to triple PR at this competition. Unfortunately, with a 10-second solve and then a DNF, I'm not sure if he didn't keep his hands on the timer long enough, but...
That's so disappointing. I think luckily Kenji, that solve wasn't that great anyway, so it's not completely disappointing that he didn't start the timer. Probably still would have been better than that 10, maybe, but he was rotating all over the place before he realized he didn't start the timer.
And you mentioned Kenji's last finals average was a DNF average. I was going to say, well, at least he's not going to replicate that here, but very much white if he gets
much better for Paul.
And a 666 for Paul Mavi, that is much better for him. Extremely clean turning on that solve. He must be happy with that after finally getting a good solve in this final round.
All right, let's see. Can Kenji get better than a DNF average, which was his last final round average? Started with that 6. Maybe this timer starting thing is a problem he's had to deal with before. Looking clean until then. Bang.
Lefty A curve. 8.28 for Kenji. So he's counting an 8.28 and a 10.29. Sometimes if you don't practice with a stack mat at home, it's you got to remember that you have to keep your hands on the timer for long enough to start the solve.
Yeah, and nerves at a big competition, they can make things seem a bit slower or faster than they are, which can just make you trying to rush into the start of your solve.
Paul's force solve. He's looking to build on the 6.66. Does not know the ZB. Another A perm. And an 8.46 for Paul. So he's now counting an 8 and a 9. Definitely not what he's looking for. It's really hard to recover after 2 tough solves at the start.
Indeed. Let's see. I hope Kenji can get a strong finish. Hopefully not a DNF. If he could get another 7, I think he could be pretty satisfied with that performance in this final.
And once again, did he not start the timer?
I think he might not have. He did
not. And that time... So Kenji, once again, is unable to finish a finals average. He DNFs once again because he does not keep his hands on the timer for long enough. I don't know if that was intentional or not based on his reaction, but Kenji, that's back-to-back competitions in the finals where he is unable to complete the average.
There's actually back-to-back competitions with a DNF average. You got a DNF average in the world's second round as well. So this is obviously a problem Kenji's got to work on when he gets home. Figure out how to hold his hands on the timer, maybe even look at the light for his next competition just to ensure that he is actually starting the timer.
Here's Paul Mobby's final solve. Not the average that he's looking for either. And he misses, he double rotates there. The 960, so Paul is going to finish. Is that even sub 9? And it's not. It's
933 average. He's going to be put all the way down to 11th, and Kenji is going to be in the very last position with that DNF average. So disappointing after such a strong start, but great to see him make this finals. And he's had an absolute tear of a competition, dropping his PR from 8.12 to 7.12, and he competes a fair bit. So it's not just like he hasn't competed in a while and he's been practicing. He's just had an absolute great competition. Shame to see it finish this way, but congrats to him.
And even with the DNF average, it's just fun to see him in good spirits. A head-to-head final, always the first thing is just to have fun, regardless of the results. And he did it in the hardest spot when he didn't even complete his average. We're going to be moving on to our 4th and our 3rd seeds. Dylan Miller in our 3rd seed with a 6.09 average, and Jeremy Bollenbot with a 6.51 average. They're your 3 and your 4 seeds. They're going to be your next pairing. Jeremy, the cubing fedora, he's been on an absolute tear this competition. He's still looking, I believe, for his first podium of the competition, though.
Yeah, this is where it gets exciting, Chris. Our top 4 seeds. Currently, we've got Kyle Santucci in the lead with a 6.24 average. These 4 competitors are going to be looking to bump him off that top spot. 6.24 is very doable for all of these competitors. Jeremy less so, but he does have the capability to do it. We see him getting ready to sit down and compete now. This is where it gets exciting. Jeremy has got a 6.51 average in the last round, which is pretty good for him, but low 6 is possible. And Dylan Miller, one of the favorites for this competition, he got low 6 in the last round and sub 6 in the 2 before that. He is one of the best solvers in the world. Out of all of the competitors in this final, he had the strongest performance in the World Championship, placing 2nd out of all competitors from North America. I'm so excited for this, Chris.
And Dylan posting a 574 average, then a 575 average in the first 2 rounds of 3x3, finishing the semifinals with a 609. He's looking to get another sub 6 average here and find himself on the podium. Jeremy with incredible turning right out of the gates. And I know I said I wasn't going to comment on the turning. The ZB was a little bit long there. And a 710, I'm so sorry, Jeremy, for jinxing you on your turning.
That was exactly the same solution as Kyle Santucci, getting that LZB to finish the solve. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get as good execution as Kyle was, starting with a 7.1, which is a bit behind what he needs to get onto the podium.
Dylan making sure to take out his wired earphones before he starts competing. You're not allowed to compete with those in.
Here is Dylan, one of the favorites to win, definitely a favorite to make it onto the podium. This scramble is one of the best. Hopefully he can start strong.
It's looking fast. A V perm to finish and a 467 for Dylan to start.
Start strong he did. We've not seen that exact solution before on that scramble. Oh, there's Dylan having fun with the 6-7. 467, the first sub-5 of the finals. What a start. Yeah, as I said, we've not seen that exact solution before. We've seen people end with the LZB. We've seen people end with a T-perm. He actually had a V-perm, but he absolutely nailed that execution. And what a start.
Unbelievable that he was able to get that time on a last layer that wasn't really that good. And well into the sub-5 category there for Dylan.
This is where it gets exciting. Looks like Jeremy is... Something was going on there, but he's going to do the solve. Or is he?
Maybe Jeremy got a duplicate scramble. It looks like it might have been the first scramble.
Yeah. I guess we'll just wait a second to figure out what's going on here.
We have our first little technical difficulty here. In the finals, we'll see if Jeremy is going to get an extra or if they're just swapping the scrambles.
Yeah, first little hiccup of the finals. These volunteers have been working hard out for 3 days in a row, so they're obviously not without mistakes. Looks like he's just pulling up the footage on his GoPro now so they can check the scramble. A little of a mistake from these guys. They're going to try and rectify this as quickly as they can. Yeah, they're going to take the camera just to check. What they want to find out is if they gave him the first scramble twice or the second scramble twice, as that's one of the mistakes. And if they can't figure it out, they'll just have to give him an E1.
Has this ever happened to you in the head-to-head finals when something doesn't really go as planned? Does that mess with the nerves more, do you think? Or
I have had extras in a head-to-head final. I've never had a duplicate scramble. I've had extras from loud noises. Someone's phone went off in a competition I had in the Netherlands, which was actually quite lucky because it was on a bad solve and got me a podium in the end. And I've also had the venue they use for the Irish Championships in Ireland, obviously, has very loud stands for spectators. Anybody who's walking around is squeak, squeak, squeak. So there's delegates often yelling at people not to move during the round.
This looks like a different scramble for Jeremy. It looks like the correct second scramble. We'll see how he's able to do on his second solve. Another ZB there for Jeremy.
Oh,
and that is going to be a DNF for Jeremy. He's counting a 7-10. Multiple moves off, and he drops it in his lab after he stops the timer. That is basically a double guarantee of a DNF.
Was already not a great solve for him, so he's not going to be too disappointed about the DNF, but he is going to be disappointed about the slow start he's had in this final. Dylan, though, complete opposite of a slow start, starting with the fastest solve we've seen so far, a 467. Dylan's PR average currently 521. He's got that only just a couple months ago, and he's been on pace to beat it a couple of times again already. Known to get sub-6 averages all the time. Hopefully he can do it in this final, if not faster.
And he's trying to build on an incredible 467 at the start. He's trying to move into first place, which is currently 624.
Oh,
he does not know the ZB. 738.
Just the whole of that solve was not quite it. The start was strong, although start was strong. F2L just way too long. Lockie on the last layer did not know the ZB case. Dylan not known for his AUG knowledge, just known for his fast turning and clean, smart solutions. He's going to be hoping that that is not counting. I feel like every single person we've seen in this final has started strong and then got a bad solve on their second, meaning that they're not allowed any mistakes in the final 3 solves. Hopefully we don't see any more mistakes from Jeremy and Dylan either.
Jeremy, another ZB here. The 744, so he's counting the 710, probably going to be counting the 744.
cool anti-soon ZBLL there. It seems like his alg knowledge is very strong, but that's going to put him completely out of contention for any sort of top placing in this final. I think he would have just been happy to make it into 4th seed in such a high level competition. Dylan now really feeling the pressure. He doesn't want to waste the start that was the 4, but now he's got the 7 looming over him, taking his time to compose himself before his 3rd solve of the Western Championships 3x3 final.
Looks like Dylan's eyeing yellow this time.
Yeah, Dylan dual color neutral. It's pretty good. 559. He shakes his head, not happy with the turning on the last layer. Not great cases. Arperm, as I've said earlier, not one of the best PLLs, but he still gets a pretty good execution. He's not happy with it. He's shaking his head. He knows that starting with that 4, he wanted to be on track for PR average. 559. If he got another 4, he could be looking at PR, but the last 2 scrambles aren't quite as good as the first 3, but still in a strong position to take the first spot from Kyle.
And Dylan looking to win this competition, and he knows that 559 may not even be enough to do it with Caleb and Max coming up. Oh my goodness, and a complete fumble at the end, and 9-second solve for Jeremy after what looked like it was about to be a 6. So unfortunate circumstance after unfortunate circumstance for Jeremy in this entire average.
He's having fun now. He's having a laugh, having a joke celebration after that fumble. Still managing to solve the cube, though. Not a DNF average for him. But now Dylan Miller looking to secure a solid average to give him the best chance of maintaining, well, first getting a lead and then maintaining it. Both Max and Caleb are in a good spot to get mid-5 averages, if not better. So Dylan's going to hope to first beat Kyle, then get sub 6, and then get a fast 5-second average to ensure he stays on top as long as possible.
Dylan taking full advantage of the time he has before he needs to start his inspection.
This scramble is one of the worst, and only does white or yellow. Looks like he's going to opt for yellow on the scramble.
A bit of a lockup on the Ola and an F permutation. So now he has a counting 7.15. That's not what he's looking for, especially because we still have our top 2 seeds coming up. But we've seen that the 4th scramble is just, it's really tough. So the 7.15, maybe that's good enough on that 4th scramble, but we're just going to have to see.
He still has a very good chance at beating Kyle Santucci, which would guarantee him at least 3rd place. But he is, not happy with that. His turning just wasn't there for that whole solve. F2L solution wasn't quite there either. Let's see if Jeremy's got any sort of shenanigans in store for us on this last solve here. Looking much better.
So far.
Oh, never mind.
And a huge lockup on the F perm once again. The solve is clean. It's good. An 805, but a disappointing average for Jeremy, who was probably looking to maybe sneak his way onto the podium. He gets an 8-second average in the finals.
Dylan needs a sub 6 on this last solve to take 1st place from Kyle and secure a top 3 finish. No matter what Max or Caleb get. Sub 6, that's doable for Dylan on any day. This last scramble is tricky. I've seen potential for a yellow X cross on this last scramble, which I've not seen anybody attempt yet. Dylan, known for his fancy solutions, known for his X crosses, has the capability to solve on yellow. Let's see if he'll try and execute it.
Does not look like he's looking at yellow for this scramble.
This isn't going to be
to finish
in
a 6:30, so that slots Dylan into 2nd place behind Kyle with a 6:24 average. Dylan finishes 6:35. he has to hope that either Max or Caleb do not beat him if he wants a chance at the podium.
I think it's very unlikely that Max nor Caleb get a average slower than 6:35. I don't know the last time Max got an average slower than 6:35. Caleb getting almost a second faster than that in the last round. And that's very disappointing for Dylan after such a strong start with the 4. We've seen it time and time again in this final. That first scramble is great for White, and Dylan capitalized on it well, but wasn't able to keep up the pace. Counting a 7-second solve is not what you want to see at this top level.
And as you can see, the standings heading into our final 2 competitors, Kyle Santucci in first place right now. He has guaranteed himself a podium position since he's in first. He's going to finish at worst 3rd. Dylan Miller currently sitting right behind him with a 6:35 average. We'll have to see if that holds up. And Zuri Chung in 3rd with a 6.42 average. But Chris, we're coming up on our top 2 competitors, the guys who have completely spearheaded 3x3 solving in this competition, Caleb Chen and Max Park. Caleb getting an incredible 534 average in the semifinals, beating Max Park, who had a 579 average. Caleb is going to be our first seed heading into the final matchup.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this. Max has been very up and down throughout this competition, but he did get first seed in both the first and second round, and then absolutely demolished his PR average for one-handed in the finals. The most exciting moment of the competition so far. Max Park, North American record average holder for 3x3 average and single 486. He set that 3 years ago now, is still looking to try and beat it and ensure that nobody else takes it off him. We're going to watch his first solve now. 624 is the average to beat. Very easy for Max to do, even on a bad day. But counting a 7, there's a couple of hard scrambles in here. If he just counts a 7, he could be out of the race.
This might be the stiffest competition that Max has faced in the finals of a Western Championship. It's going to be interesting to see how he responds. He's color neutral on CFOB, while it seems like Caleb is white only on ZB. We'll see how that fares for them in this final as Max starts his first solve.
Same solution as Kyle and Jeremy, but not opting to do the ZB. 5.1, a strong start for Max Park.
And once again, we see the competitors starting off strong. A 5.13 is incredibly good for him.
Caleb knows ZB, so it's very likely we'll see the same solution, but with him executing that ZBLL like Kyle and Jeremy did. And I think it's very likely we could see him do that solution faster than Max Park.
And you've mentioned that Caleb is so stable in his movement when he's solving. His turning is extremely stable. His entire body is extremely stable. And we'll see if that helps him in a situation where the pressure is palpable. And he does not do ZB on that solve. It's a CFOB solve. It's still great. A 586 is going to be good for him. But a little bit surprising there. We haven't seen a CFOB solve from him yet in this entire live stream.
Yeah, and a bit unlucky getting one of the worst OLLs you can. That's not a .OLL, but still a sub-6 solve that did not look great for him. And that's better than Kyle, but not as good of a start as Kyle, Dylan, or Zaruri.
And we're going to see how Max responds to his strong start. Is he going to be the first competitor to get 2 good solves to start his average? It looks like he's eyeing either green or white. He's looking at white. Constant turning solve there. 546 for Max. That was just completely flawless turning on his part. Something that we've come to love of Max's turning style. 546, he's probably going to be counting that solve. And like I said, the first person really in this final, 2 good solves to start out his average.
He is really killing the doubters right now. Max Park, well, I doubted him in one-handed, or at least gave some credit to the other competition saying that they could beat Max Park. And then he got the 3rd fastest average of anyone in the world. And now we were saying maybe Caleb or Dylan could beat him in the finals, or maybe he could get a worse average than Kyle even. And now he started with back-to-back 5s with absolutely flawless turning.
Kyle also looking for 2 good stalls to start the average. And Bill will lock up there on the turn 8. He knows the ZB, a 591, so back-to-back 5s for Kyle as well, but they're both high 5s. And he's going to be looking to at least give himself second place here if Max continues to be on this tear. I mean, I said that this might be his toughest competition in the West Finals, and yeah, like just like in one-handed finals, he's totally blowing everybody away right now.
Yeah, Caleb is back to the ZBs, getting one of the L cases, which isn't quite as good, but he is so consistent at executing absolutely all of them. And a high 5 is going to give him back-to-back 5s, and the same as Max, but just a little bit slower. Let's see if Max can keep up this pace and ensure he wins this competition.
White cross again for Max. Into a back sledge, and he knows it's a 608 for Max. So he is counting the 546, and the 608 is definitely going to put him in first place pretty securely right now.
Yep, slightly leaving the door open for Caleb to catch up if he got a low 5 here, but he is far ahead of the rest of the competition. Almost certainly going to beat out Dylan and Kyle here. It's just between Max Park and Caleb Chen. Caleb is going to need to pull out something special here if he wants a chance to catch up to Max. But back-to-back 5s, he's looking strong so far. Can he keep it going?
Once again, taking as much time as he needs. Again, no ZB on this solve, a full step C-flop solve, still for 5.69. 3 straight 5s from Caleb to start his average.
So clean. It doesn't even look like he's made mistakes in this average so far. Just 3 clean, consistent solves for Caleb. That's what we've grown to see from him so fast. Coached well by his coach, Dylan Miller, who he is almost certainly going to beat in this round. Dylan was not able to keep up with his own student. And Max Park, if he got a 6 here, Caleb could catch up.
Solving on yellow cross this time. And a great solution there.
Get a 6, but he is going to get 598.
A 598, you're right, leaving the door open for Caleb, who, if he gets another 5 here, it's going to be extremely close going into the last solve.
Yeah, Caleb Chen with 3 5s, Max with 3 5s and a 6. Max's worst possible is 584. That's currently just a little bit faster than Caleb's median time so far. Caleb has been so consistent. He's got to pick up the pace a bit if he wants a chance to beat Max Park.
It seems like he may have ditched the full ZB for some of these solves, but it seems to have worked out for him.
Yeah, maybe he hasn't quite learned all the ZBLS cases yet. But as you said, yeah, he's still so fast on OLL, PLL.
Caleb possibly doing yellow as well on this scramble, just like Max. And a 565. Another one of those Olos, not a good Olo case. He clutches the execution and the EPLO. A 565, does that secure the win for him? No, it does not.
It does not, but his worst possible average is better than Max Park's. If Max Park gets his best solve here, he has secured the win no matter what Caleb gets. But I think he's going to need a 591 to win no matter what by the looks of it. It's going to be so close. It all comes down to this. Max Park, 5th solve, Western Championships, 3x3 final. Can he secure the win? Oh,
and a 557.
Max Park is your Western Championship first place for 3x3. He is your champion no matter what Caleb gets here. Caleb's guaranteed second. He's guaranteed a 582 average at worst, a 573 average at best. Can he keep this up? He's got 4 5s in a row. Can he continue for 5 5s? to get an incredible finals average, just not quite incredible enough to beat Max Park's 567 average.
And with that solved, the podium is set. Max Park will be first, Caleb Chen will be second, and Kyle Santucci still third with a 624 average.
Here we go. This is all for show, this last solve. Can he prove his consistent 5-second solving?
Keep in mind, though, that Caleb has no idea what the previous competitors got, so he does not know what time he needs in order to get at least second place. Swapping between white and yellow here. He chooses white.
Oh, it's not going to be a 5. It's going to be his worst possible average with a 7, but still incredible solving. That's second place for Caleb Chen. What a finals. It's been fast throughout. Kai with that 624 average managed to hold on for the podium spot. Max Park is your overall winner. He's your Western champion with Zaruri Cheng getting second place for Western Championships and Brendan Dunnigan in third. But wow, what a final, Chris.
What a close final it was all the way until the last solve. What a clutch last solve by Max Park. 557 to secure first place and yet another Western Championship podium and title for him. Unbelievable performance by him this weekend, collecting so many more Western titles. It's probably hard for him to even keep track of at this point. We just have to bow down to who could definitely be one of the greatest cubers of all time.
Yeah, Max Park, seems like he's slowed down in recent years, but proving that he is still one of, if not the best cubers in North America with that incredible one-handed average earlier today and really showing his prowess in the final round and that final solve as well. If he got his worst solve, he would have lost to Caleb Chen as well. So incredible to see him get a 557 on the final solve. Incredible turning, and congratulations to all of our finalists.
And once again, rounding out our top 6, we have Brendan Dunnigan with a strong performance in the finals, 648 average. He's good for 6th place. Zarui Cheng, 642 in 5th place. Dylan Miller just misses a podium spot, 6.35 average. He's 0.11 away from Kyle Santucci of Canada, who finishes 3rd with a 624. Caleb Chen finishing 2nd, a 582 average. And Max Park, your Western champion, your winner of this entire competition, a 5.67 average. What a job by Max Park in this competition to win. Once again, the comp's over.
Yeah, that's it.
That is it for the Western Championships 2025.
Taking home the title for 3x3, 4x4, 5x5, 6x6, one-handed. Brendan Dunnigan also had an outstanding performance, getting a title in square one, in clock, getting podiums in 6x6, 7x7, 5x5, 4x4. Pyraminx, third place for the Western podium for 3x3. An incredible performance from him. And what a competition. Graham Siggins getting first place, 3-blind, 4-blind, 5-blind, multi-blind, getting close to clawing back his multi-blind world record. And it's been an absolute pleasure to watch this whole competition and commentate with you, Chris. If you want to watch some more speed cubing, I'll be back tomorrow for the PSL. You'll be able to watch that on Premier Speed Cubing League channel. That will be exciting. Is also held in Las Vegas. You'll see a lot of the same names competing there, including Dylan Miller, Caleb, and Kyle. I'm so excited for that. Chris, any final words?
Like you said, there are going to be a lot of competitors that we saw today competing in the Premier Speedkeeping League tomorrow. Tune into that to see more of Chris Mills. He's going to be commentating that alongside, I believe, Michael Rosenkrantz, who you saw earlier today. What a competition it's been. Max Park, once again, your Western champion of 3x3. Thank you so much to Cubers Live for all of their support producing the live stream this entire weekend. And thank you to the organizational team as well for organizing this event. What a competition it was. Thanks everybody for joining us, and tune in to the next live stream for Cubers Live or Speedcubing TV. This is Chris Yen, this is Chris Mills, and we'll see you next time.
Hey, we're your SpeedCube shop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
If you're checking out this live stream because you have a child who has learned how to solve a cube and is thinking about competing, welcome. I'm Cube Mom, and today I will answer a common newcomer question. What do I need to bring to a competition? You don't need to worry about timers, scorecards, or equipment. The competition provides all of that. What your child needs to bring are cubes. Also, it can be a long day, so keep your child energized by packing something to eat and drink or buying something close by. And that's your Speed Cubing 101 today.
Let's go!
Want to learn more about the world of speed cubing? Subscribe to the Speed Cubing 101 podcast, available where you get podcasts, and Speed Cubing 101 is also available on YouTube. Happy cubing and enjoy the rest of today's live stream.